In the beginning of the story, we see a weather forecast for the day that predicts that it might rain throughout Korea. Because of a typhoon, for people who like to go camping like RMC does, it would be bad news. However, he has still packed his bag and gone out to camp in the forest. He takes out some pieces of kimchi-infused meat from his food storage and puts them on a large pan, cooking a lot more food than one normal person can handle. Next, he cracks a cold beer and relishes its taste, thinking that it doesn't matter if it rains or pours because the place where he is staying is a bit unique. Suddenly, some of his friends come there, and Armek is glad that he cooked a lot of food in advance. A veteran soldier cheerfully approaches him, asking him if he still has some of his fine alcohol. Next are a calm beastman and his feral daughter, who go mad at the sight of food. There is also an old wizard-looking guy and a pretty elf lady with a blue bird on her arm. They surround RMC in his campsite, placed in an open space between the great mountains and lush forests. If any of you still don't get it, our protagonist is not camping on Earth. Well, this is only a sneak peek of the future, and the real story starts quite a few months before it in a small village in Korea. A car stops in front of an old building. One man asks his friend if this is the store that his grandfather used to run, and says that it has a nice vibe to it. The man that asks his masked friend if he is the most famous chef in Korea is really going to open a restaurant in this place. The masked guy comes out of the car, asking his friend to check the area properly because he fears the paparazzi will find him. His friend says that no one will follow him so far in the countryside, and he takes his mask off as he agrees. Well, you might think that the masked guy lives in the Dulu world and has the celebrity disease, but he is in fact a celebrity. He is Lee KangHyun, a renowned celebrity chef who graduated from CIA, one of the best 3 cooking schools in the world. It's the Culinary Institute of America and not the CIA. You are thinking of after that he won the Paris International Cooking Competition, and that was the beginning of his fame. He was not only skilled, but also handsome, which is why a bunch of different TV shows began asking him to feature on their shows. That would have been a good thing had KangHyun not gotten burned out. That was just the first issue. The second problem was the invasive fans who didn't value his privacy or work ethic and barged into his kitchen to click selfies with him. He became Gordon Ramsay in that moment and insulted those fans out of the kitchen. However, he still got chewed out by his seniors and other chefs in the kitchen, who accused him of making things difficult for them. They told him that if he wanted to mingle with his fans everywhere, he should have just become a member of a K-pop boy band. It didn't stop at that, and there was an army of online trolls after KangHyun. They said that he was just popular because of his face, and that his cooking skills were not so good. Some of them even called him a horrible person for yelling at his fans, and said that his food was average at best. KangHyun got depressed as he read all this, and now he is tired of attention. That is why he has come to the shop his grandpa used to run in his village. His friend asks him to rethink his decision to open a restaurant here because he won't earn much. KangHyun replies that it is good for him because he came here to rest. His friend mocks him, saying that people who want to rest don't start businesses. But KangHyun replies that cooking is like resting to him. After carrying all his luggage inside, KangHyun's friend says that he is hungry, so they should go eat something. They decide to hit the nearest restaurant, and the quality of the brings out the Gordon Ramsay in him again. He picks up the massive soggy noodles dipped in a mud-like sauce and is ready to throw hands at the chef, but his friend calms him down. Because it is normal for food quality to drop in a place like this with no competition, he the noodles and says that the sauce tastes okay, at least according to him. Well, that hits KangHyun right where it hurts, because he cannot taste food anymore. He was devastated the first time he found it out and went to the doctor. Immediately, the doctor told him that he lost his sense of taste because of psychological stress, so they could not treat him through conventional medicine or surgery. The doctor told KangHyun to take care of his stress first and suggested he pick up a hobby. Back to the present, KangHyun's friend asks him if he is really sure to come to this place. Even though he gets some customers here, there is literally nothing exciting he can do in a village like this. KangHyun replies that there are mountains and fields here, which is perfect for him because he can go camping there. A few days later, KangHyun takes all the items he needs for camping and heads out to the mountains at a cab. The cab driver makes fun of his attire and says that he looks like he is going to the beach instead. Suddenly, KangHyun recalls something and asks the driver to stop by Waipyeong village. It was the village his grandfather lived in, and it is KangHyun's first time coming there after his grandfather's death. He decides to clean up his old house before going to the mountains, but then notices that the door of the storehouse is open. He panics, thinking that there might be a thief in there, and nervously checks it out. He believes that he has a stainless steel camping bag, so he can deal with any thief. But I call that a cap. The strength to fight comes from a person's heart, not from the weapons he has. Well, KangHyun suddenly gets startled as something darts out of the room, which turned out to be just an ordinary house. Cat, see, I told you that he didn't have the heart of a fighter. Well, he wants to show attitude to the cat by flexing his bag toward her. He then enters the storeroom and begins looking for the light switch. However, as he keeps walking in without finding anything, he realizes that something is weird. The storehouse feels much bigger than it looks. From the outside, suddenly KangHyun notices tiny sparks of light all around him, and then finds that he is looking at a completely different universe. While standing on the crumbling edge of a platform, suddenly the stone beneath his feet breaks loose, and KangHyun stumbles into a different universe. Screaming so loudly that he covers like an entire page of the manga, when he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a strange forest and wonders where he is. A small animal licks his hand, and he immediately freaks out. However, the deer squirrel that was licking his hand is still there looking at him with surprise. KangHyun thinks that the squirrel has too many huge ears. But then it starts flapping the ears and flies away, leaving him bewildered. That is no squirrel. It is a Pokemon. Next, KangHyun notices some rustling in the bushes behind him and freaks out once again, only to find a rabbit there. Well, it was not just any rabbit, but the Giga Chad rabbit who has never missed the gym for a single day in his life. I don't think even the lions of this forest try to hunt him down. The rabbit hops away like it is exercising, and KangHyun realizes that he needs to escape before he comes across even more dangerous creatures. He runs around frantically, but night comes, and he still finds no way out. Neither is there any cell phone reception. There, KangHyun thinks about the doctor who advised him to go camping and curses him. Because now he is lost, suddenly his stomach starts growling to demand food, so KangHyun starts a fire and then begins cooking. The problem is that he has lost his stainless steel bag that had most of the ingredients. The only things he has right now are some dried fish, salt, pepper, and some beef stock. Well, at least he has something to eat, so he begins cooking. He pours the beef stock over the dried fish in his pan, and then adjusts the taste with salt and pepper. He is not satisfied with his cooking, but at least it is edible. KangHyun eats the dried fish dish and is expected he cannot taste it at all. He is frustrated and tosses the pan away before cursing his fate. Suddenly, he feels another rustling in the bushes and notices a pair of eyes glaring at him in the darkness. KangHyun fears that it is a wolf and reaches out for his pocket knife. It's not like he can do anything with the knife, but he still picks it up and positions it towards the big black wolf, wearing its fangs at him. KangHyun screams loudly, anticipating getting attacked, but nothing happens, and when he opens his eyes, he finds nothing there. Then suddenly he hears a sound coming from behind him, and turns around to find a small white pup gobbling up the food in his pan. The little pup has licked the pan clean, and it wags its tail intensely while looking at KangHyun. KangHyun is utterly confused upon seeing the creature, and at first he thinks it is a small breed of dog. The puppy approaches him, and he wonders where it came from. KangHyun tells him that if he is done eating it, he should get going because he doesn't like dogs to begin with. He then picks up the pup and begins ruffling its hair, all while complaining that he doesn't understand people who find dogs cute. This is the type of dishonesty I can forgive. KangHyun notices that the puppy's fur is kind of stiff because it is wild. Also, as he takes a closer look at its appearance, he notices its sharp claws and fangs, which make him realize that it is not a dog, but a wolf. He panics, wondering where the mother of the wolf is. He fears that the big black wolf he saw earlier might be the mother, and when she finds her baby with a human, the very obvious thing might happen. KangHyun is terrified, but then he notices that he is still too hungry. He lays on the ground, thinking that it doesn't matter if the wolf kills him because he is set to die because of starvation. Either way, suddenly the wolf starts dragging him using his shirt, and KangHyun asks if he is trying to eat him now. However, the wolf brings him to a hollow tree trunk, emitting a faint purple light. As KangHyun notices it, he sees the same thing that he saw before coming to this world. He realizes that it is the hole he fell through and wonders if he can go back home using it. However, he is doubtful because the hole is going downward again, and if he takes it, he might just end up in hell. He just wants to have a little look first, so he puts his head in through the hole. But the wolf cub sees this chance. He happily struts towards KangHyun and headbutts his butt, throwing him into the hole. Once again, KangHyun screams loudly while cursing the wolf pup in his mind. But to his relief, he soon finds himself back outside the storehouse. He is moved to tears by the fact that he survived. KangHyun thinks that he didn't even get to thank the wolf pup for his help and decides to never forget his debt for as long as he lives. Well, the puppy is right there and begins wagging its tail as KangHyun notices. Yet KangHyun has no choice but to bring it home. First, he gives the puppy a bath and it turns into a fidget spinner, spraying water everywhere. After that, he decides to give the puppy a name and picks up a list of names like white rice, white sugar, etc. I think naming him Vanilla Ice Cream would be much better than these lame names. After that, KangHyun sleeps peacefully with the wolf by his side. The next day, as he stretches after waking up, KangHyun realizes that he has not slept so well in a long time. After that, he brings some dog food for his puppy, whom he has named White Rice. However, the puppy refuses to eat it. KangHyun brings cat food and even rabbit food for him, but White Rice doesn't want it. Kang is irritated now, and he decides to ignore the wolf pup and eat something. He cooks a lot of breakfast for someone who can't taste food, hoping that maybe there is at least something he can taste. However, before he can start eating, White Rice jumps on the table and starts gobbling up the food. He made KangHyun tries to get him away, but then he notices something peculiar. White Rice is only eating the things that KangHyun made himself and ignoring all the factory processed food items. He doesn't even eat the frozen steak that KangHyun brought from a convenience store. This gives RMC an idea, and he realizes that his pet wolf might just be a gourmet. So he prepares a test for him. He presents the 2 plates of steak he cooked himself in front of White Rice. He used the same quality meat and the same cooking method for both dishes, but the sauce is different. One has a commercial sauce, while the other is his original sauce, which got a lot of praise in the international cooking competition. KangHyun tells White Rice that if he really knows gourmet food, he must choose wisely. First, White Rice sniffs the commercial sauce steak, and KangHyun knows that it is also tasty. However, if the wolf pup chooses his sauce, he will be an Epicurean, a person who has developed a taste for luxury. White Rice first eats the commercial sauce steak. He then moves to KangHyun's original sauce steak, and as he eats it, KangHyun immediately realizes that he liked it a lot more because of the faster wagging of his tail. He is delighted that White Rice really turned out to be a gourmet and realizes that he cannot feed him just anything. Now KangHyun looks at the clean plate and realizes that after a long time he felt that it was worth giving all his efforts to cooking. Soon after that, KangHyun begins to paint his restaurant, but the paint is uneven, and he wonders what the problem is. Someone tells him that he is using indoor paint for painting outside walls. KangHyun turns around and sees a stylish and funky old man whining about how new-gen kids can't even recognize paint. KangHyun is startled upon seeing the tough-looking old guy and takes off his cap to ask him who he is. The man removes his goestu and reveals that he is the head of this village. He was expecting the new member of the village to come see him, but since KangHyun didn't come to see him, he came here himself. The village head then insults KangHyun's painting skills, saying that it looks like a raccoon painted the wall with a monkey's tail. He notices White Rice and tries to pet it while telling KangHyun to give up on painting because he will introduce him to some guy who can do it perfectly. KangHyun tries to refuse and says he will call professionals, but the village chief says that he doesn't know the value of money. He tells him to be free on the weekend because then he will bring in a local to help him. All this while White Rice has been skillfully dodging the old man's advances. The weekend comes and the village chief brings a man named Young Minil who will help him paint the shop. They both begin to examine the wall, and KangHyun wonders why they are working so hard for the sake of a stranger. The old man then asks if this place is going to be a restaurant, and KangHyun explains that he is planning to make it an Italian restaurant. The old man doesn't know what Italian is, so KangHyun simply says that it will be a Western restaurant. Minho gets alert upon hearing this and nervously asks if he will sell pork cutlets in his Western restaurant later. He explains that his wife loves pork cutlets, and the restaurant they always go to is closed. On top of that, the wife is pregnant, so they can go far. Minho tried making pork cutlets himself, but they look like they would harm the baby. He tells KangHyun that he was just asking out of curiosity, so he does not have to be pressured. KangHyun thinks the pork cutlets are easy to make even if they are not on the menu, but the problem is how can he give customers food whose taste he doesn't know? He is about to decline when he notices the excited White Rice behind him. KangHyun suddenly gets the answer to his question of how to know the taste of food. He gets up and tells Minho that he can make pork cutlets for him later. KangHyun starts making the cutlets based on the description Minho gave him. According to it, the sauce was more brown than red and was sweet because of the tomatoes. KangHyun realizes that sweetness and tomatoes equals tomato ketchup. He soon prepares all the ingredients and tells White Rice to get ready as his taste tester. KangHyun prepares the first batch of pork cutlets and presents them to White Rice. He feels that his tail is not wagging fast enough, so the dish is not up to the mark. This fact pains him, so KangHyun prepares multiple iterations of the pork cutlet. He keeps an eye on his taste measuring device, which is obviously White Rice's tail, by the time he is done finding the best variant. White Rice is also satisfied in full. KangHyun feels that now that he has a taste meter, he can finally enjoy cooking again. The next day, Minho comes there with his wife. His wife is really excited to eat at a new restaurant and says that it has been a long time since she ate pork cutlets. KangHyun soon presents them with his special pork cutlets, and Minho's wife is already amazed by how wonderful they look and smell. She takes a bite, and both Minho and KangHyun wait eagerly for her response. She says that the pork cutlet in the countryside restaurant was good, but this one is way better. She is really happy and exclaims that the sauce tastes similar, but the meat is much crispier and juicier. She then begins talking with Minho about their first date. They have pork cutlets that day too, and she remembers how Minho was looking at her the entire time instead of eating. The burly man blushes on hearing that, and his wife says that she took a liking to pork cutlets after that day before, that she didn't even like them that much. She says that instead of the pork cutlet, she cherished the sweet memories with him. KangHyun is happy to see his customer is so satisfied, and he turns back to see that he fed White Rice a little too much. He compliments him for his nice work, and White Rice replies with a good old woof later. KangHyun begins to rework his ideas for the restaurant. Instead of opening an Italian restaurant, he decides to create a menu with Western dishes revolving around what his customers want. Restaurants with such flexible menus already exist, but they are all high-class, expensive restaurants. KangHyun feels that he may need to improvise things as runs his restaurant. But before that, he must do something about White Rice, who looks like he is depressed. KangHyun asks him if he misses the forest he came from, and White Rice's ears and tail stand up on hearing forests. KangHyun realizes that returning an animal to the world he came from will be the best thing, even if it makes him a little lonely, however, as he remembers the Pokemon squirrel and the Giga rabbit. KangHyun begins shivering with fear and thinks that he doesn't want to go there. He plans to cancel his visit, but White begins looking at him with innocent puppy eyes. KangHyun tells him that he is not going to fall for it, but apparently the charm of innocent puppy eyes is irresistible, and he ends up back in the otherworldly forest. He is worried about himself and only hopes that everything is all right. He walks White Rice in the forest, wondering if this is a separate dimension like in the comics he reads. Suddenly, he hears the sound of water and goes towards it to check it out. What he sees there blows his mind. There is a lake in front of him, and it is so beautiful that KangHyun is left speechless. He claims that if this place were his home, he would also get homesick no matter where he went. He then looks at White Rice and tells him that there is a farewell gift for him. KangHyun pulls out a portable grill from his backpack and tells the wolf pup that he will feed him some expensive meat. White Rice is already blown away with that, and then KangHyun melts some butter, lets the premium steak cut sizzle on it, and then sprays salt and pepper on top. White Rice likes the finished product a lot, and his tail swings so fast that KangHyun believes he will turn into a helicopter. At this rate, he then looks at the lake and realizes that he is missing something, and that something is a keg of cold beer that is necessary to enjoy such a good view. KangHyun drinks the beer and then is about to give the cliche reaction everyone has after drinking beer, but for a change he doesn't, since he can't even taste it well. It's not as if anyone drinks alcohol for its taste anyway. KangHyun enjoys the scenery when suddenly he feels a blade on his shoulder. A rough voice asks him who he is because he does not look like a person from the nearby villages. KangHyun is terrified, and the veteran guard who has him on sword point sternly asks him to identify himself. KangHyun is scared out of his wits, and as a response to the man's question, he can only tell him that he is a chef. He insists that he is not a suspicious person at all, but the man asks him what the hell a chef is doing here. KangHyun replies that he was just admiring the view. And the man asks him if a forest where demonic beasts appear is a place to admire the view. He yells at KangHyun to tell him what he really is up to, otherwise he will kill him. Suddenly the man notices White Rice eating his food and giving him the side eye, and he realizes something. KangHyun is terrified of the man and begs him to spare his life, even offering all his money in exchange. He realizes that currency from Earth won't be any good here, so he will try to get it exchanged somehow. However, the man quietly takes away his sword and apologizes to KangHyun for being overly reactive, as this forest is a place where ordinary people cannot enter. He sheathes his sword before introducing himself as Randolph, a knight from the territory below. KangHyun introduces himself too and wonders why the man suddenly changed his attitude. Randolph tells him that he is accompanied by a white wolf that only appears in folktales, and it is enough to prove that he is not a bad person. KangHyun is confused by it, so Randolph decides to educate him about it. He explains that the white wolves are a race that has inherited the blood of the wolf god. The primordial wolf god is supposed to possess eyes that distinguish between good and bad. Along with his great wisdom, the white wolves that have descended from him have also inherited some of his abilities. Randolph tells KangHyun that since such a white wolf is accompanying him, he must be a nice person. After hearing that White Rice is a descendant of a god, everything makes sense to KangHyun, from his great hunger to his swiftness both, because he is a semi-divine being. Randolph then remarks that the food anyone has in a beautiful place like this is bound to be special. His gaze goes to the premium steak KangHyun has cooked, and he asks him more about it. KangHyun reveals that it is beef and asks the knight to have some. Randolph says that he already ate, but then says psych because he hasn't eaten anything yet. On top of that, the meat smells so good that he would be unable to resist it. Even if his stomach was full, he eagerly asks for one bite, and KangHyun gives him a piece. Randolph is blown away by the otherworldly taste of the tender and juicy meat. He then notices the beer can in KangHyun's hand and asks what it is. He is surprised to hear that it is alcohol and asks if it is from the area he lives in. He is curious about it, and KangHyun asks him if he wants some out of courtesy. Randolph says that he just asked out of curiosity, so he does not really need it, while grabbing the kentyli and telling KangHyun that he can't refuse. If he is being so insistent, KangHyun decides to give him a fresh kin instead of the one he has used. As Randolph gulps it down, he is stunned, because he had never tasted such a refreshing and clean beer before. KangHyun is glad that the knight's attitude has changed from that of a menacing guard to that of a curious tourist. Raoul thanks him for the treat and says that he cannot just go away without repaying the favor. He tells him that if he ever comes to town, he can ask anyone for Knight Captain Randolph's address and they will show him the way. Well, KangHyun doesn't exactly know how high the Knight Captain is in the army ranking, so he is quite confused. However, Randolph thinks that since he is not reacting despite knowing his position, he must really be an extraordinary person. With that, the Knight Captain tells KangHyun that since he has the White Wolf by his side, he will be fine no matter what kind of creature he encounters. He goes back to his patrol, telling KangHyun that they will meet again. KangHyun is startled to hear that because Randolph just drank alcohol on duty, and he's worried if that is okay in this world. I mean, that is such an odd and stupid thing to be worried about when you have a cute demigod wolf next to you demanding food. KangHyun gives all the remaining food to White Rice and thinks how lively his life has been because of him. He feels a bit sad to leave him here, but he thinks it is for the best. He gets up with a sigh, telling White Rice that he doesn't know if they will meet again, and asking him to take care of himself. He walks away and then looks back at White Rice, dissatisfied that he is not showing any signs of affection. KangHyun was hoping the puppy would be at least a little attached to him, but when he looks around a second time, he finds only his feeding tray. KangHyun wonders where White Rice went, but then feels that his backpack is heavy because the pup is hanging onto it. KangHyun tells him to let it go, and White Rice uses his claws to latch onto the bag, ruining it in the process. KangHyun is defeated after a while and asks the pup why he is doing this, and White Rice just licks his hand. He asks the wolf puppy why he wants to come back with him when he has returned to his hometown. White Rice barks at him, and KangHyun asks him if he prefers being with him. He is happy and picks the dog up, thinking that he has no choice but to take him back. However, as he returns to the village, KangHyun realizes that he must go to the other world quite frequently or White Rice will kick a fuss in the village. He spots everyone gathered for a party and wonders what is happening. He doesn't really care, but everyone is gathered in front of his shop. Suddenly, the village chief remarks that KangHyun is finally here. KangHyun asks him what everyone is doing here, and he replies that they are having a feast and asks if he didn't get to know about it. KangHyun says that he didn't and decides to leave because he does not want to join the party anyway. However, the village chief stops him and tells him that he should join them because this party was thrown to welcome him anyway. The village people unfurled a huge banner welcoming KangHyun to their village, and he was not ready to see that everyone is having fun at KangHyun's welcome party, except for KangHyun, who wants to go home, as the old village people pester him. Minho and his wife seem to be the only sensible people there, and KangHyun asks them if they always celebrate like this when there's a new person in the village. She tells him that they are a small village, so they try to stay close to each other. But KangHyun can clearly tell that the old-timers just need an excuse to drink all day. The village chief comes to tell KangHyun that they really care for each other, and that is why sharing their happiness is a common practice. The old man asks him to promote his restaurant here, and KangHyun almost believes him until he notices him wearing the bottle caps as accessories. The old man runs to drink with his friends, but KangHyun thinks that it really is a nice idea to advertise his restaurant. Everyone is busy enjoying themselves, and KangHyun thinks that this type of gathering is not so bad after all. He finds that White Rice is missing and realizes that some villagers have surrounded him. They are fawning over how cute he is and how quickly he is eating all the meat. However, as they try to pat them, White Rice dodges their touch like a pro after beating everyone with his agility. White Rice quickly paces through the gathering, stealing all the expensive meat with such great speed that most people don't even know what hit them. KangHyun pretends to not know White Rice, and his emotional memories disappear. As he thinks that he should have left the wolf pup back in the forest, suddenly he notices a boy sitting by himself in the corner. His grandma soon comes there with some food for him, but he slaps it away angrily. KangHyun is not happy to see this, but the boy saying who runs away as his grandma tries to talk to him. The village chief approaches the old lady to ask her what happened, and she replies that Sang-gu has been acting rebellious ever since he came back from school yesterday. His friend bragged to him about eating a hamburger, so now he also wants it. The grandma brought him a convenience store burger, but the boy doesn't seem to want it. Someone volunteers to buy a burger from a restaurant the next day, but another person counters him, saying that the boy must desire a Big Mac, which they don't sell here. However, the village chief says that it is okay if they don't sell it here because they can make it themselves. He points towards KangHyun, saying that they have a chef from Seoul who knows it all. KangHyun is exasperated by the attention, and he gives up and accepts the village chief's request. However, the village chief tells him that it doesn't need to taste like a Big Mac, because Sang, who probably doesn't even want a hamburger, the boy must be jealous of his friend who went out with his parents. The chief explains that Sang-gu's mom is admitted to a hospital, while his dad is outside the country for work, so he lives with his grandma. Here the chief says that since Sang-gu is the only kid in their village, they must take care of him. KangHyun has some newfound respect for the village chief who knows about everyone's condition, but the graph of respect quickly drops as he sees some empty bottles tied around his waist at night. KangHyun thinks that he can easily make hamburgers because he studied in America, but he never really tried a Big Mac because he didn't used to do anything aside from studying. However, he feels that he must do at least this much for the villagers because his pet will fade all their meat. White Rice is nervous on hearing that and tries to act cute to win KangHyun's favor, but he tells him to shut up because there will be no more food for him. White Rice is upset, but then KangHyun tells him that he will have to taste something for him. He creates a hamburger for White Rice just by looking at a picture, but the taste meter is not wagging fast enough. KangHyun suddenly remembers how he went to America with a love for cooking. He never put as much passion into anything else as he did into cooking. He wonders what the KangHyun from the past would think if he saw him like this. He is not happy that he is trying to create just a poor replica to satisfy a kid, and he is not pleased that the village chief told him that it doesn't need to taste the same. He ties his apron and wears his headgear, saying that he has never cooked half-heartedly before, and he will not do it now. The next day, as KangHyun is busy working his magic in the kitchen, Sang-gu is waiting in his restaurant. His grandma is there with him along with Minho and his wife. They try to hype up the boy by saying that KangHyun can cook anything, but he is not really happy about it. Suddenly KangHyun comes there with a hamburger, and everyone is amazed by how good it looks. Sang-gu takes a bite and he feels the taste of freedom in his mouth. He excitedly turns to his grandma to tell her how delicious this burger is, and the old lady smiles that her grandson is finally happy. Sang, who suddenly gets upset as guilt sweeps over him, he admits that he just wanted to see his mom. He reveals that he demanded a good burger because he thought his grandma would take him to Seoul to have a burger, and he could meet his mom there. He begins crying while apologizing to his grandma for being rude, and she gently holds his face. She hugs him, apologizing for not realizing how much he was suffering alone. Sang-gu cries as he says that he is okay living with her, and both of them apologize to each other. Suddenly KangHyun says that he is going to Seoul soon and asks the boy if he wants to come with him. Everyone is shocked to hear that, and KangHyun tells Sang-gu that they can stop by the place he wants to visit and have a burger together. The boy lights up on hearing that, and his grandma thanks KangHyun, and only then does he realize that he got a little bit carried away. However, seeing the smiles of Sang-gu and his grandma, he thinks that it won't be too much trouble anyway. After that, KangHyun looks at his fridge and wonders if he should take some leftovers and go camping with them. White Rice's ears stand up as he hears camping, and he approaches KangHyun, who is thinking how he won't have any time to go camping once the restaurant opens up. White Rice looks at him with innocent puppy eyes again, and no matter how hard KangHyun tries, he is forced to take his puppy to the otherworldly forest. He sits on a chair gloomily, while White Rice just barks and runs around. Well, there is no use being upset about it, so KangHyun decides to camp right there. Since the view is good, he begins setting up a tent, but that is harder than assembling furniture at IKEA without an instruction manual. Meanwhile, White Rice is chasing butterflies. Soon KangHyun succeeds in setting up his tent, and then realizes that he is hungry. Now he begins preparing some spicy kimchi stew, but he still can't taste anything. Two cute squirrel Pokemons approach him eagerly, and KangHyun decides to give them some lightly cooked meat. He throws a few pieces towards them, but a giant bird suddenly swoops them up and flies away anyway. KangHyun has enough to make sure the squirrels are satisfied. He is also quite satisfied by just sitting in nature and doing nothing, and he thinks this is what they mean by the healing touch of nature. He then wonders where White Rice went and believes that he will come back by dinner time anyway. However, little does he know that there is something hiding in the bushes, and it is drooling at the food he is eating. KangHyun notices the rustling of the leaves and thinks that White Rice has returned. However, something else darts towards the bowl of food in his hand. KangHyun has got some F1 driver level reflexes, and he moves the bowl away from the attacker instantly. He is on his guard now and finds that the attacker is a young and feral beast girl. KangHyun notices the cat-like ears and tail of the girl and gets confused. He wonders if she is one of those beast people they show in fantasy ice guy shows. Well, that shouldn't be the main cause of his worry, because the cat girl is ferocious. She growls while leaping at KangHyun. But his actions the last time were not a fluke, and he can dodge her attack once again. However, the girl doesn't seem ready to give up, and KangHyun wonders where White Rice is when he really needs him. He tries to resolve things peacefully with the cat girl, and realizes that she might be hungry. He shows her the bowl of food, and she suddenly quiets down. KangHyun leaves the bowl on the ground and tells the cat girl that he will give her this, and then she should peacefully go back. The girl doesn't believe him, and she approaches the food quite cautiously. However, its look and smell entice her, and she starts drooling. She takes one bite directly with her mouth, and suddenly an explosion of chili ravages her taste buds. She falls to the ground and starts screaming. KangHyun realizes that the kimchi stew might be too spicy for her and decides to offer her some water. However, the cat girl calms down by herself. And as the spiciness of the chili dies, the deliciousness of the meat and vegetables comes flowing in. She gets up and begins eating the stew again, and KangHyun realizes that it must suit her taste. Suddenly, White Rice returns there in time for his meal, and KangHyun complains that he could have come back a little earlier. He goes to reheat the stew for him, but White Rice notices the cat girl eating food meant for him. White Rice doesn't tolerate it, and he immediately tackles the girl. KangHyun tells him to stop and not anger the girl, but the wolf pup is blinded by rage. He keeps fighting with the cat girl, and KangHyun tries to stop them. It seems White Rice had the upper hand, and the cat girl starts crying after he crushes her nose. She tries to pounce on him, and KangHyun tries to get White Rice away from her. Then suddenly the situation becomes peaceful within an instant as a cool and composed Catman arrives at the scene and grabs the cat girl mid-flight. The Catman apologizes to the human before leaping away from the campsite with great speed. KangHyun can only watch him go with White Rice's paw print on his face, and he wonders how many different races live in this forest. Well, he returns to the village after that and begins cleaning his restaurant with White Rice's help. The day of the restaurant's opening is tomorrow, and KangHyun thinks that he needs to stop playing around and get serious about business. Meanwhile, an old lady passing in front of the shop notices the banner to welcome KangHyun inside. He cross-checks his preparations and finds that everything has been taken care of. As soon as he completes the cleaning, he is dreaming about a flawless opening when suddenly the old woman enters his shop. She asks him if they are open, and KangHyun replies that they will open tomorrow. However, so that he doesn't disappoint the villagers, KangHyun sighs and asks her to have a seat. The woman notices that the furniture is old and asks him why he is using old things instead of throwing them away. She remarks that this place is still the same, and KangHyun asks her if she came to visit it when it was a tea house run by his grandpa. The woman doesn't give him a reply and instead asks what he will be selling here. He tells her that he will be selling Western food like pizza and pasta. The old woman only knows pasta is American noodles, and I can tell a lot of Italians are going to be triggered by her comment. She asks KangHyun to give her some pasta and tells him to decide the details himself. He heads to the kitchen and thinks that this is the old lady's first time having pasta, so he decides to prepare the basic tomato sauce pasta for her. He cooks everything perfectly because he feels that she is the first customer in his shop. He presents the tomato pasta to the woman. Soon KangHyun is anxious about her response because even though he could not taste the pasta, he has received many compliments on it. Before the old lady takes a bite, and her expressions darken as she asks KangHyun how much it is, leaving him baffled. Meanwhile, the village chief enters the store to check up on KangHyun, and he is surprised to see the old woman whom he calls Grandma Park. He asks her why she is here, and she says that she came here to eat since it is a restaurant. The village chief tells her that the opening is tomorrow, but the old lady says that she will be leaving now that she is done eating. The old man complains that the woman is too cold and then notices the plate of tomato pasta, which proves that she really ate here. However, he is confused about why she left so much food. KangHyun thinks the same thing, and he feels his whole existence in shambles as he wonders what the old lady did not like about his food. Because of the stress, he lost his ability to taste. His doctor suggested he take a break and pick up a hobby to recover, so KangHyun came to his late grandpa's village and decided to open a restaurant where his grandpa used to run a tea shop. He also planned to do some light camping to heal from his stress. However, on the very first day, he stumbled across a dimensional gate in his grandpa's storehouse and fell into another world full of mysterious creatures. KangHyun could not find a way out, and he cooked something for him with the limited food items he had on hand. He threw away the pan with the food after he failed to taste it yet again. But then suddenly he spotted a wolf in the bushes. KangHyun was terrified that the wolf would attack him, but it turned out that the wolf was a tiny little kiwi, and he devoured the food. He made instead. KangHyun first thought that he was just a dog, so he petted him. But when he found that it was a wolf, he gave up on living. However, the wolf pup dragged him to the portal back home, and even pushed him inside. KangHyun was glad that he was finally back, but then found that the wolf pup had come there with him. He took it home, named it White Rice, and began using him as his personal taste tester. Because the wolf pup ate only homemade stuff. In the meantime, KangHyun met the village chief, who knew about everyone's conditions. He also met Manhwa, who helped him paint his store, and his wife, and prepared pork cutlets for them. Later, the villagers threw a welcome party for him, and there KangHyun saw a boy named Songu who was throwing a tantrum because he wanted to eat a Big Mac. The village chief made KangHyun take up the task of preparing one for the boy, and after eating it, he admitted that he didn't want a burger. He just wanted to go to Seoul and see his mom, who was admitted to the hospital after saying who apologized to his grandma for being rude. KangHyun promised to take him to Seoul the next time he went there. In the meantime, he went to the other world for camping, tempted by his pet wolf, and met a night captain named Randolph, a hungry feral cat girl, and her dad. Time quickly passed, and only one day was left until the opening of his restaurant. When an old lady entered the shop, KangHyun asked her to sit down, and she asked him to bring some pasta for her. He realized it was her first time eating pasta, so he cooked some tomato pasta for her, but she did not like it and left it untouched after taking a single bite. The village chief entered the store just as she left and found that the young chef was shocked because the old lady had left his food. KangHyun enters a slump because of the fact that the old lady left almost the entire plate untouched. The village chief tries to comfort him, and he starts by asking KangHyun what is wrong. He asks if the preparations for the restaurant are not going well. KangHyun coldly replies that there is no problem, even if the preparations are not going well, because he is going to shut down his restaurant as of today. Dude, it hasn't even opened yet. That is exactly what the village chief is thinking. He soon understands that the reason KangHyun is so gloom is because old Grandma Park left behind so much food. He laughs it off, telling KangHyun that it is not like he has one master chef or any other cooking competition that he can satisfy everyone. This makes him even more mad, because he actually won an international cooking competition. The village chief tells him to just shrug it off because Grandma Park probably didn't even come here for food. He tells the boy that someone closely associated with the old lady used to come here often, so she might be here just for the nostalgia. KangHyun is curious who that person is, and the village chief says he is talking about the old lady's husband. He was a regular customer of this place when it was a tea shop, but he passed away last year. After that, Grandma Park has spent almost all her time alone, and even the villagers rarely get to see her. The village chief believes that the old lady still thinks about her husband a lot, but the dead won't return to life, no matter how much you mourn them. He says that the living should move ahead with their lives because clinging to the past is foolish. He then gets back on track and tells KangHyun that it is not his fault because Grandma Park is already picky enough. When it comes to food, given her special situation, she might have reacted worse than usual, so KangHyun doesn't need to pay it any mind. He replies, how can he not pay it any mind after hearing her story? The thoughts give him a headache, so he heads out to camp in the other world. In front of him, the Gigachad rabbit is doing push-ups and White Rice is sitting on top of him. KangHyun thinks that because of them no monster will dare come near him, and that will give him ample time to sort out his thoughts. He stretches, thinking how stunned he was when the old lady left without eating his food. But he feels sorry for her after hearing her full story. However, he is still shocked that she left the dish. But KangHyun is in no mood to deal with her right now. The girl begins screaming for God knows what reason, and KangHyun just stares at her with boredom. He thinks that the girl is hungry just like the last time and begins searching his bag for something as White Rice gets close to KangHyun. The cat girl descends from the tree too. KangHyun cooks up some juicy steak, and then he is ready to put some hot sauce on it. But then he recalls the last time the cat girl was not really able to handle the spice well, and she flinches as she sees the hot sauce bottle. KangHyun decides to skip it. He melts butter in another pan and then roasts some mushrooms on it with a bit of pepper and salt. He adds some cream for thickness and then adds some cheese too before putting cooked pasta in the mix. As the finishing touch, he puts the steak on top of the pasta, and his cream steak pasta is done. He gives a plate to the cat girl, who growls at him. KangHyun tells her that she can growl at his later, and right now she needs to eat it quickly before it is stolen from her. She is a bit anxious about the taste of chili from the last time, but decides to take a bite nonetheless. With just the first bite, she feels herself in a different dimension with angelic cats. Preparing the meat and the cream for her, she meows in pleasure at eating the pasta and rapidly gobbles everything up. She looks at KangHyun with eager eyes, as if to tell him that she liked what he cooked. Without chili, he can tell that she wants more of it. Even though the girl seems unable to use words, he is pleased that she is satisfied more than she was. When she ate the spicy stew, however, KangHyun isn't a big fan of the cream steak pasta because it is really greasy and heavy, which doesn't work for him. On top of that, it is more of a shabby fusion than an authentic pasta. It works for me, so he can give that to me if he isn't going to eat it. The cat girl also thinks the same and begins rubbing against KangHyun's leg to act cute so that he will give her more food. He ruffles her hair and thinks that it doesn't matter if the pasta is authentic or not as long as it suits her. Suddenly, he has an eureka moment and immediately returns home. He washes some spring onions in the sink and calls white rice to help him find the best batch. White rice wants to say that he is a dog and not a donkey who will eat grass and turn away from the plates. KangHyun is disappointed, but he thinks that it won't be very difficult, even if he has to do it without white rice's help, because the taste of all the ingredients is ingrained in his mind. He begins cooking, and outside his store, there is a notice saying that the restaurant will open up next week because of his personal reasons. The village chief is outside the store, and he gets what is going through KangHyun's mind when he reads the notice. He visits Grandma Park's house and cheerfully tells her that she should go out more often because there are many fun things outside her house. She rudely asks him what brings him here all of a sudden, and he says that he just wanted to check up on a neighbor. The village chief laughs, saying that the young chef was quite shocked after Grandma Park left his noodles untouched. She simply says that the dish didn't suit her taste, and there is nothing so shocking in that. The village chief agrees with her, and then says that since she doesn't have much to do, she should pay him a second visit. Grandma Park asks him why she should bother to do that, because the one chance she gave him was enough. He tries to convince her that things might be different this time, and then tries coddling the old woman by saying that it is not far away from her home. He asks her to give KangHyun another chance because it could be worth the effort, and then walks away. Back at the restaurant, KangHyun has finished his new poster recipe, and he seems satisfied. He has added some fresh vegetables and seafood to create a harmonious and local taste. But the main problem now is how he can invite Grandma Park here again. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and Kang goes outside to see who it is. This time, to his surprise, it is Grandma Park again, and she once again asks him if he is open. The lady Loki seems like a robot. KangHyun is glad to have her over and says that they are open. Grandma Park sits down to eat and wonders if KangHyun knew that she would come again because he has already prepared the food for her. She thinks that it is going to be the American noodles again, and the Italians are once again not happy about her remark. Grandma Park doesn't like the taste of Western noodles, and she thinks that it would have been better if she had not come here. Then suddenly she senses an enticing smell and wonders where it is coming from. KangHyun places the plate of pasta he has made for her and thanks her for waiting. He tells the old lady that this is an item from his restaurant's special menu, the da pasta. The old woman is confused as she looks at the pasta and wonders if they have dailies in the States. She also notices the clams on the plate and decides to give it a try. She picks up some noodles and wonders if they will taste better than before. When the taste of spring onions hits her, it suddenly takes her down the nostalgia rabbit hole. She remembers the last and most memorable spring she spent with her husband watching the cherry blossom trees. He said that the flowers had bloomed more this year than the previous years, and then picked up a few and began flirting with Grandma Park, calling her a young miss and asking if she was free today. He invited her to a cup of coffee playfully, and she asked him if he had gone sour or something. The taste of the noodles made her relive those memories vibrantly, and she looks outside the window and sees cherry blossoms falling down. That she thinks that it is finally spring again. She then asks KangHyun if this dish was not on the menu before, and he replies that it was not. She asks him if he made it for her, and then demands to know why he went out of his way to do this. KangHyun simply replies that he wanted to make food she would like, and then adds that he wanted to try something new and improve. Grandma Park is moved by his words. KangHyun thinks that he cannot rely on white rice forever, and that is why he wanted to satisfy his first guest without his help. Grandma Park begins eating the pasta silently, and KangHyun can only stare at her in awe as she finishes everything. She then asks him how much she owes him, and he nervously tells her that it is fine, and she doesn't have to give him anything. She sighs, asking what kind of restaurant owner doesn't accept payment from his customers. She insists that since she ate so well, she must pay for it. She asks KangHyun to not lower the value of the food he made for any reason, and then tells him to add this dish to the menu as well, because she will come by again. KangHyun is left speechless by her gesture, and he is happy that he succeeded in winning her over. Later, he goes back to the other world to enjoy some free time. He has set up a hammock for him there, as well as a comfy bed for White Rice. KangHyun is happy that he managed to satisfy his first customer and successfully open his restaurant. Now he is going to take some time to heal from his stress. He makes up an excuse that White Rice kicks a fuss if he doesn't come here regularly anyway, so it is the perfect place for him to come and relax over the weekend. He is a bit too excited for someone who just wants to relax. Then suddenly something huge and grey flies overhead. KangHyun doesn't even understand what just happened. And then suddenly the night captain Randolph arrives there. He finds KangHyun on the ground. His campsite ruined and destroyed. The night captain is shocked to see him there, and then cheerfully greets him, saying that it has been a long time. KangHyun is furious and wonders if Randolph's eyes are just for decoration, because he doesn't seem to notice the situation. He is in. KangHyun gets up and Randolph is praising his choice for picking up a good spot. KangHyun asks him if he is on patrol again today, and Randolph says that today is his day off, so he just came here to hunt a bit. White Rice shows some interest after hearing that word, and Randolph gets excited too. He declares that this time he will treat them to a meal and ask them to come hunting with him. While White Rice is eager to do that, KangHyun is just dumbfounded. He didn't want to go, but here he is holding a bow and a quiver of arrows tied behind his back. He is not happy that peaceful healing time is over, but White Rice is busy with Randolph. And they are hiding in the bushes, waiting for the jumping birds that are found in this area. KangHyun is curious about the jumping birds, and Randolph tells him to look ahead to see what he is talking about. The jumping birds are just ostriches, but in flamingo colors. KangHyun thinks that their fur looks like cotton candy, and he feels sorry that Randolph is going to kill those cute creatures. It seems that the night captain could guess what he was thinking. He tells KangHyun that the feathers may look cute, but the jumping birds are a short-haired species. KangHyun is confused, and Randolph tells him that it is not the real look of the jumping birds, and the pink part is not their fur. Suddenly two birds get into a fight, and they suddenly reveal that they are Gigachad of the bird empire, and the pink stuff was actually their highly compressed muscles. KangHyun is terrified and wonders if Randolph really wants him to catch those dangerous creatures. Well, his opinion doesn't matter, because Randolph and White Rice are already charging towards the birds, and they asked KangHyun to support them from behind on the way. Randolph taught KangHyun how to shoot properly, but if he could have learned how to shoot accurately in such a short time, he would be an Olympic-level archer, and not a chef. He decides to calm down and puts an arrow on the bow anyway. He strains to pull the string, aims the arrow at the birds, and then releases it forward. Well, the arrow reached quite close, but not close to the birds. It barely missed hitting White Rice, who gives KangHyun a dumbfounded stare, and so does Randolph. While he is strangling the Giga bird, White Rice feels betrayed by his friend, and KangHyun nervously apologizes to him. Light comes soon, and Randolph is cooking the bird meat over the fire. He asks KangHyun if he is sure he can eat by himself, because his arm is vibrating like an old Nokia phone is tied to it. KangHyun replies that he can endure this much, and rather than himself, he is worried about something else. The jumping bird meat stinks, and he thinks that it will be too rude to cover his nose as it is cooking. It is ready soon. And Randolph gives a piece to KangHyun. White Rice is missing from the scene, and his piece is lying on his plate. KangHyun reluctantly takes the first bite and finds that the taste of the bird's meat can really stimulate his dead taste buds, because it is so bad. Randolph thinks that he is dumbstruck because it is so good and decides to cook some more. KangHyun panics and asks him to let him cook, but then suddenly freezes, wondering if he can really cook something whose taste he doesn't know. However, he decides to throw away his worries, because just earlier today he proved himself by cooking pasta for Grandma Park. He throws his cloak down and tells Randolph that since he is a chef, he will make something using this meat for him. After that, KangHyun goes to the other world to relax again and sets up a tent there. Soon night captain Randolph arrives there and decides to treat KangHyun to something nice, because he treated him to food and alcohol the last time. He decides to hunt some jumping birds, which are the flamboyant and super muscular relatives of ostriches. After some mishaps from KangHyun's side, they manage to capture a bird. Randolph cooks it over an open flame, but the meat doesn't smell good at all, and even White Rice runs away from its smell. KangHyun takes a bite nervously and realizes that it tastes so bad that even his dead taste buds can tell the difference. He can't control it any longer and tells Randolph that he will cook the meat. KangHyun reminds Randolph that he is a chef and asks him to let him make something with the bird meat. KangHyun first removes the blood from the meat in a nearby creek so that the bad smell vanishes. However, draining the blood is a slow process, and it will take at least half a day to clean a chunk of meat. This size, the meat is not completely clean, But this is what he must work with, so in order to remove the bad smell, KangHyuk pours some dark beer on the meat. Randolph instantly sneaks behind him and asks him if he is pouring beer into the bucket. He demands an explanation about how he can waste such a precious thing. But KangHyuk is not having it. He tells the night captain to create a frame on which he can hang the pot, and he obeys silently. KangHyuk then remarks that it would be nice if they had some laurel leaves or herbs. He fills up the pot with an equal amount of beer and water in the meantime, and then adds onions, pepper, salt, and sugar. He leaves the mixture to cook for about an hour, and when it is done, he asks Randolph to help him put it down. KangHyuk then removes the lid of the pot, and the smell of the cooked meat stew is so delicious that even white rice is returned. Randolph asks if it is done, and KangHyuk replies that they still have to roast it one more time normally. He would have put it in an oven, but since he's camping, he will use an open fire instead. After the meat is roasted well, KangHyuk cuts it into smaller chunks to complete the dish. As Randolph holds the plate for the finished dish, he wonders if this wonderful scent is really coming from jumping bird meat. Randolph knows that even the best chefs in this territory have given up on making the meat taste good. He can't believe that KangHyuk can do the impossible, but as he takes a bite, he feels lightning coursing through his body. He wonders what the hell this taste is and begins gobbling up the meat. The outside is as crispy as a cookie, but the inside is juicy and tender. Randolph feels like he is in heaven and wonders if this is the meat of the jumping birds that he has eaten hundreds of times before. However, he feels that there is something missing in this dish that will make it balanced and perfect. He has his eureka moment and immediately asks KangHyuk to give him some beer, because it will fit perfectly with a dish. KangHyuk tells him to go and grab one himself, so Randolph does it as he relishes the taste of the beer and then takes a healthy bite of the meat. He is proud of his own intuition. He remarks that this is the perfect dish to go along with alcohol. He praises KangHyuk greatly, saying that he will never get tired even if he eats this dish for the rest of his life. However, KangHyuk is not really thrilled because he could have gotten rid of all the foul smell if he had more time. KangHyuk turns to White Rice to ask what he thinks, and he wags his tail decently fast to say that he liked it. While the wolf pup is asking for more, KangHyuk is still contemplating how he could have made the dish better. This leaves Randolph dumbfounded, and he now believes that KangHyuk's skill level must be higher than that of the imperial chef if he is not satisfied with the delicious meal he just cooked. Later, a mildly drunk Randolph says that he wanted to treat KangHyuk to a meal this time, but he ended up getting treated by him again. He wants to know how such a cooking technique exists in the world. KangHyuk is glad that he liked it, and Randolph says that after this he can never eat normal jumping bird meat again. He asks KangHyuk if it will be fine if he copies his cooking technique, and he replies that it will be fine, because it is nothing special anyway. Randolph cuts him off mid-sentence. He says that he is acquainted with some chefs, and that's why he knows the value of KangHyuk's skills. Randolph tells him that his dishes are brilliant, so he should not undervalue himself. KangHyuk is happy to hear that and thanks the night captain. Randolph then decides to repay KangHyuk for all the amazing and precious things he has shown him, and his idea of repaying him is to teach him swordsmanship. KangHyuk is dumbfounded by his suggestion, and Randolph repeats himself in case he did not understand him. He proudly says that right now he is situated in this rural area, but once he was a reputed knight in the capital. He thinks that his swordsmanship lessons would be a valuable reward for KangHyuk. KangHyuk tries telling him that he is just a chef, and Randolph suddenly starts laughing as he declares that countless people come to him and beg him to teach them swordsmanship. KangHyuk asks him to teach those people then, but Randolph says that he doesn't like them. He tells KangHyuk to be ready with a beer and a meat dish for him the next time they meet, and then he will teach him some swordsmanship. While KangHyuk is not interested in learning it, he understands that the night captain might be embarrassed to get treated to a free meal every time. He realizes that Randolph will be uncomfortable if he racks up any more debts. Now KangHyuk decides to accept his offer because he can just consider the swordsmanship training as a workout, and if he gets stronger because of it, he will be able to use heavy utensils properly too. Soon the night sky is covered by the northern lights, and as KangHyuk admires them, he has no idea what the consequences of accepting Randolph's offer would be. Back in the village, it has been a week since KangHyuk's restaurant opened. During the last few days, many villagers visited his restaurant, but only for a few days now. KangHyuk is completely free and can only watch birds from his window. He knew that there would be no customers, but he still feels a bit down because of it. White Rice is watching TV to cure his boredom. The TV was a gift of sorts from a customer who left it here, saying that he doesn't use it anymore. KangHyuk decides to see what White Rice is watching and finds that he is watching the interview of an idol group. KangHyuk reads the name Unis and thinks that he has heard it somewhere before too. At the same time, KangHyun's friend who helped him get settled in the village is busy with his work. And what's his job? He is a manager for the same idol group unis. He asks the girls if they are comfortable working at this location, and they complain that it is too rural, the sun is too bright, and there are huge grasshoppers here. The man, let's just call him Jim for now, is exhausted. He doesn't even hear the girls' reply and tells them that they did a good job. Jim prefers to work quietly in his office, but it is not possible with a group of girls who cannot be silent. He checks his schedule and finds that there is nothing to do today since the shooting for the interview has been completed. Since he has time and is close to KangHyun's village, he decides to pay him a visit. He calls KangHyun and asks him if he is still alive. He says that his shoot just finished and he is nearby, so he will drop by for some food later. It seems KangHyun doesn't want him over, but Jim says that he doesn't even have any guests. On top of that, he has no plans to eat anywhere else when his friend is a chef. The girls hear this and they begin gossiping about the chef among themselves as Jim's plan is ready. The girls have also hatched a secret plan. Jim leaves the girls to his assistant and tells them to behave nicely. They act innocent, asking him when they have not been nice and obedient. Jim doesn't have enough fingers to count the number of incidents, but he doesn't want to argue with them, so he simply gets into the car and tells them that he will see them tomorrow. Just as he goes, the girls gang up on his assistant and tell him to follow his boss. The assistant says that he cannot do that, but apparently he is weak to the charm of pretty girls. The blonde girl, who seems to be their leader, tells him that asking forgiveness is easier than asking permission. Anyway, that's a great philosophy to live by. Meanwhile, KangHyun is mopping the floor, complaining that Jim was really egoistic. He is not happy that he is coming to visit him so abruptly. KangHyun says that what would have happened if he was busy. Well, he is not busy at all, but still there is no use crying over it now, so he decides to cook something. While White Rice is still watching TV, suddenly the door is kicked open as a man enters the restaurant while carrying another in his arms. It is Jim, who is pissed at his assistant who got caught tailing him. Seeing the tense atmosphere, KangHyun wonders what the hell is going on, and then Jim apologizes to him, saying that a few unwanted guests tagged along. Those unwanted guests cheerfully introduce themselves as unis. Soon the girls start fawning over White Rice and try to pet him, but he runs away from them. On the other hand, KangHyun still can't believe that his simple restaurant situated in the remotest part of the country has been visited by idols. After that, Jim lectures the girls. He says that they have gotten too bold recently and asks if they even think about the consequences of their actions. The girls don't even dare to face him, and the furious Jim tells them to answer him. They can only apologize, and Jim tells them to go back right now. KangHyun understands the situation now and then takes a look at Jim's assistant, who is crying in a corner. He pies the poor man and then tells Jim that since everyone is already here, it will be better to return with their bellies full. Jim asks him if that will be okay because he can't believe that KangHyun is going to accept this unexpected situation, because the KangHyun he knew would have made a huge fuss in this situation. In the meantime, KangHyun asks the girls if there is something they are craving, and they name some spicy and oily food, and the assistant tells them to be mindful of their diet as they are still promoting their new show. Jim thought that KangHyun had lost his mind when he decided to move to the countryside to heal. However, now he seems to have changed. Also, he notices White Rice and wonders if the dog is always here. In the meantime, KangHyun goes to the kitchen and wonders what he should prepare that will please everyone. He wants them to be fulfilled and happy since they have come far away from the city. First, he decides to check what ingredients he has and opens the refrigerator, where he gets a great idea. That idea involves using some very ripe and red tomatoes. He begins chopping the onion, planning to prepare a light meal for the girls. On one pan, he puts some sizzling meat, and on the other he fries some garlic. He grates some cheese, thinking that he must cook something that his guests will like, but it should be rich in nutrients and flavor. Too soon the food is prepared, and he presents it to the girls, who can't contain their excitement at seeing it. KangHyun has made tomato pasta and steak salad for them. The girls eagerly start taking pictures and then start eating the food. The blonde girl is amazed by the taste of the tomato pasta. She says that she doesn't usually eat pasta unless it's rose or cream pasta, but the pasta sauce in this one is truly delicious. The girl with bangs remarks that the vegetables in the salad are really fresh and the meat is also quite tender. KangHyun tells Jim that he prepared a light meal on purpose and asks him to let the girls enjoy their food in peace. He retorts that he wasn't planning to say anything while they were eating anyway. On the other side of the table, the redhead is crying tears of joy, wondering why she never ate something so delicious before. Now the purple-haired girl with her is getting angry Because the food is so good, her friends tell her that she should eat more instead of being angry. They say that they never know when they will get another chance to have a feast like this. KangHyun gives a judgmental side-eye to Jim and asks if he is starving the girls. He replies that while it is easy to misunderstand the situation, he has not been starving them. KangHyun then tells him to eat too because his assistant is already enjoying his food. KangHyun has made the light vongol pasta for him since he has to drive all the way to Seoul, and he should not get sleepy on the way back. Jim is really surprised at this because he hadn't even imagined KangHyun being considerate of him. Suddenly, he gets an idea and grabs KangHae's shoulder, asking him if he is acting so kind because he is going to die soon. KangHyun coldly asks him if he looks terminally ill to him. Later, the girls praise KangHyun's food and say that it is on another level compared to anything they have eaten before. KangHyun replies that he will cook something better for them the next time they visit him, and the blonde cheerfully says that they will definitely come back for it. She even calls KangHyun by his name. And he flinches because he never introduced himself to them. The girls get into the car and tell KangHyun that he and his food look much better in real life, and they say that they will see him next time after they are gone. He nervously asks Jim how the girls recognized him, and he replies that they watch KangHae's cooking videos when they are hungry, so it was obvious that they would recognize him. With that, Jim gets in his car and KangHyun tells him to inform him in advance. The next time he decides to pay a visit, Jim simply asks him how his healing is going, and KangHyun smiles and says that it is going well. The next day, he picks up his bicycle and rides to the local supermarket with white rice in the basket. There is only one supermarket near the village, and the rest of them are all in the nearby city. He stops outside the store and decides to buy a lot of green onions from it. He enters the shop to find a dark-skinned lady working there. KangHyun thinks that she is the daughter-in-law of the old lady he saw here the last time. The woman asks her if he is looking for anything in particular, and he thanks her before saying that he will take a look on his own. He goes to the vegetable section and finds that they don't have any dailies today. And that is a problem because Grandma Park always orders the daily pasta, since the woman also tells him that they only have green onions right now. KangHyun decides to check out the bigger supermarkets. He leaves the store saying that he will come another time, and just as he steps outside, he finds some children fighting. A boy and a girl have grabbed each other's hair and they are cursing each other. While asking the other to let go first, the boy says that he doesn't want to play with her, and the girl retorts the same. She calls him a bragwort, and the boy shouts that she is different from the rest of the children here. He yells at her to go back to her own country, and the girl is stunned and speechless. Just then, KangHyun arrives there and separates them while telling them to stop fighting. He asks the little racist piece of trash to take back those words because he will regret them later. Just then, the lady from the shop comes outside, and she panics at seeing her daughter there. She calls her daughter Mi's name, and the girl rushes to her side and starts crying. KangHyun thinks that since the girl's mom is here, his job is done. The racist boy frees his hand from him and runs away. The woman then thanks KangHyun for helping his daughter, and he says that he didn't do anything. He then asks if Mang is all right, and the woman replies that she just fell asleep. She blames herself for all this trouble, and KangHyun panics as he wonders what to say. He tries to convince her that it was just a children's quarrel. But then the woman introduces herself. She says that her name is Yungan, and she is from Vietnam. Yungan believes that her daughter is being bullied because she is a foreigner. KangHyun knows that this is a sensitive matter, and he cannot talk carelessly about it. He just stays silent, so Yungan talks first. She remarks that she knows who KangHyun is, however all she knows about him is that he runs a restaurant on the other side of the village. She suddenly asks him if he would mind teaching her how to cook, and KangHyun can only stare at her with his eyes wide open. He asks her what she means, and Yungan tells him that she can only make Vietnamese dishes. She reveals that this year Mang wants to invite all her friends to her birthday party, which is why Yungan wants to prepare Korean dishes for them. Her words have a lot of impact on KangHyun's mind, and even after he returns home, he can only think about them. He felt the sincerity in Yungan's gaze, so he had no choice but to agree to her request. However, now he feels a bit down because he understands the reason Yungan was asking for his help. He knows that the reason she wants to make Korean food is so that other children don't make fun of her daughter. This thought frustrates KangHyun for some reason, and suddenly he finds rice cake trying to reach him. KangHyun thinks that this is a sweet moment where his pup is comforting him. But no, rice cake is a greedy little thing who just wants his food. He has found a K of premium and expensive caviar, and he wants KangHyun to open it for him. KangHyun is shocked and asks where he even found it. He tells rice cake that this stuff doesn't even taste good straight out of the can, but he is indifferent to it because it is useless to him right now. He opens the can while looking at the rice cake with disappointment, saying that he always comes to him asking for help when it concerns food. This is another one of KangHyun's enlightenment moments. And he realizes that asking for help when you need it is the right thing to do. Soon he decides to ask someone for help too, because this is what neighbors are for. In the middle of the day, he carries a package with some sauces probably and decides to pay one of his neighbors a visit. KangHyun believes that he knows whom to talk to in situations like this, and that is the trustworthy person who knows a lot about the other people in the village. KangHyun reaches the gate and rings the doorbell, and soon the gate opens and Sujin, the pregnant lady, receives him. She is surprised to see him and remarks that it is really unexpected for him to visit them. I'm also surprised. I thought he was going to visit the village chief. KangHyun tells Sujin that there is something he would like to hear her opinion on, and she welcomes him in to KangHyun's utter surprise. The village chief is also sitting inside, and I have to say I am a fan of this guy's timing. He also loudly yells at KangHyun that he should have come to his house if he needed his advice. KangHyun asks him what he is doing here, and the old man replies that he came here for a drink. Soon KangHyun finishes telling everyone about his dilemma. He claims that he has been thinking about the dish he can teach Yoongun for her daughter's birthday party. Sujin replies that she also knows the lady from the supermarket. She has also seen the girl Mang hang around with the boy named Songgu after school a few times. KangHyun is surprised to hear that the kids go to the same school and that they are friends. Sugin's husband Minho tells him that since there is only one school in the vicinity of the village, all kids go to the same school. He also adds that while saying Hu and Myang are friends, they are not the same age. There are only less than 20 kids in the entire school, so they have only one class. KangHyun understands now that the school only has one combined class for students of all grades. Sujin then says that she can understand how Yoongun must feel after all that happened to M. She rubs her hand over her belly and says that she would do the same for her child too. KangHyun thinks deeply about her words and thinks that every parent wishes that their child could live a life without worry. He then says that he should teach Yoongun something she can learn quickly, but the village chief calls his idea nonsense instead. He suggests KangHyun do the opposite. He asks him to tell Yoongun to make dishes from Vietnam instead. KangHyun is surprised to hear that and says that the reason Yoongun wants to learn Korean food is for her daughter's sake. But the village chief is firm. He believes that trying to forcibly fit in with others could negatively affect the young Ming. The old man asks what do kids her age even know. He believes that right now even Ming cannot accept the differences between them. That is why it is the duty of the adults to show her that being different is not a bad thing. He tells KangHyun that he should also do his part in this. The village chief ends his lesson by saying that a single bite is more meaningful than 100 words, and KangHyun feels that he is speaking the truth. Soon after that, Yoongun started cooking under KangHyun's guidance, but she is still unsure if she is doing the right thing. She thinks the Korean and Vietnamese dishes are too different. And what will happen if the kids don't like Vietnamese food? Just then KangHyun hands over a bowl of rice noodles he prepared and tells Yoongun to fish out the onion from the broth once it is cooked, because kids are usually picky eaters. Yoongun agrees. And then KangHyun gives her his opinion on the Vietnamese spring rolls she made earlier. While it is a delicious and familiar food, he believes that it would be too difficult for kids to roll them properly. This may result in fewer kids choosing to eat it, so they should replace them with another dish called the chajios, which is a type of fried dumpling. KangHyun believes that the kids will like their crispiness, and if Yoongun tells them that the dish is Vietnamese dumplings, they will be more interested in it. As Yoongun sees KangHyun helping her so earnestly, she gets the feeling that everything will be fine as long as he helps her. After that, she prepares another dish that has a little bit of everything from green vegetables to grain sprouts and some fried meat patties. She presents the final dish to KangHyun and tells him that it is called the bun chaw. KangHyun already knows about the dish, which is not as famous as the rice noodles, but it is certainly one of Vietnam's representative food items. In this dish, meat, vegetables, and noodles are eaten after dipping them in a spicy sauce. That is exactly what KangHyun does, and then he takes a bite. The sauce smells sweet, sour, and refreshing, and he believes that the kids will like this combination. He tells Yoongun that this is a good main dish, and then requests that she bring him a glass of water. As soon as she leaves, KangHyun immediately summons his assistant Rice Cake and tells him to test the soup. As soon as Rice Cake tastes the soup, he begins wagging his tail violently and whipping KangHyun's face with it. That is a very good reaction, and it is the fastest Rice Cake has wagged his tail out of all the dishes he tasted today. Now KangHyun believes that Yoongun must be a great cook to receive such a reaction from his official gourmet foodie. I almost forgot that he couldn't taste anything until he pulled out the dog. Soon Yoongun returns with a glass of water, and she is shocked to see KangHyun's face so shabby and covered with white fur. She asks what happened, but he changes the topic and begins to give her advice about food. He tells her to leave the pepper out of the soup because it may be too spicy for the kids, and also asks her to reduce the amount of cilantro. He also tells her to add beef to the meat. Pates instead of just pork because it will make them juicier. In conclusion, KangHyun tells Yoongun that her cooking is really delicious and the kids will definitely enjoy it a lot. Yoongun is elated on hearing in this, and she thanks him. After that, KangHyun leaves for home with rice cakes in his arms. He thinks that it is a fortunate thing that Yoongun is such a good cook, and she also understood his feedback very well. He thinks that there is nothing to worry about now. Suddenly Ming approaches him from behind and KangHyun turns around to see her staring at him. She gives him a handmade invitation to her birthday party and KangHyun asks her if she made it herself. She is proud of her artwork and tells him that he won't be able to enter the party without it, so he should not forget to bring it with her. The young then gets sad, remarking that not many kids will come to the party anyway. KangHyun asks her why that is, and she replies that it is because she got into a fight with Chulman, who has many friends. KangHyun realizes that Chulman is the name of the rude racist boy from earlier. Ming is still saying that no one will come to her birthday party, and KangHyun doesn't know what to say to her. Soon it is the day of Mang's birthday party, and she is really fidgety and anxious. She wonders if Mr. Chef will come, believes that at least Sang will. As for others, she is not sure, but a couple of them told her that they would come. As Mang is wondering what will happen if no one shows up, her mom comes to show her dress to her. Min turns around and she is amazed to see her mom wearing some traditional Vietnamese dresses. She remarks that she is looking beautiful and asks more about the clothes. Yoongun tells her that there are clothes from her country and then asks Ming if she wants to wear them. Ming is very excited to try them on and she frolics around after wearing her new clothes. Suddenly the doorbell rings and Yoongun says that her friends must be here. She urges Man to open the door and the girl is really relieved that at least someone came. She wonders which one of her friends it is as she opens the door, but the person she sees outside stuns her. Min can only stare at the nervous Man standing in front of her, seemingly overridden with guilt. There, and he looks quite shaken. Coldly asks Clan why he is here, and he is nervous to see her like that. She turns her face around, telling him that she didn't invite him, so he should go back. She is about to close the door as well when Chelman suddenly says that he is sorry, and Meng stops, then nervously tells her that he didn't mean what he said earlier. He says that he was just angry at that time for another reason, and he ended up saying those mean words. He apologizes again and then starts crying. While repeating that he is really sorry, Min can only watch him dumbfounded as he keeps on apologizing. She then says that he still can't come in. She shows him the invitation that he clearly doesn't have, and Man freaks out. He feels nervous and sad that he didn't receive an invitation. But then Mang suddenly gives him the invitation. She tells him that she will let him off this time, and Man thanks her, while holding back tears. Meanwhile, the other kids were hiding outside the gate, and just as this melodrama ends, they peek out and ask if they can come out now. They tell Cholan to not be mean again, and he gets embarrassed that he was found out. After that, the kids gather in front of the door and happily show Mang that they brought their invitation cards and her birthday gifts too. Mang is happy to see them all, and they soon settle inside. On the table, the Vietnamese cuisines are presented, and the kids are amazed to see them. They eagerly ask what those dishes are because they have never seen them. Meanwhile, Mang sits in the special seat proudly. KangHyun is helping Mang's mom in the kitchen, and he feels like all the kids from the school are here at the party. The kids curiously ask how they eat these dishes, and Yoongun tells them that this dish is called buncha. They dip the meat and noodles into the sauce first and then eat it. Two girls try that, and as they take the first bite of the meat and noodles dipped in sauce, they feel an explosion of taste in their mouths. The fried meat, pates, noodles, and sauce dance around in their taste buds, and the girls declare that they have never eaten anything like this before. They remark that it is sweet, sour, and savory at the same time. Yoongun begins telling kids about other food items too. And as a girl with glasses eats the fried Vietnamese dumplings, she is smitten by their taste. She declares that she is going to marry this dumpling when she grows up. After the divorce, she is going to take half the ingredients. It turns out that this is not a new thing for the girl, whose name is Miju, and she keeps changing her future husbands faster than people change clothes. One boy then remarks that Mang is wearing a new type of dress and asks her what it is called. He claims that he has never seen it before. He gets up and proudly displays her dress, telling everyone that it is from her mother's home country. Thus, kids are curious, and Mang tells them that her mother is from Vietnam and all of these dishes are from Vietnam too. The kids start talking about how Mai's mom must have come here on an airplane, and that is enough to make them jealous. Well, even the girl named Miju has spotted the pretty dress, and she declares that when she grows up, she is going to marry the dress. She is going to take half the fabric after divorce too. After that, Mang asks her mom to show her friends her dress too, because she wants to show off their matching clothes. Yoongun says that she has to finish cooking, But KangHyun tells her that it is fine because they are nearly done anyway. He tells Yoongun that he will take care of the rest, and she is free. Mang pulls her along to hurry, and Yoongun is happy to see her so excited. After that, the mother and daughter show their matching dresses to everyone, and while the kids gush over them, KangHyun and Rice Cake are watching this from a corner. He is pleased because both of them look happy on the other side in the fantasy world. There is a small settlement made up of tents. In one of the camps, one cat person wearing a skull as an adornment is inquiring about her cute daughter. Running away again in front of her is the grey-haired catman, who tells him that they even increased the number of guards, but the girl seems to have slipped away through a hole in the net. The red cat asks if she went to see the human again, and the grey cat affirms. The red cat lady is now curious about the peculiar human who managed to pique the interest of a sacred wolf as well as her daughter. She orders the grey cat to invite him in, and his ears immediately stand up to display shock and alertness. He asks her if she is planning to let a human into their settlement, and she asks him if it is forbidden. She also assures him that since she is the village leader, no one is going to dare start a fight with her guests. She then removes her mask, saying that since her daughter is indebted to the human as her mother, she should at least make acquaintance with him. Soon in the forest of the fantasy world, a majestic deer who definitely looks like a rare legendary Pokemon is standing over a river. It is alerted because it can hear loud roars and growling voices coming from a distance. Those voices are actually coming from Rice Cake, and even KangHyun has covered his ears to protect them from his loud barks. He tells his pet wolf to shut up, but he is really furious and on edge about something. Well, what has got him so angry is just a bunch of dead shrimp, and KangHyun is not impressed. He tells Rice Cake that he can play around with the jumping birds and gigachad rabbits who are much bigger than him, but he is still so wary of such small shrimps that are already dead. KangHyun thinks that it might be because Rice Cake has never seen them before, as there are no saltwater bodies nearby. Well, he thinks it is a shame that the wolf pup is reacting like this because shrimp are really delicious, but he admits that they look kind of disgusting to someone who has never seen them before. But then he thinks about it for a while and recalls that whenever Rice Cake comes to him after hunting his prey, it is much more disgusting than the shrimp. Now he is confused and wonders what exactly Rice Cake's standards are. Well, since he can't do anything about that, he decides to show the wolf the true taste of shrimp. He puts them in a water bowl and then starts by removing the whiskers and internal organs of the shrimp. After that, he spreads coarse salt on a pan and places the shrimps neatly on top of that. He puts the pan on the stove and then covers it, and that's the recipe. KangHyun says that he wanted to show this to Randolph too, but they have enough shrimps left for the next time, so he might be able to show it to him later. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is giving the pan the most judgmental stare he can because he is still wary of the shrimp. While KangHyun waits for it to cook, the feral cat girl also arrives there. KangHyun is confused to see her here again, but her full focus is on the pan when KangHyun asks her when she joined them. The cat girl looks at him with surprise. Rice Cake has still not noticed her as he is fully focused on the pan. KangHyun decides not to pay much attention to useless details and thinks that if the cat girl is here, she can also have some food since she is always hungry. He soon opens up the pan to find that the shrimp have been roasted perfectly. He breaks them off while wearing gloves because they are too hot, and then places them on plates for Rice Cake and the cat girl to eat. They just stare at it in confusion, and then KangHyun tells them to try it. They take a bite and suddenly find themselves overwhelmed by the taste of the shrimp. They feel like they are surfing in the ocean on a giant shrimp and melting while they eat it. KangHyun asks them how the taste of the sea is and sees both of them gobbling up the shrimp. He is proud and smug that they are enjoying it so much. The cat girl has finished her food and she eagerly stares at KangHyun to demand more. He is about to peel some more shrimp for her when suddenly the grey catman comes there looking for the girl whom he calls Mona. The girl is startled to hear his voice and instantly hides behind KangHyun. The grey catman says that she ran away from the village again, and KangHyun recognizes him as the same guy from the last time who took the cat girl away. He tells him that the girl looks hungry, so he should let her eat before taking her back to the village. He tries to assure the catman that he is not feeding her anything weird, but then he suddenly speaks up. He tells KangHyun that today he is here for him and not for the girl. KangHyun is nervous and slightly terrified now, and he asks what he wants from him. The catman walks up to him and then gives him a cold glare as he asks the human to follow him. KangHyun is left confused, used by all this, and then the catman told him to follow him. KangHyun is still too shaken to obey the catman. He nervously asks him where they are supposed to go, and the grey catman tells him that the village chief has invited him to the village. He also reveals that the chief is Mona's mother, And seeing how violent and feral the girl is, KangHyun can only imagine how her mother would be. He wonders if the chief is planning to interrogate him about what he has been feeding her kid. KangHyun judges that he should not follow the grey cat blindly. He makes an excuse saying that he is rather busy today, so coming in will be difficult right now. The catman understands his problem and suddenly hands him a small horn. He tells KangHyun that the horn is used by the warriors in their village, so he can use it to call them whenever he has time. KangHyun receives the horn and thinks that since the catman is being way more considerate than he initially imagined, it might just be an ordinary invitation. He asks the catman why the chief wants to see him, and he replies that she wants to see the human who managed to lure her daughter out of the village. Those words definitely carry a bad vibe for KangHyun, and he feels that it is going to be a meeting with an angry parent. The great cat man leaves with that, and KangHyun is left trembling because he didn't even call the cat girl out on purpose. KangHyun then suddenly stops the catman for something. A few minutes later, as the catman is back in the village, he enters his tent in private to check what KangHyun just gave him. It is a bunch of cooked shrimp in a poly. Back earlier, KangHyun had told him that he couldn't let him return empty-handed when he had come all the way here. That is why he gave him the shrimp, saying that they might look ugly, but they are quite tasty. Well, the catman takes a bite and his tail starts wagging, which means that he likes the taste. On the other hand, KangHyun is still sighing as he wonders whether he should go to the cat tribe village or not. In the background, White Rice and Mona are fighting with each other because White Rice is stealing her share of shrimp. KangHyun thinks that since White Rice didn't react to the grey cat man, he doesn't seem to be a bad person. He is also curious about the village, even though he is uncertain too. In the meantime, White Rice has climbed on his head while munching on a bunch of shrimp at once. While Mona tries to snatch them from him, KangHyun is too busy with his thoughts to notice them and wishes that there was someone he could consult about this matter. No sooner did he say those words and Knight Captain Randolph suddenly arrived there. Randolph is taken it to see two beasts fighting while climbing on KangHyun, who is not even phased. Bro seems like an average toddler. He doesn't even care that the claws of Mona and White Rice are dangerously close to his eye, and he tells Randolph that he came at the perfect time because he needs his help with something. Soon after that, KangHyun tells the entire story to Randolph, who says that it is rather unbelievable that he got invited to a beastman village. KangHyun asks him if it is that rare while Mona and White Rice are resting on either side of him. Randolph tells him that it has been quite some time since the beastmen and humans cut off contact with each other. It is also Randolph's first time seeing a human get an invitation from the beastman. On top of that, KangHyun is getting an invitation from the cat tribe, who follow the community parenting principle. It surprises him that a tribe like that left a kid in KangHyun's care, which is an incredible situation. But as usual, KangHyun is not even aware of that. Randolph finally tells KangHyun that he can go to the beastman village without any worries and assures him that they won't harm him. KangHyun is relieved to hear that he says that he will take up the beastmen on their invitation the next time, and he gets up dusting his pants. Randolph looks at him with surprise, and then KangHyun suddenly pulls out some shrimp, asking him if he is craving something delicious. With that, KangHyun prepares a little special recipe for cooking shrimp with some extra seasoning. Just one bite is enough to make Randolph feel the vastness of the ocean. He thinks that KangHyun's skills never disappoint him, and he always brings some new flavors to the table. The dish simply contains garlic and lime in addition to shrimp, but that combo is really working well. Randolph thinks that despite being salty and oily, the dish is really delicious, and he feels giant cute shrimp winking at him, and more importantly, he is mesmerized by the addictive texture of the meat and thinks that he can eat an entire bowl of it. White Rice is living the life Randolph can only dream of by eating Mona's food after clearing his plate, and KangHyun is trying to stop him. Without any success, Randolph thinks that peeling the shrimp is a bother, and he simply tosses a whole shrimp in his mouth. This guy probably eats his oranges and pomegranates without peeling. The KangHyun is surprised to see Randolph eat a shrimp whole, but it seems that White Rice and Mona are also following his lead. He feels that they got tired of waiting for him to peel the shrimp for them, and that just works out for him. Not only that, they seem to be enjoying the taste and texture of the shell too, and Randolph proclaims it a delicacy in its own right. KangHyun still warns them that the shell can be sharp in some places, and then they keep on eating. After a while, all the utensils are empty and all the bellies are full. As KangHyun is packing up things, Randolph says that to thank him for the very good meal, he must give it his all to teach him. KangHyun is confused and asks what he is even talking about, and Randolph tells him that he is obviously talking about swordsmanship. KangHyun suddenly remembers that they had made a deal like that in the past. Randolph tells him not to worry too much because it is his first day, so they will start with some basic training. Well, somebody's basic training is someone else's nightmare, and when evening comes, KangHyun is lying face down on the cold grass. He is exhausted and Randolph remarks that he has terrible stamina, and at this rate becoming the strongest warrior is a long journey for him. KangHyun can only say that he is just a chef. Randolph asks him how he can be so exhausted by a mere 4-hour hike at his age. And his body must really be weak. Suddenly the worried white rice starts licking KangHyun's feet, and he starts feeling better in that place. KangHyun wonders if he is just imagining it, or if the pain around the part white rice is licking is reducing. It gives a cool and relaxing feeling, so KangHyun just relaxes. Just then Mona also starts licking his other leg because she is also worried about him. But that doesn't do anything to KangHyun and only makes him feel wet and slimy. KangHyun gets up somehow and tries patting Mona while saying that he appreciates the gesture. Randolph tells KangHyun that he is impressed at his persistence in getting up again, and gives him a bronze practice sword on this occasion. He says that it is lighter than a real sword, but it is not bad for practicing. He says that he originally made it for his daughter, and KangHyun flinches on hearing that. He tells Randolph that he cannot take something that is meant for his daughter, but the night captain tells him that it is fine. He says that his daughter has trypophobia, which is the fear of needles, and that is definitely too big to be a needle. Randolph is a bit disappointed as he says that, but he cheers up because he has another student whom he can teach in place of his daughter. He tells KangHyun that with his help, he can become the strongest warrior to exist. KangHyun doesn't really want that, and he believes that he should be looking forward to constant muscle pain for some time now. Still, he accepts the practice sword in Randolph's lessons at night. He is finally back at his place and cooks some pasta for himself and white rice. KangHyun sighs, saying that he really exhausted himself today, and that made him crave a late-night snack after a long time. KangHyun gives white rice his plate first, and he really likes it even though the pasta only has bacon and garlic in it. KangHyun is satisfied that white rice is enjoying it, and then he takes a bite too. As he chews it, he suddenly freezes stiff. White rice barks at him with a question mark in his mind because KangHyun seems odd to him. Suddenly KangHyun places his chopsticks on the table and then rushes to the cupboard to grab all the items he can find there. He places all of them on plates in front of him hurriedly, and after a while he says that he can taste things now. He is almost on the verge of crying and can't believe the words he is saying. Well, I think that it is because of a good old body-wrecking exercise, but thankfully Ark has gotten his sense of taste back. But he tastes food again. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is just confused about what his human is blabbing. KangHyun thinks that if he had stayed in Seoul, he would have given up on cooking itself. Well, he had given up on himself when he came to this village too. But now that he has the most precious thing in his life back, he falls to his knees under the weight of the happy emotions he cannot contain in his heart. He thinks that he can cook to his heart's content again now, and then gently tells Rice Cake that he is glad that he moved to this place on the other side the village. Chief has drunk too much at his friend's house. He stumbles and wobbles as he heads home, thinking about how he will treat his friend to some alcohol the next time. Just then he notices the light of KangHyun's restaurant are still on, and he is curious about what he is doing right now. Well, KangHyun is cooking. He chops some tomatoes, fries some mushrooms, and then sears some very delicious steak, and Rice Cake is in wonderland just with its smell. There are other ingredients too, like fresh lime and purple grapes that KangHyun uses to create a sauce. After everything is ready, he finally presents his dish that was once part of his signature menu. The dish looks really appetizing and mouth-watering, and KangHyun decides to have a bite to see how it tastes. It turns out that while he can taste the acidity or sourness of the dish nicely, he can't seem to taste the savoriness or umami, yet he takes off his hat, saying that this is also a start. Just then Rice Cake barks from behind, telling him with glistening eyes and a wagging tail that he absolutely loved the dish. KangHyun is happy that at least someone could properly enjoy the taste of the food, and he decides to treat Rice Cake to more dishes. He prepares some dishes using which he won the cooking competitions, and they spend all night cooking, eating, and having fun. The next morning someone comes knocking at KangHyun's door quite loudly. KangHyun comes to the door completely haggard. He had pulled an all-nighter while cooking, and his stomach was also not doing so well. After eating different types of dishes, he asks the visitor to be a little quieter, but the visitor is the village chief, and he is in a hurry. He yells at KangHyun, saying that he has to come with him immediately. KangHyun is confused and asks him what he means. He tells the village chief that he is very tired now, so he should come see him later, but the old man tells him that they don't have much time, and he begins shoving him inside his van. Rice Cake also comes there, still sleepy, and he just watches the old man stuff his human into the van and drive away. They soon reach the village hospital, where the chief tells KangHyun that Sujin is giving birth right now. They run to the hospital after parking their van, and the chief says that he also came here running despite his hangover from last night. They reach the delivery room, where a lot of people have gathered outside the door. The old aunties have surrounded Minho, and they are swarming him with questions they ask. him how his wife's condition is, and if the child has been born, yet Minho is already too tense, and he cannot answer a single one of their questions. KangHyun notices his expressions too, and thinks that he needs some help. Just then Grandma Park comes there, and she loudly yells at everyone, asking if this is some sort of fish market where they have all gathered here to chatter. She tells them that they are disturbing the employees here, and she tells them to go out. Everyone is terrified of her. And even the village chief tells people that Grandma Park is right. He says that too many people being here is not good, so they should go back. Then he happily says that he will stay here as the village chief and take care of things. But Grandma Park has other plans. She grabs his shoulder, telling him that he is also coming with her. He tries protesting that he is the village chief, but the old lady just drags him along. KangHyun is the only one left now, and he thinks that Minho will feel more comfortable without people around him. However, Grandma Park tells him to stay there. KangHyun is confused, so she tells him that he should stay by Minho's side since he is his friend. The village chief screams that he is Minho's drinking buddy, but he gets dragged away anyway. KangHyun is left stunned. Now he sits next to the nervous Minho and thinks that her air is too awkward. He thinks that it would have been better for the village chief to stay here and not him. He has never been in this kind of situation before, so he doesn't even know what to say. He tries coming up with something, but then Minho suddenly thanks him for staying with him. KangHyun is taken aback by his words and tells him that it is not a big deal as he is just sitting by his side. Minho tells him that his sitting here is more than enough for him. He says that right now he is very excited, but also very worried. KangHyun notices the nervous Minho and realizes that he must be roughly his age. He pats his shoulder casually, telling him that it will be fine. Well, he can't face him properly because he is nervous, but his words really give Minho some confidence and relief, so he thanks him. Soon the child is born, and the old-timers gathered outside the hospital loudly announce that it is a girl. Everyone is delighted to hear the good news because it has been so long since a baby was born in the village. They say that it is such a great day, so they can't let it pass without celebrating it. Everyone says in unison that they should throw a feast. Just then KangHyun comes out, and the chief asks him about Minho's condition. KangHyun replies that he is with Sujin and is crying like there is no tomorrow. Well, he then finds that no one is interested in hearing about Minho anymore because they are busy thinking about the feast. The village chief tells him that it is a very normal thing in this village to strengthen their bonds over feasts. That reminds KangHyun that he was invited to another village, the village of the cat people to be specific. He asks the village chief what he should take as a gift, but the chief has gone into full gangster mode on hearing this. He furiously asks KangHyun if he was scouted by another village. He is ready for a turf war with any village that is trying to steal a young man under the age of 40 from their village. Well, after that, learning that it is just an invitation, the village chief is a bit disappointed because apparently he was craving violence. He then tells KangHyun that if he is visiting a village, he should take some alcohol or a local specialty. KangHyun thinks that taking a local specialty is a nice idea and asks the chief if their village has a special product that they produce. Well, the chief can't tell him anything except Korean beef, but KangHyun tells him that it is not their village specialty because he knows which regions are famous for their meat. In the end, he thinks that alcohol is a good enough gift, so he goes to the fantasy world and takes out the horn given to him by the Grey Catman. He feels nervous before blowing it for some reason, but then decides to blow it. The sound of the horn echoes throughout the forest, and all types of creatures hear it. KangHyun gets tired after blowing it for a while, and he wonders if the Grey Cat Man will even find him using this. His questions are answered immediately as the Catman suddenly appears there, and even Mona is on his back waving at KangHyun. The Grey Cat asks him if he is ready, and then immediately picks him up, saying that they must go right away. KangHyun is dumbfounded by this strange means of transport, and he screams at the Catman to wait and put him down first. His words are of no use as the Catman leaps through the trees while carrying him, and KangHyun screams loudly again. He was moved to tears because of that. He stayed up all night trying out different types of foods and testing the limits of his return senses. The Catman jumps over the trees to take him to their village, and KangHyun can only scream. Well, he also gets motion sickness thanks to this small but violent journey and begins puking out a rainbow. The Catman only remarks that humans seem to have become much weaker these days, unaware that KangHyun is not a human from this world. He remarks that KangHyun's lower body is especially weak. Maybe this is the reason he doesn't have a girlfriend. Well, the Catman is only talking about his legs, and KangHyun recalls that the night Captain Randolph told him the same thing. He wonders if his legs are really so weak. Just then, the Catman decides that they will walk the rest of the way, and both Mona and Rice Cake are happy to hear that the Grey Cat says that their village is already visible in the distance, and KangHyun gets up to see it. He finds it a quaint and peaceful settlement, and he remarks that all the houses look like Mongolian tents. The Grey Cat is curious about this thing called Mongolian, But KangHyun tells him that it is nothing. He clarifies that the village looks a lot like another place he knows about. The Grey Cat is surprised that there are human villages that look like theirs. This reminds KangHyun of what Randolph had told him earlier. He told him that there was no danger in going to the village of the Cat Beast Men. The first thing is that they consider the White Wolf sacred, and the second reason is the treaty that is in place between humans and the Beastmen. KangHyun was curious about the treaty, and Randolph was surprised that he didn't know about it. He explained that in the past, there was a huge war between the different races. The brutal war continued for hundreds of years, and because of that the entire continent was engulfed in chaos, destruction, and death, with huge piles of dead bodies on every battleground. It looked as if the entire world would be doomed if the war did not stop. Then one day a miracle happened. The gods could no longer bear all the death and destruction, so they decided to intervene on the battlefield to end the war. After that, a treaty was signed between the various races to prevent conflicts amongst themselves. Naturally, the various species started distancing themselves from one another after that. Now, as KangHyun thinks about all this, while walking with the Grey Catman, he wonders if the Beastmen will really welcome him into their village. As soon as he enters the village, a curious horde arrives there to see a real human. There are not just cat beast people in the village, but also other races like bulls and bears. The bull Beastman remarks that the human looks weaker than he expected. Another girl says that the human also has the sacred white wolf with him. They are curious if he is really the person whom the village chief invited. Just then, some other beast folk arrive there and block their way. They seem hostile about receiving a human in their village, and they openly question their leader's sanity for inviting him. KangHyun sees that the senior beastman has no intention of toning down his hostility, but then the Grey Cat Man intervenes. He tells the senior beastman, who is the warrior chief Tomu, not to forget that the human is the village chief's guest. The old beastman begins scowling at the Grey Catman, whose name is revealed to be Noah. Tamu asks him if he has lost his pride and reputation as a warrior to protect a human. Noah replies that he is just following the orders of the chief, and asks the old beastman to step aside. However, Chu doesn't take his words kindly. He asks Noah when his status became so high that he got to order him around. As the two warriors are about to clash, Rice Cake suddenly starts to angrily growl. All the beastmen are terrified and hide on seeing the sacred white wolf angry. Even KangHyun is surprised by seeing Rice Cake so furious. Temu too is taken aback to see the holy wolf growling at him. Well, the cat girl Mona also begins imitating Rice Cake, and KangHyun asks what is wrong with her. Now, well, the beastmen are even more confused now, and they believe that if Mona and the White Wolf are protecting KangHyun, he is definitely not an ordinary human. Well, he finds this too much to bear. He just came here because he was invited, but he was not expecting to be dragged into this drama. Now he feels like a princess in distress with Noah, Mona, and Rice Cake trying to protect him from the evil Tamu. This situation feels too suffocating for him, and he doesn't want to be the reason for a fight here. Just then, someone leaps over him and answers KangHyun's prayers that someone stop everyone from fighting. It turns out to be the leader of the village, and she strikes a superhero landing. As she places herself between the two opposing parties, she suddenly tells KangHyun that she felt that she would die of old age. While waiting for him, and he doesn't even know her, Noah tells him to pay respect to their leader Cassandra, the head of their tribe. However, Cassandra tells KangHyun to feel free to call her by her name if he wants to. KangHyun nervously bows before her. He introduces himself and then thanks Cassandra for inviting him. Mona eagerly runs to her mom, who holds her in her arms. She then tells KangHyun that he doesn't need to be so nervous. She reveals that the reason she called him here today was to thank him because her daughter has been bothering him recently. KangHyun tries to be polite and says that Mona has not been bothering him, but Cassandra asks him if he is certain about that. She knows her daughter's personality very well, so it is obvious that she will be a nuisance to everyone. Their awkward conversation is interrupted by the nervous Timo, who asks the chief what made her think a mere human. Cassandra just turns around and acts surprised that Temu is here. She puts on her brightest smile, saying that she just thought that some idiot was trying to break the treaty by picking up a fight with a human. She says that since it was not some random idiot, but Temu, she is sure that he would never do anything like that. The old warrior chief gets embarrassed on hearing this, and he can only meekly agree with the leader. Cassandra just laughs, saying that a man as wise as him could never make such mistakes. Anyway, she says that now she will have to attend to her guest, so he should simply go back and mind his own business. Chu is seething in anger, and his clenched fist trembles, but he has no other option but to agree with the leader. Soon KangHyun finds himself in Cassandra's tent with other prominent beastmen. There she remarks that he must have had an unpleasant encounter earlier, and just as he entered the village at that, however, she asks him not to worry about it. She claims that the people of this village are not used to seeing humans, and it is not like they personally dislike him. That is already too uncomfortable for KangHyun, as he feels the curious gazes of the beast men on him. He feels that they will tear him to pieces just by staring at him. Kandra then says that while it is truly unusual for them to invite a human to their village, she really wanted to meet the protagonist of the rumors. KangHyun is curious about the rumors and Rice Cake gives him a disappointed side. Cassandra asks him if he has not heard the rumors yet because the entire forest is talking about the human who managed to tame a sacred white wolf. She says that a lot of beings have been watching over him in the forest and asks if he has never felt their gaze. Well, the only thing KangHyun feels on hearing this is embarrassment because he has just leered that he was an unwilling Twitch streamer. All this time his camping journey gave off the impression that he was a total noob, and that was being broadcast live to some people. However, Cassandra says that it is not important right now. She tells KangHyun to name anything he wants in return for taking care of her daughter. She claims that they are a tribe that always repays favors and debts. KangHyun nervously tells her that there is no need to go so far because all he did was share some food with the girl. He then says that he didn't want to show up empty-handed today as well. So he brought something. Well, Cassandra could already smell it, and she asks if the delicious smelling thing is in his bag. KangHyun takes out a tiffin box containing some boiled pork that he has made as a side dish. He claims that it is not much, and the amount won't be enough for everyone here. But Cassandra almost jumps on him as she says that he brought something too precious as a gift, and he is being too modest about it. However, she clearly heard KangHyun call it a side dish and asks if that means what she thinks. He nervously affirms, saying that he also brought an alcoholic drink that he doesn't think exists in this world. Well, Cassandra gladly takes the bottle of Korean rice wine and then eagerly asks KangHyun if this is how he tamed her daughter. It seems like he has tamed the beast mummy too. KangHyun can't give a coherent answer to that question. He then tells Cassandra that it will be better not to drink the wine right now because it shook a lot during their journey here and might explode because of it. On hearing the word explode, the beastmen get alert and furious. They try to attack KangHyun. Thinking that he gave something dangerous to their chief, they don't even give him the chance to explain himself and declare that he has finally shown his true colors. KangHyun somehow says that by explode he meant that the pressure inside the wine has built up and it may bubble up violently when opened. Well, Cassandra seems curious about that, so she violently shakes the bottle and then removes the cork to send the fizz flying everywhere. She is intrigued to see it and asks KangHyun if this is what he meant by explosion. However, she is quickly disappointed as the fizz dies out and KangHyun is somehow safe from being pummeled by the beastmen. Cassandra then directly gulps the wine and the beastmen are stunned by her recklessness. They are scared and they ask her how she can drink an unknown substance. They want to know if she is fine because the drink seemed really weird. Well, the only weird thing it does is make Cassandra burp loudly. She is pleased by the drink and then exclaims that humans are indeed very talented. She asks how they made this wine because it is slightly sweet and tank and the flavor is very deep. Its velvety texture makes her want to drink more and more of it. She has also started to crave the side dish and points at KangHyun's backpack, which is full of the boiled pork strips. She tries a piece of that meat and remarks that it has no bad smell, and its texture is also soft. She doesn't even need to chew it much before swallowing. Cassandra can't believe that this soft and moist thing is meat. She clears the entire box and says that she was so mesmerized by the taste that she wouldn't have noticed even if someone died right next to her. She declares that they will have to share this delicious food with everyone. But there is something else she needs to do before that. She suddenly apologizes to KangHyun, freaking out her subordinates who ask her how she can apologize to a human. Cassandra says that her tribe has been acting rudely in front of their guests, so it is only appropriate that she apologize. The two beastmen also realize their mistake on hearing this, and they apologize to KangHyun for overreacting earlier. He tells them that it is fine, but if things were left to Noah, that would change. He was planning on stabbing the two rude people with his spear if they did not stop, and even Rice Cake was furious. Noah says that there is no way that a human chosen by the Holy Wolf would bring something dangerous here. Cassandra declares that everything is water under the bridge. Now, since they have apologized and thanked KangHyun, it is time to party. She loudly yells to let all her tribe members know that they are going to organize a festival immediately. She declares that they should unleash their capabilities to the fullest since this festival is for their precious guests. She announces that the hunter who manages to catch the most delicious animal will be bestowed the title of Chu. KangHyun can only plug his ears to protect them from the loud noise, but the beastmen are super excited. They join their leader as she declares that they will show their guests that they have the best parties. Well, this is not good news for KangHyun. He is already tired and wonders why villagers everywhere love to party this much. Noah remarked that he was weak anyway. They arrived at the village of the beast tribe, and everyone was excited to see the humans while most people were just curious. There were some who were not accepting of the village chief's guest. The most notable among them was the warrior chief Temu, who immediately picked a fight with Noah. However, when Mona and Rice Cake also stood up against T, he was forced to back away. But more attention came to KangHyun. Just then, the village chief Cassandra arrived there. And amicably resolved the situation, she welcomed KangHyun to her tent and thanked him for taking care of her daughter. KangHyun had brought gifts for her too, which included some steaming pork belly and some fine vine. Cassandra enjoyed the meat and the vine, and then she realized the value of KangHyun's food. She thanked him again and apologized for the rude actions of her people. With that, she immediately made a decoration about a festival. She told everyone to hunt the most delicious prey they could, and the winner of the competition would be given the title of Chadu. The entire beast village erupted in howling and cheering, and KangHyun could only keep his ears closed. Soon after that, all the hunters are out of the village and KangHyun is left behind with Cassandra and the kids. Cassandra tells him that the term Chadu refers to the best hunter in the tribe. The person bestowed with that title has the honor to lead the tribe when the entire tribe goes out on a hunt. KangHyun now understands why everyone was so enthusiastic about the hunt earlier. In front of them, the beast children are running after each other without a care. Cassandra suddenly asks KangHyun if he likes to hunt, because then he can also participate in this competition as well. KangHyun can tell her with a calmness that reflects his experience that he is not fit for hunting. If he goes out now, he will be the one getting hunted instead. As a girl happily comes to Cassandra's side, she says that if she were not the tribe's leader, she would also have run into the forest immediately. But she has no choice because of her post. She has to stay behind and watch over the children. KangHyun volunteers to help her with taking care of the children, and before he can even complete the sentence, Cassandra eats away the girl who just came to her. KangHyun is left speechless now, and Cassandra asks him if he also wants to play with the kids. More beast kids have come to her to get their chance at being yeeted away playfully. And KangHyun realizes that he is not made for the wild from any angle. He says that he will just prefer to stay here. Cassandra replies that it will be better for him anyway because there is another issue with him. Just as she says this, a girl suddenly bites KangHyun's leg. He freaks out and Cassandra calmly explains that he is emitting a very delicious smell, so the kids might instinctively bite him. KangHyun screams, but the tribe leader laughs and assures him that it is fine because they don't eat humans like the barbarian orcs do. While KangHyun is struggling to get the girl to leave his leg, he suddenly hears a loud thud. He looks ahead wondering what is going on when he suddenly sees what caused it. There is a dead and injured tiger monster lying in front of them, and someone is freaking out on seeing it because it is a powerful monster from the western part of the forest. The tiger is incredibly hard to catch because of its great speed, but the warrior chief Temu has successfully caught it. Cassandra applauds his achievement, saying that Temu is indeed an expert hunter. The old beastman says that she is praising him too much, and then Cassandra asks KangHyun if he also thinks that Tu caught a really splendid prey. Tu cries to be condescending and tells the village chief that this question might be a bit insensitive because KangHyun might never have seen a monster like this. He laughs, saying that even his pride could have been hurt. KangHyun can only stare at his sarcasm, which is so blunt that anyone with a single functioning brain cell can see it. However, instead of fighting back, KangHyun thinks that it is better to go along with it. He tells Tamu that he caught a fascinating and cute prey, and that hurts the old warrior chief's pride. He asks KangHyun how dare he insult him, and even Cassandra asks if he really thinks that this tiger is cute. KangHyun and nervously asks if she doesn't think it is cute because it has soft fur and 4 legs. He says that he found it cute because Rice Cake only catches the most ugly and GRTE creatures. No sooner had he said it, Rice Cake was already there with his haul. It is a giant purple serpent that completely outscales the previous player's Temu. Turns around, he freaks out because it is the infamous magic beast that spews paralyzing poison when approached, and even the most powerful warriors cannot defeat it alone. Rice Cake just looks at Yu's prey and then gives him the smuggest of all smug smirks, infuriating him even further. Meanwhile, Mona is also on her way back after catching a small raccoon. She is thinking happy thoughts about her mom and KangHyun being proud of her for catching the prey. However, as she sees the tiger and the giant serpent in front of her, she drops the animal from her jaws. She starts crying just as Noah returns with his prey. He says that even though Rice Cake is just a pup, he is still a holy wolf. However, he has also hunted a giant animal, and that makes him confident that it will not be so easy to write him off from the competition. Soon everyone returns after hunting their prey, and Cassandra is ready to announce the result. All the parties eagerly await her decision. Meanwhile, Mona's raccoon gets up and starts running, so she chases after it. Finally, Cassandra declares the name of the warrior who received the rank of Chadu today. The warrior is a seemingly ordinary girl named Hammond who has caught a bird. Well, no one is able to believe it, not even Hammond, who is not even expecting to be near the top. Temu is flustered and asks Cassandra how she can give the title of Chadu to someone who just hunted down a bird. Cassandra tells him and the other warriors that they are misunderstanding something here. She never told them to hunt the strongest animal, But she asked them to catch the most delicious game. Both Tamu and Noah flinch on hearing that. And then Cassandra says that a hunter cannot be called amazing just because he is good at hunting. She says that to be worthy of the title of Chadu, they must also have the ability to select their prey according to the required purpose. She asks if there is anyone who disagrees with her decision. No one opposes her, and Noah tells Cassandra that she is absolutely right. But the beastman standing next to him can see that his face looks like he will cry anytime now. Anyway, Cassandra yells that since the Chadu has been decided, it's time to start a fire and commence the feast. Everyone begins cheering for the Chadu, and the poor Hammond doesn't know how to react. At least KangHyun is happy with this result, because if Rice Cake had won the title, he would have earned even more scornful gazes. He thinks that now he should just quietly enjoy the feast. Until it is time to go home, however, there is neither quiet nor enjoyment for him at the feast. The beastmen are enjoying themselves, but KangHyun is being so heavily bothered by the bad smell that all joy has left his life. Cassandra asks him if the party isn't exciting, and he replies that he cannot hear her because of the bad smell. These are the symptoms. I used to tell my mum when I didn't want to go to school. Well, everywhere in the village is roasting over an open fire, and it smells really bad. And KangHyun wonders if they don't even have a tinge of spices in the entire village. He wonders how everyone is grilling the meat so happily despite the terrible smell, and they are even beastmen with sharp noses. At that, Cassandra is eating a huge piece of meat, and KangHyun asks her if the meat doesn't taste fishy if she eats it like that. Cassandra replies that meat always tastes fishy, and only the meat that he brought was rather special. She says that it was so delicious that it disappeared in a matter of seconds. As a thank you for that, she tells KangHyun that he can eat as much as he wants. However, Cassandra's daughter Mona is not in the mood to eat anything. Cassandra pokes her, asking what happened, because she used to love meat. Even Rice Cake is at his wit's end, because he has never been surrounded by more foul smells and untasty food before. KangHyun silently asks him to endure for a bit longer. The beastmen already don't think too highly of humans, and he is sure that if he tries to meddle here, things will only get worse. Just then, Cassandra shoves a piece of meat into his mouth, telling him to eat before it gets cold, and KangHyun finally snaps. He declares that he will cook everything, and Cassandra says that the guest should stay back and enjoy himself. However, KangHyun is already in business mode. He tells Rice Cake to find him some sour edible fruits, and the wolf pup immediately leaves on the mission. KangHyun then pulls out his toolbox in the cooktop, which surprises everyone. Well, he should have asked if they have bigger utensils in the village, because that little thing won't be able to prepare even one beastman portion. Anyway, KangHyun gets cooking. He cooks the meat on high heat until the outside becomes crispy. Then he puts it in a pot and pours some alcohol over it. Next, he aggressively plucks some berries from a branch that Rice Cake has brought for him and puts them into the pot. After that, he waits for 30 minutes as the meat cooks in the alcohol. While KangHyun is fully focused on his work, everyone else creeps behind him to see the result. He lifts the lid of the pot and reveals a finely cooked piece of meat. He shows everyone that even the color of the meat is different. Now he then angrily makes slices of the meat. But then he suddenly relaxes as he realizes that it is not smelling that bad. He begins analyzing the ingredients and remarks that the fruit is a bit too strong, and the meat is also not like regular pork. He failed to control the heat and cooking time because of that, and he plans to try it again. However, Cassandra has already taken a piece of meat and eaten it. She can't believe that this is the meat that her tribe people caught because it tastes like the meat KangHyun brought. She says that it doesn't taste fishy and is incredibly tender. She asks KangHyun if he is still unsatisfied with the results, and he affirms. He says that he is a chef and his job is to make things as delicious as possible. He tells everyone to get ready because he is going to take over the cooking from now on. On hearing this, Cassandra suddenly burst into laughter. She can't decide whether KangHyun is bold or timid, but she likes him a lot. However, she tells him that feeding the whole tribe will be a lot of work, and she can't let their guests do that. She calls the beastmen skilled in cooking and asks them if they saw everything. KangHyun nervously says that since the meat is different, it won't be easy, but the beastmen have already gotten to work. They examine the different types of meat, sour fruits available to them, and even their alcohol. Cassandra tells KangHyun to let them worry about everything else because it is their responsibility to cook the prey they catch anyway. She thanks KangHyun for showing them such generosity. So in the end, she didn't let him cook. KangHyun still helped around a bit, giving the beast chefs some tips and suggestions. Everyone enjoyed themselves and the party got over in the evening. Noah serves as KangHyun's guide on the way back, and Cassandra comes to see him off with her daughter on her shoulders. She tells KangHyun that she wanted to give him a proper send-off, but everyone is hungover. After the party, she presents him with a small whistle and says that it is proof of his friendship with the beastmen. Cassandra asks him to call them whenever they need it. Because he is a friend of their tribe, now KangHyun is happy, and thanks her while thinking about this experience that he will never forget. For many reasons, he thinks that he can't experience things like this in his daily life, and he won't be able to witness anything this spectacular when he gets home. Well, never say never. As KangHyun returns home, he finds a disguised old man in front of his restaurant asking if there are any empty tables here. He is shocked to see him, and he thinks that even his daily life is not completely unremarkable. KangHyun coldly and distantly welcomes the old man to his restaurant and asks him what he wants. Meanwhile, he is thinking that he has not installed a necessary item in his store. Yet anyway, the old man tells him that they will start with cold water, in fact the coldest he has, because he is sweating heavily because of all the heavy leather he is wearing on this warm sunny day. Well, as KangHyun looks at him again, he once again thinks about the necessary item, which turns out to be a security alarm. He wonders how much it would cost, because right now it seems like a good investment. The old man doesn't seem to notice his suspicions and hesitation, and he keeps on saying that he had only heard about it. But he was not actually expecting a restaurant to be here. He wants to order immediately, and judging by his way of talking, KangHyun thinks that he is not from the village. The man says that he wants to have vongole, and he wants it to be made from fettuccine. Those words leave KangHyun flabbergasted, and he instantly does a 180 on his attitude about the shady customer. He apologizes and says that they don't have any fettuccine right now. The old man says that it is fine because he was asking just in case. However, KangHyun tells him that instead of fettuccine they have linguine, and the old man's eyes widen. KangHyun asks him if he will be satisfied with linguine, and he asks him to use it. Well, you might be wondering what these fancy sounding names are. Actually, they are different types of pastas. KangHyun never thought that someone would come to this remote place and order fettuccine. In particular, fettuccine is a thick and flat pasta, and linguine is slightly less thick than it, but more thick than normal pasta. Since the old man wanted his pasta like he wants his girls thick, KangHyun offered him linguine as it was the best he had after fettuccine. He thinks that most people in this place don't even know the names of different types of pasta shapes, but the customer right now had a very specific order. As he cooks, Kang thinks that maybe the old man really likes Western food. He roasts some clams along with garlic and oil and then pours some wine over them. It has been a long time since KangHyun has been asked to make something fancy, and he plans to use this chance to show off his skills fully. He soon completes the vongole pasta and presents it to the customer. The customer is impressed by the look of the dish, and he gradually takes the first bite. He finds that the flavor of clams is strong, but it doesn't taste fishy at all. It also has the right amount of spices that bring the savoriness forward. He is certain that this is not the skill of any regular restaurant owner. He looks at KangHyun and thinks that he was not expecting such high-level pasta from a countryside village. He sees great skill in KangHyun and thinks that he can do something special that he needs done. The old man gets up and asks KangHyun if he can talk to him for a second, and he turns around. The TV is on, and it loudly talks about a famous painter called Young Jahun, who has once again left his mark on the world of art with his latest painting. The famous painter is giving a speech about the last art festival he attended and the opportunities he got after that. Just as the customer hears this, he quickly hides his face, and KangHyun is confused. He nervously asks him if there is any problem with the food, and the man tells him not to mind it later. He finishes his food and tells KangHyun that it was very delicious. He says that he never thought he would be able to eat proper Italian food so far out in the countryside. KangHyun replies that it is the same for him because the old man was the first person to ask for a specific pasta shape. He asks him if he likes Italian food, and the man replies that he used to eat it a lot when he went studying abroad. KangHyun understands the reasons now and thanks the customer because he was able to show off his skills. Because of him, after a long time, he tells the man that he can cook anything Italian, and he asks him to visit the restaurant again. On hearing this, the customer asks him if he can make mindstone. KangHyun knows that it is a traditional Italian soup with pasta and vegetables. It is an easy toke dish and is typically eaten while being shared with the whole family. Well, KangHyun is certain that his customer knows Italian food well, and he excitedly asks him if he wants it now. He is raring to show his skill and says that he can prepare it in 30 minutes if he wants it on the go. The man tells him that he will come again tomorrow and tells KangHyun that he should make it then. KangHyun is a bit disappointed that he will have to wait, but says that he will prepare for it in advance. The customer thanks him and adds that he is not the type of person to make such requests. But since he saw great skill in KangHyun, he could not stop him. He takes off his glasses and introduces himself as Young Jun, paying special emphasis to his name. KangHyun is confused, but he introduces himself in return. Jahun is shocked to see that KangHyun didn't recognize him, even after he was shown on TV. Just now he asks KangHyun if he doesn't watch TV, and he replies that he doesn't really. The old painter is a little taken aback and decides to leave so that he can come again tomorrow. KangHyun is still confused about why the customer suddenly introduced himself. When his attention goes to the TV, he sees that the program is talking about the famous painter Young Jae-hoon, and a documentary on his life is also in production. KangHyun is stunned to learn about this, and he lets out a scream to express his shock, which startles the poor white rice. The next day, KangHyun apologizes to Jun for not recognizing him yesterday, and he stutters as he says that he is a fan of his works. Jae-hoon would rather believe the words of a politician than this, and he asks KangHyun if he would believe the same if he were in his place. KangHyun admits that he would not, and then the old man tells him not to worry about it. He says that he came to the countryside because he didn't like being treated as someone special. He says that he has become quite arrogant too. KangHyun tries to say that it was not what he meant, but Jun looks outside the window and gets lost in the thoughts of his past. He says that perhaps he wanted to be reminded of the old times when he was still passionate and humble about KangHyun's cooking. Soon KangHyun prepares the Mindstone soup that Jun ordered. Once again, Jun finds the soup very delicious, but the look on his face is quite plain. KangHyun complains that he is eating like he doesn't care about the taste. Jae-hoon is not really surprised to see KangHyun staring at his face from across the table. He assures KangHyun that the soup is really delicious and he has never had it so good in Korea before. It is so good that it can be sold in authentic restaurants in Italy. However, it is different from the taste Jun is looking for. He says that he ate Mindstone a lot during his time studying abroad. KangHyun asks him to elaborate, and Jun says that it has been dozens of years. Since then, he went to Italy with only a dream to become a good painter and had no money to his name at all. He did all sorts of jobs to keep afloat, and even after that, buying a bottle of paint proved to be too difficult back then. All he could eat was some pasta and a pinch of salt. Jun says that he was having a hard time, but his pride was too strong to let him bow down and ask for leftover vegetables in the market. However, whenever he managed to sell a painting he ate out at a restaurant, it was not fine dining, but it was still something that gave him a sense of accomplishment in those days. A bowl of Mindstone full of vegetables was the most precious thing to him. Jun says that at the end of his struggle days, he got a good opportunity and left Italy, and ever since then he has been avoiding Italian food. However, after some time passed, he realized something. He realized that painful memories of the harsh past are still his own. To properly relive them, he wanted to have that cheap Mindstone soup again. He begins talking about how things always appear better and sweeter in memories, and starts getting up. He says that the soup he had in Italy could not have tasted much different. KangHyun asks him if he doesn't think that he can find the same taste if he looks for it. Jun says that he doesn't think he can find it, and then thanks him for the food and for listening to his rambling. However, KangHyun is not ready to give up. Jun's story about surviving in a foreign country all alone resonates greatly with him, and he wonders what he could compare the Mindstone soup within his own journey. He suddenly asks Jun if he can describe the taste of the soup in detail to him. Jun tells him that the soup was not as delicious as the one he made, and the broth was thicker. They ate cheap vegetables, so the taste was bound to be average. But it was still refreshing. Also, it tasted slightly fishy. Jun then asks KangHyun if he knows about the town called Amalfi, which is a coastal town in Italy. He says that maybe it was because it was a fishing town that even the vegetables had a fishy taste. There, KangHyun is lost deep in thoughts now, and he asks Jun if he can spare some time tomorrow so that he can taste his Mindstone soup. Once again later, KangHyun begins preparing to make a Mindstone that will be exactly like Jun wanted, and as always, white rice is there to help him out. KangHyun is thinking out loud that the ingredients for the soup differ from place to place and family to family. He recalls that Jun told him that the soup had a thick broth, a fishy taste, and no meat in it. That is a matter of concern for him because the soup tasted fishy even though it only had vegetables in it. He researches online about the possible causes. Suddenly, he gets an idea. KangHyun wonders if an Italian fish stew called kako was used as the base of the soup. That also forces him to wonder if the refreshing taste of the Mindstone Jun ate came from a combination of seafood stew and tomatoes. However, Jun was knowledgeable enough, so KangHyun believes that he would have known if he had a CXO. KangHyun begins to wonder if the painter was remembering a different taste because of a faulty memory. He then starts searching for the town called Amalfi that Jun mentioned, and what he finds stuns him. KangHyun looks at the pictures of Amalfi and thinks that it is a beautiful coast town. He sees the sea and notices something, and then starts saying that Jun might have an even sharper memory than him. After that, we see him sitting on the bench looking at his laptop, and he was thinking about something. He said to himself, Jung Jin-hoon's memories. After that, he smiles, and he says might be even more precise than I had initially thought. We see that a very sunny day, and sun flames we are blazing in the sky. After that, we see Mek. He was in the farm working. He was full of sweating, and he was working in the farm fields. After that, we see him working along with a lot of people in the farm. After that, he wiped his sweats with his hands, and he said, "Mr. Lee, you are dead meat." After that, we see him calling his granny, and we see that he was holding the bunch of potatoes in the bucket in his hands, and he said, "Granny, I dug up all the potatoes in that area." After that, we see him talking to his granny about the ducking the potatoes in salted area, and when he told his granny that he does up all the potatoes, his granny was quite surprised by him. She said, "Are you already done? Are you not tired at all?" Shifted continued a conversation with him, and she said, "You are stronger than you look." After listening to that, he started laughing and he zoned out. After that, he was thinking about something and he was talking to himself. He said, "Now I think about it, I did get noticeable as stronger." After that, he even said, "That is it because I run every day in the morning because of Randolph's training." After that, we see when he was talking to himself, Granny said, "It will be time to eat soon, you can rest for a while." Further, she pointed out towards his friend who was extremely tired and what's sitting behind the granny, and she said, "That friend of yours has been sitting there for a while too." After that, we see both of them laughing moderately at his friend, and he replied, "It's fine, what can I do next?" After that, we see his friend, he was completely mad at him, he said, and he was talking to himself, "Keep working, and I will look for a place to host your funeral." But when he was talking to himself, he listened that, and he said, "Oh, so now you are openly threatening murder." After that, we see the beautiful farm field, and the both were sitting at the side of the wall, holding the bowl in respect of their hands and eating food together. After that, we see when the both were eating their food, his friend started talking to him, and he said, "I should have realized when you were preparing for that huge breakfast." After listening to him, his friend made a little joke, and he said, "I know, right, don't stop coming here without noticing." After listening to that, his friend went mad, and he said, "Making me work during my precious vacation, that's not how I raise you." He was complaining about he had to work during his vacations because of him. After listening to him, his friend just smiled, and he said, "I don't recall you raising me." After that, we see everyone in the farm, they were sitting together and eating their food made by him, and they always enjoying it and like that. After that, we see that both were also eating their food, and he said, "All right, sorry, what do you want for dinner? Name it and I will make it for you." After listening to that, his friend smiled, and he said, "What do I want to eat?" And he started thinking about that, and after a while he replied, "I want to have jambalaya." After listening to that, he was shocked, and he said, "Jambalaya? That American street food?" He further extended the conversation, and he said, "I expected you to ask me to make something expensive and difficult." After that, he said, "I share you want to eat that?" After that, with friend smile at him, and he said, "Yes, I want to eat that, I am craving that for today." After that, the both came to home, and his friend wanted to eat the dish, so that started preparing for the dish he wanted to eat. After we see him cooking in the kitchen for his dish. After that, we see him cooking in the kitchen, and we see him shallow frying shrimps. After that, we see his friend, he came to him, and he was curious and asked him, "Why are you frying shrimp shells?" He confronted him and asked that why he was frying shrimp shells. And after that, he replied it was for stock. And further, he said it's a waste to throw them away, so I thought I would just use them. Further, he explained his friend how to make a stock from shrimp shells. He said if you make stock with shrimps, the intestine will come out. Further also said that it gives stock a savor and nettery flavor. After that, he put aside the boiling shrimp stock and started grilling the sausages. After that, he started explaining the process, and he said, when the sausages are ready, add chicken. When that is cooked, add rice. After that, he added the rice and the chicken rice. After that, he said, add the pre-cut vegetables and pour in some sauce and the stock. After you put in the cooked shrimp, close the lid and wait for a minute. After completed all the steps, he mentioned finally the dish he was preparing was ready to eat. After that, they both were sitting on the dining table to eat that dish, and he said that this to his dog as well. After that, his friend noticed that he served his dog as well. He said, is it okay to serve the jambalaya? He replied, yes, it's for the dogs. His friend replied, really? That's nice. But have you always liked jambalaya? He replied, it's my first time hearing about this dish. After listening to that, his friend said to him, I guess you don't remember this. This is the dish you made for me for the first time when you came over my house for the first time. He replied, did I? After that, they both continued eating and continued the conversation between both of them, and his friend said we wanted to eat out, but you insisted to make something at home. Further, he said that we didn't even have a lot of ingredients at home back then. After that, he told him about everything that happened in past, and he said you made it right there without any hesitation. After that, they both started talking to each other and eating the food together. And after that, his friend smiled at him, and he said I was very dumb because it tasted very good. He further said that even the rice had the touch of umami. The seafood and vegetables were well seasoned, and that sweet, spicy, and salty taste was better than anything we would have bought that day. He further continued the conversation with him, and he said that, and indeed it's still delicious after all this time. Beat back them, or right now it's still super delicious. After that, the boat continued eating, and he was telling that how delicious in the food was. Further, he said to him, that's why you definitely will succeeded. After that, his friend continued praising him for his cooking skills, and he said, I become certain of your success long ago after that first bite. And you know that I don't say empty words, right? After he contained the constitution with him, and he said, I am sure your sense of test will come back soon. After listening to him, he said, I guess I already told you about it coming back. His friend replied, when did you tell that to me? After that, he smiled at him, and he replied, it hasn't been long. It's not bad completely, but I am halfway there. After that, his friend listened to him, and he replied, healing in the countryside is quite effective, it seems. After that, he said, how can you forget to tell me about that? After that, he said, anyways, are you going back to Seoul then? After that, he made a weird face, and he said, I don't know yet, and its dog was looking at him and the both were staring at each other. After that, we see him talking to himself, and he said, I did not want to return at first because I was scared of returning. I further said that to himself, I have come to like my life here. After that, his friend listened to everything that he said, and out of suddenly he stretched his hands to help his face, and he offered him cold drink, and he was completely shocked. But that and his friend said, yes, there is no need to rush into decisions. Your sense of test hasn't recovered fully yet. He for that smiled at him, and he said, let's just celebrate Lee's successful countryside life. After listening to that, he also smiled, and he also grabbed the can and cheers with him. And he continued the conversation with its friend, and he said that thank you for congratulating me this warmly. I don't really know how to respond to that. After that, to both cheers and started eating together and celebrating that little moment they are spending. Decide together on the floor, and even his pet was the roaming around them, and they started talking, he said, so they really was a feast. He replied, yeah, you can't imagine how flustered I was. You really have been enjoying your stay here, haven't you? After that, we see him training in the forest with some old guy, and the both were fighting to each other with wooden swords. Basically, they were training. After that, that old guy defeated him by landing an attack on him and triggering his sword far away, and he accepted his defeat as well. He was shocked that this old Garen defeated him in very shorts for one of time. After that, he loved at him, and he said, looks like you managed to last longer for about 1 second more than last time you did. And he was praising and teasing him at the same time. He for the loved and smiled at, he said, your stamina has been drastically improving than I expected. After that, he said, with your skills that you have right now, you are able to stand 5 seconds against our youngest knights. After that, he was completely sad, and he was looking at his sure hands, and his hands were scratched by that attack, and due to the Had's training, he has been training for a quite amount of time. And after listening to that old man, he replied, that means all the defeated in 5 seconds, right? After that, we see him talking to himself, and he said, it's been 6 months since I started to learning swordsmanship from Randolph every now and then. He further continued the conversation with him, and he said that although I have been learning swordsmanship to defend myself, I haven't been properly able to stand my own against him. Talking to himself for while High grasped his sword, which was on the ground, and eastwards the wooden sword, he grabbed the sword, and he said that now I will use a bit more strength in this round, so watch out. He said that in very attitude and swag, but in reality he was holding sword with shaking his hands, and Hyun said that I am barely holding on the. And when the both were above to start around 2 to practice for their swordsmanship skill, he sensed someone's presence in the jungle, and he noticed that someone is coming towards them, but that presence was familiar to him. Even the mech asked him what happened. After that, we see some monster-like entity coming from the forest, and he said, impressive, you sent my presence. After that, we see a tall, masculine, feel-like monster coming out of the jungle, and he was standing in front of both of them, and on the right shoulder of that entity, there is little cute monster sitting. After looking at them, IMC recognized both of them, and he said Noah and Mona. After that, Mona looked at Randolph and started running towards him. But he jumped towards her and grabbed her. Meanwhile, the old man asked that the Beastman warrior is someone who know. After listening to that old man, he replied, yes, I know him, he is the one who delivered his village invitation last time. After that, he looked at the old man, and he said that so there are some human warriors like you still left. But he was talking in his own language that old man couldn't understand what he was trying to say. After that, we see that old man didn't understand anything that he said, but he replied, what a fierce gaze you have. So basically, old man wouldn't understand what he was saying, so he looked at him and told him to tell him that easy interested in his training. After that, he made a weird face and looked at him, and he said that can't you just ask him yourself? And we see that Mona was trying to play with Randolph. The old man listened to him carefully, and he replied, I want to, but we don't own a translation artifact like you do. After that, they both were looking at him for to translate so they both can have conversation with each other. After that, Noah said that what has this human being saying ever since earlier. He also wanted to get to know that what he was trying to say Sudeep. Both were waiting for him to translate so they both can actually talk to each other. After that, we see that he was surprised to hear the word translation artifact. He even said that what a translation artifact, and we can see that Mona jump on his another shoulder and sitting there, and he was pushing Mona. After that, Noah said that were not you able to communicate with me, desperate being from another arena thanks to an artifact. He reminded him about the artifact, and now he reckoned about the artifact, and he was talking to himself, and he said now that he mentions it, I never asked myself how I was communicating with him. After that, we see him, he was very confused, and after that we see that old man said that he probably came here to see you for some specific reason. He further continued the conversation, and he said that we were near the end of today's training anyway. So let's wrap it up here. Make sure to improve your stamina more for next time. He said that to him, and he collected his sword and gears and he left. After that, he looked at Noah and he started talking to him. He asked him that what brings you here? He replied, Mona wanted to come here, I just tagged along. After that, he asked him that are you learning swordsmanship from him? After listening to him, he said what? Yeah, it somehow ended up like this. After that, we see him, he started playing with Randolph and Mona. And while he was playing with both of them, he answered Noah's question. He said he started to teach me because I shared my food with him. He further continued the conversation with him, and he said, well, I should be thankful to him for teaching me such precious skills. Ha 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 ha. After listening to that, Noah went speechless. He stood there for a quite while. After that, he called his name, and he said, I also received food from you once. He replied, yes, you mean the shrimps? Oh, that was. When he was about to complete his sentence, Noah said that you also gifted our mileage some meat. After that, he said that makes it to instances. So no recall that how he helped him, that he served him shrimp, and he also gave some meat to his village. After that, we see that Lee seems confused. He didn't understand what is going on, and after that, Noah said it's only right for me to return this kindness. After listening to him, he said that no, not at all, I am absolutely fine, and he said that to himself, what's with this on me feeling? After that, Noah made a weird face and looked at him, and he said, no, this is my repayment. I will teach you beastman martial arts. So no one just wanted to repay, and he just wanted to make him show gratitude. After that, we see Lee talking to himself, and he said, why are my gut feelings always right? After that, Noah looked at him very angry, and he said, I am more than satisfied with this swordsmanship though. But no, I said, are you saying that beastman martial arts are inferior to human swordsmanship? Lee was kind of scared, and he made a weird face and looked at Nova, and he said, and he was so scared that he just said, I'm looking forward to it. When can I start? After listening to him, Noah said, that's better. If you want, we can start right now. He continued the conversation with him, and he said that beastman martial arts are the strongest in the world. He further said that starting this instance, I'm going to teach you the very basics of the martial art. After that, we see him, the Noah, telling Lee all the basic stuff about the beastman martial art. But Lee was completely scared, and he started talking to himself. He said, well, I already go through hell during training, so it can't be much worse, right? When he was talking to himself, Noah called him, and he said, now then get down beastman martial arts, start with the most basic running on 4 limbs. After that, Noah told him to get down and stand on 4 limbs, so leave us in an awkward position now. No, Lee was on his foot, limbs, and looking at Noah. He said, run up to the mountains in that position, ready, set, go. No just told him to run towards the mountain. After listening to that, Lee was completely shocked. After that, we see Noah showed him how to do that on 4 limbs. After that, we see him sleeping on his bed with his bed, and both were cuddling each other. And after that, he opened his eye and holding pillows in his hands, and he said to himself, I don't want to get up because of all these muscle pain. After he finally gets up, and he was stretching his arms and whole body, and he said, I never thought that there could be training more exhausting than Randolph's. He further said that if rice cake had not licked away the pain, I wouldn't have been able to get up today. After that, we see, he said rice cake really had some kind of healing effect, and he was thanking his pet rice cake and praising him for helping him. After that, we see him, he looked at rice cake, and he was stretching his arms. He said that level could also recover the dignity I lost as a human when he recalled what training he went through with Noah. After that, he went to kitchen and he opened a box was kept there. And he said, let's just organize things. And he started to open the box. After that, he said, that reminds me the beast. We are not using spices at all. And we see that him staring at the mortal. And it reminded him that the beastmen don't use spices. After that, he said that to himself, does the concept of spice not exist in the other world? After that, he said no. Randolph knew about some basics by when he was remembering all the past memory he spent with Randolph and Noah. After that, he said, that means only the beastmen don't have the necessary knowledge about spices. After that, he continued talking to himself, and he said eating meat like they do is straight up insult. Should I just give them a few sources? He was thinking that he should help them. But he thinks that, but it's not like I can give them sources whenever they run out. It would be great if they could find spices in their own world. After that, he relaxed something important, and he said there should be some spices in Randolph Village, right? After that, we see the beautiful image of the Randolph, and he said I was just planning to stop by and ask him. But we greet the captain's friend. After that, we see him arriving to the end of village with him. Everyone was standing there to salute him, and they said I didn't expect him to welcome me like this. It feels like he has been eagerly waiting for this day, and we see that Randolph, Lee, and Rice Cake have been arrived there. After that, we see that he was completely shocked by seeing that welcome, and he was glad as well, and after that he said, Randolph, what is this? Randolph started laughing, and he said it's just normal training, I just had them train here. But he said that's abuse of power, but Randolph said I didn't say it out loud, but I was kind of sad. Our relationship is so much deeper, yet you visited the Beastman village first. Although you came here for the Beast Man, let me treat you properly. Since you are here after that, we can see that Trend Pot kind of jealous that Lee had went to Beastman village first before the Randolph village. After that, we see three of them walking and talking to each other. After that, he asked, are all the soldiers here your subordinates? Randall replied, didn't. I tell you that I was the captain of the night order? He listened everything carefully, and he replied, I didn't realize that your rank was this high. Gave him inside eye after he said that. After that, he said, it's too early to be surprised. I have prepared one more thing for you. And after that, we see them walking towards the main gate, and when they were near the main gate, we see someone holding the stick in hand with a hood on standing in front of them. Waiting for them eagerly. After that, we see some old person looking at them, and he said, it's that him? He asked that to Randolph, that is that him? Answered, yes, Sir Romain, he replied. Are you sure this all you want? I don't grant favors often. He said, I leave him to you. After that, we see that person removing his hood to make his face clear to them, and he said, if that's what you want to bait. After that, we see by looking all this leave was completely shocked, surprised at the same time. He talked to himself, that cloak, that stuff, that beard, he was completely amazed by seeing all that things. And he said that that person is obviously a mage. After that, we see that old man talking to him, and he said, friend, welcome to our territory. After that, he started introducing himself to Lee, and he said, I am Mage Roman, and I will be shooting out fireworks to welcome you. Leave was completely shocked and surprised, and he was so glad that he get to see a real mage. He even said that to himself, a real mage. How fascinating. After that, we see that old man, he held his dick in his hands facing towards the sky, and he cast some spell, and he blew out the firework with his magic, and it was so satisfying and fascinating to watch. After that, we see that Leave was completely flustered by seeing that. He couldn't believe what just has happened in front of his eyes. He was so glad to see that. Not just Leave, but all the people around them. They all were glad to see that magic, and they were so happy that this old man casted a spell and blew out the sparkles in the sky. He said, oh my gosh, amazing. After that, he noticed that the old man wasn't happy. Lee confronted him, and he asked, you don't look that surprised. He said, have you seen magic before? As expected of Randolph's friend, you're not an average guy. But after that, we see Leave. He was completely zoned out, and he was talking to himself, imagining fake scenarios in his mind. He thinks that magic is more efficient than fire, worse than he thinks that firework is more efficient than magic. After that, we see Randolph's city, and we see that Lee and Randolph with roaming around the city. And after that, we see Randolph and him talking to each other, and Randolph said, oh, not bad, those clothes suit you too. By listening to that, Leave was kind of surprised, and he said, you would have stood out too much in your usual attire. The market stretches across these wool road, so take your time and look around. After that, Randolph continued the conversation, and he said, I've got to go visit this territory's lord for a bit. We will be attending a party in the evening, so I will pick you up. After that, we see that Ri told him to roam around the city all by himself because he has to go to somewhere else. But there is some party at the evening, so he wanted him to join the party, and he will be up in the evening. But after that, we see Wen was trying to explain him. Everything we see that Lee was completely zoned out. He was completely mesmerized by the beautiful village and the streets and the shop and everything. After that, Ri said, "You are not listening." But Lee was lost in his own mind. He said, "I have been looking forward to it since he mentioned this market." After that, we see him roaming around the market, and he was talking to himself. He said, "But I wasn't expecting so much variety." After that, we see him came across to a shop, and he sees some chill, and he said, "Wow, it looks like a peperoncino, but it has herbal scent." He picked this in his hand, and he was smelling it. And he also said that I can't tell by this smell alone. I wonder what this is used for. And when he was looking at that spice and thinking what it used for, and he was so amazed by that, we see that someone speaking from behind him, and he said it is usually put in steves in warmer areas. It's also sometimes just simply boiled in water. And when he looked back, who said that it's none other than that old person, the old magician. He said, "Sir Roman, why are you?" And when he was about to complete his sentence, he stopped him, and he said, "Renda asked me to escort you. But he said I was wondering why you needed an escort just to look around the market." But I see now that he was right. So he continued the conversation. And he said, "Anyway, do you need lammy?" After that, that old man called the shopkeeper, and he said, "Excuse me, please pack some of this for this young man here." But he tried to stop him, and he said, "No, it's fine." But he said, "Don't worry about it. I have more than enough money." After that, shopkeeper packed some of them and gave it to them. After that, he asked, "Do you need anything else?" After that, he was so glad that he did that, and he said, "Your reaction this time is much better than when I showed you magic." After that, we see the beautiful fountain. And after that, they both were sitting somewhere on the bench under the tree, and he said, "Thank you for buying me so many things." The old man replied, "No need to thank me. I only focus on my research, so I don't really spend my money." He said, "Still, I'm thankful that you did that for me." And after that, he was talking to himself, and he held the bag full of spices. And he said, with this many spices, creating different kind of dishes should be possible. After that, that old man asked him, "But what do you need so many spices for?" He replied, "I want to study them, old man. Listen everything carefully." And he said, "Oh, are you preparing to write a thesis?" After that, we see him laughing, and he said, "It's nothing as grand as that." And they both were having a good conversation about everything in spices. And he was so glad that that old man bought him the spices he really needed. After that, he smiled at him, and he said, "I just want to help some new friends enjoy their meals more." Further continued the conversation, and he said, "The spice here are different from the one I am used to, so I want to get familiar with them." First, the old man replied, "I see." And after that, we see your rice cake has fallen asleep. After that, we see him talking to himself, and he said, "I now understand why a white wolf is accompanying." And after that, when they both were talking to each other, he made a weird face, and in a quiet sound, he asked, "Sir, aren't you hungry after all that walking?" He opened the tiffin in his hands and offered it to the old man, and he said, "Here, I made this. Please try it." And after that, we see he offered that food to old man, and he said it's something called pancakes, and it's quite delicious, you should write. But after that, we see the old man was talking to himself, and he said, "I'm not that hungry, but I should try one for the sake of being polite." After that, we see when he offered him the pancakes in the tiffin, the old man accepted it, and he took them in his hand, and he said, "Thank you," and he ate that. But after eating that, he was completely shocked by that, and he was so happy that he didn't even eat something like that. And he started talking to himself, and he was very surprised. After eating that, he said, "I thought it was some kind of thin bread, but it's completely different. What is this? Though I have never seen this vegetable before, I rather like its unfamiliar aroma." He also said that dough is moist and chilly, but it disappears in a flash. After that, he said, "This is tasty," and he looked at him, and he just said, "This is tasty, and can I have more?" Lee replied, "Of course you can have all of it." And after that, he was so glad that he get to eat all of that. After that, we see him, he started eating them. And he said, "How long has it been since last ate food for its test?" He even said that I am at the age at which eating becomes bothersome after all. And when he was eating, and he was happy and talking to himself, he asked him, "You seem very hungry. Do you want more?" But we see him talking to himself, and he said, "How scary. This thing called pancakes." And when he was eating all the pancakes, he asked, "I have been meaning to ask, why do I need to be escorted while looking around the market?" He asked that question to the old man. He said, "Is it because of big pockets and thieves?" The old man replied, "Those are the lesser evil. After that, we see when they both were talking to each other, Rice. Cake suddenly started raging and growling towards someone. Lee tried to pat him, and he asked what's wrong, but old man explained him white wolves are a scared species that appear in our folklores, and he was explaining him everything that has happened. After that, we see the bunch of people were standing next in front of them, and we see a guy wearing a different kind of clothes with the glasses on, and a lot of women wearing the same kind of clothes as him trending in front of them. After that, the old man continued his conversation with him, and he said, however, that doesn't mean that everyone thinks that they are holy beings, especially if they believe in God. After that, we see Rice. Cake has changed something, the enormous behavior around him, and he was raging and growling. Lee asked him, Rice Cake, what's wrong? He tried to calm down him, and he started to petting him. After that, the old man, the magician, replied that white wolves are scared species that appear in our folklore. He has said that, however, that doesn't mean that everyone thinks that they are holy beings, especially if they believe in God. After that, we see a group of people came, both of them, and one of them were dressed completely different like holy scent. He said, sir, what a surprise. He also said that it had been a while since we have met outside of your research lab. After listening to him, the old magician replied, I come out every now and then to get some fresh air. He continued the conversation with him, and he said, what about you? What brings you to this market? He said everything very carefully, and he replied, I don't think this place is worthy of your presence, Bishop Baharam. After that, we see Lee was completely scared and shocked by looking at him. After listening to word, Lee was talking to himself, and he said, Bishop, isn't that the highest in the temple? After that, the person standing in front of them, he continued the conversation, and he said, I come here from time to time to save lost souls. He also continued the conversation with them, and he said, however, there is something more for me to do today. After that, we see the Rice Cake. He was still crawling and seems very angry, and he was petting him. And that person asked, Lee, he said, are you that white wolf's master? Lee watched by listening to him talking to him. He also said, I want to talk to you. But after that, we see words wound out, and he was remembering what Noah said to him. And he was talking to himself, and he said, I was in a similar situation in the Beastman village, but the hostility was directed at me back. Then this people in front of me are very of Rice Cake. After that, we see, he also continued the conversation, and he said, if you have time, I would like you to accompany us to the temple. He was shocked by listening to that. He said, sorry, Raman too. That person gave him side, and he said, we have no intention of harming you, so don't worry, our business is with your white wolf. Further, he said that we are just curious about your white wolf. After that, we see, the old magician interrupted the conversation of both of them, and he said, Bishop, this person is close friend of Lord Randolph, and I am in the middle of the personally showing him around town. And he pulled out his stick in his hand, and he partially seeded a spell to show him that he's ready to attack. Further, continued the conversation with him, and he said, but you want to take him somewhere else all of a sudden. He also said that shouldn't you ask for my permission to? And he partially casted a spell on his stick to show him to leave. After listening to him, the bishop replied, you personally doing what now? He was also surprised by that. The person standing next to Bishop is, she said, Your Holiness. Now that I took a closer look, I think that man over there is the same person who all turned off brought to the ceremony this morning. She told him about the person Randolph brought for the ceremony in the morning, and she also said that we should be more careful about this matter. After that, we see Rice Cake, and Lee Rice Cake was still growling at him. The bishop looked at them and he said, I see. I didn't know you had a prior appointment. He further continued the conversation, and he said it's a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. After that, we see he turned his face, and he said we can talk next time if we get the chance to meet again, and he left them alone. And after that, he left with his subordinate. But as he left, the old magician started talking to Lee. He said, I definitely did my job as your escort, you probably noticed, but nothing good gonna come out of getting involved with those guys. He was just letting know him that those guys were not good type of guys. After listening to him, Lee replied, I see. You even try to use magic to scare them away. He further continued the conversation with the old magician, and he said those small fireworks earlier exhausted you so much, but now you might black out from exhaustion. He also said don't overwork yourself. After listening to that old man made a weird face, and he was completely shocked by that, and he said this lad is not nervous at all. After that, he continued the conversation with Lee, and he said that magic explosion magic from earlier today was only exhausting because one needs advanced technique to execute it properly. Further, he said that since we have some time at hand, let me explain the difference to you. He further continued the conversation and he started explaining the magic spell and the mechanism behind them to him. He said there are more than 24 in that spell. The first formula is, and he started telling him, and he said according to ancient books, a great magician named Chris Viola, who is also listed as a co-author. The 15th formula is masterpiece, and it was delivered and blah blah blah. After that, we see the old man couldn't shop, and he continued explaining everything and he didn't stop at all, and he kept explaining and explaining and explaining and listening to it without saying a word. After that, we see it's the time of the evening, and Lee was sitting in front of Randolph. After the long conversation with that old magician, said Lee, did something happen? He also said that your ears are bleeding. After that, we see Lee and his ears were actually bleeding, and after that Lee was talking to himself and he wants own out, and he said who knew he would continuously explain formula for 3 hours. After that, Lee said, I'm fine, by the way, who are all those people here? After that, we see everyone in the town was celebrating something, and there was some festival in the town, and they were drinking, having conversation with other, dancing and celebrating some ritual. Lee further asked who are all these people here? After listening to him, Randolph continued the conversation with him, and he replied, these are the soldiers from earlier, my subordinates. Lee talked to himself, you are making them work even outside working hours. I replied, they came here voluntarily, so don't give me that look. After that, we see the old magician. He was drinking something from his cup and mug, and he said they're just curious about you. He also said Randolph is taking great care of you, after all. After that, we see some of the people taking a glance at the Lee. After that, Randolph started smiling, and he said just ignore them and eat comfortably. After that, Lee made a weird face, and he said, no wonder I feel so many gazes on me. After that, we came to him, and she was very beautiful, wearing the green clothes, and she said the meat is all cooked, so give it a try, and she served him. The meat replied, thank you, Jennifer. She said, no need to thank me, and she smiled at looking at him. She continued the conversation with him, and she said, you are the one having a harder time with hanging out with my husband. After that, listening to what his wife said, Random made face, and he said, honey. After that, he said, I heard he took you in as his student. Poor you. Further, she continued the conversation, and she said, hear it as which as you like, Lee. She also said that same goods for you, Henna. Eat up so you can grow nice and strong. She was telling him to eat, but he seems upset, and she said, I want to eat with the wolf. After listening to her dad Randolph replied, Hina, how about you eat up now and take some food to the young wolf afterwards? He should be hungry then too. He offered that to his daughter. She said, really? After that, we see Lee talking to himself, and he said he will probably be fully by then. After that, we see rice cake behind his table, and he was already full. He ate a lot of stuff, and even the food from Lee's plate. After that, Lee saw everything, and he said the meat disappeared while I was trying to listen to their conversation. He replied, when did he eat all of that? He said, white rice, cake, you are fasting tomorrow. And after that, he grabbed his mug and started drinking the beer, and as soon as he took first sip, he realized something, and he said it's rough and less refreshing. He also said that I get wire. Randolph always asks for my beer and this, and he was looking at the meat for meat is this. It looks like she cut it immediately after taking it out of the oven. Was the meat cooked while being rotated with that handle? It reminds me of the Turkish roti. After that, he looked at that machine and Jennifer cooking the meat, and he was recalling of the movement where he saw the same mechanism. After that, we see him. He took a bite of that meat, and he said it is a bit herbal, maybe basil. But he was talking to himself. After that, when he was talking to himself, he said it's similar but not quite it. I wonder if it's one of the spices I bought today. After that, he started talking to Randolph, and he said the meat tastes good. What is it seasoned with? After listening to him, Randolph said, my wife is really good at cooking. She probably seasoned it with Uzilia. After listening to that spice, he said, oh, I bought that earlier, and he said it's imported from far away, so not many places in the village sell it. After that, we continued the conversation with Randolph, and he said from far away, so it can't be found in the forest here. Lee replied, yeah, there aren't a lot of edible things in the forest to begin with. After listening to that leave words, completely shocked, and he said I was too complacent. After that, we see Lee made a weird face, and he started talking to himself. And he said, I thought that the forest would naturally have a lot of herbs and spices for me to research. It's not like I can supply spices to them continuously. I'm back where I started. After that, we see was kind of disappointed to listen that. After that, we see by looking at Lee disappointed and said, where are you thinking of introducing local spices to the beastmen? He further started thinking to himself, and he said it's true that there is a limit to how much you can bring them every time. He further continued the conversation, and he said it's been over 100 years since exchanges with the beastmen were stopped. After that we see Hina. He was completely motivated, and he started eating everything was in front of her. After listening to that, Lee said, "What?" Randolph continued the conversation, and he said it might be possible since it's you trading with the beastmen. He also said that I will discuss it with the Lord of the Territory. After listening to Randolph again, started to talking to himself, and he said, "Trade? The Territory Lord?" He further said that why do I feel like this matter has become unexpectedly complicated. After that, when they both were talking to each other, wife, Jennifer opened the door, and she said, "Honey, I think we will run out of alcohol with all these people here." After listening to her, "Really? Let me go and buy some more then." After that, Lee said, "Oh, on that note, I forgot about it earlier." Jennifer replied him, and he brought out all the drinks. And after that, we see as long as he brought that drink in his hand, the hyena started yelling, and she said, "Just what are these drinks?" He said, "I have never had such amazing alcohol before." He said, "This beer is completely different from the beer. I know how can it be so refreshing." She also said that this drink called me suju with it simple and clean. After test, it goes down like water. Where did you get this from? After that, we see Randolph try to calm down everyone, and she said, "Calm down. I didn't bring these drinks." He also said that brought them along for his visit. He also said that if you are curious, just ask him directly and leave us surprised to hear that. After that, we see everyone was running towards Lee to ask him questions about that beer and related to the drink. After that, we see everyone came towards me and they're asking, "Is this uncle from your territory?" They also ask, "Is there a way for us to buy it? This is my first time having a drink like this." After listening to that, Lee was completely shocked. And he was also a little scared that everyone was coming on straight to his face asking all that questions. All of a sudden, after that, Lee started talking to himself, and he said, "I never expected to receive such an overwhelming responses." He also said, "And it's not like I can say I brought it from another dimension." He said, "First of all, let me." After that, he grabbed those bottles in his hands, and he said there is a way to enjoy these drinks even more, and he said, "Do you want to know?" Everyone shouted yes, and they said, "Better." How they said he is the captain's friend, and he is a genius in the field of alcohol on top of that. He said back at home, we gave it in the nickname Sumac. After that, Lee put the glass in front of him, and he was demonstrating how to enjoy it even more, and he said the preferred ratio differ from person to person, but we will go with the usual ratio for now, and he started pouring and mixing those two drinks in the glass, and he said the ratio is 3:7. And everyone was just silently watching them. After that, he pulls out the stick in his hand, and he said to finish it off. And he spent that with his fingers, and he pulled that into the beer and started mixing it, and he mixed it, and he said, "Right now." After that, we see everyone was running towards him, and everyone was praising him. What was that skill just now? Damned, he knows how to enjoy life. Will you be over drinking, body? This is insane. After that, we see he started talking to himself. He said to think that I would ever have to perform this good thing. I paid attention back then, and he remembered when his friend taught him this string. After that, everyone drank that drink, and they said what the question, it really became even better after mixing, and they said, "Wow, I can't stop drinking it, one more." They were asking to make him more drinks for them. After that, they holding to make more drinks for them. They said, "You said that these are other possible ratios for them, right?" He said, "Do you have more? This is absolutely delicious." He said, "I feel like I became a maybe of the team dinner." He also said, "Shall I leave up to their expectations one more time?" After that, he said the next drink is called the Mad Ratio. And after that, he started all the drinks in his hands. After that, we see everyone fed by drinking all those drinks, and there was only left behind, holding the door 2 bottles in his hands. After that, we see the battle arena, and there were some soldiers training by fighting with each other, and they were just practicing. After that, we see the 2 people holding the sword in their hand, and they started talking to each other. And one of them said the captain's friend who visited recently. What was his name again? The person next to him, he was watching the training of the soldiers, listened carefully, and he replied, "I think it was KangHyun, I remember, because it was an unusual name." Further, he continued the conversation with him, and he said the captain accepted him as his student, right? I wonder how good his skills are after listening to him. His friend replied, "I know, right? I wanted to ask him for a spa the day after we drank." After that, we come to the conversation, and he said, "But I couldn't get up because of my hangover." Then he reminds of how good the beer was. He couldn't stop himself from drinking it. Listening to him, his friend said, "Same here, it made me wonder whether he makes some kind of poison into the alcohol." And after that he continued, and he said, "Still, if that's what you call poison, I will gladly drink it." After that we see Randall was there holding a sword in his hand, and he was yelling at some soldier, and he said, "Lower your body more." He further said, "I wonder when Captain will invite Lee to our village again. I want to have that so again." And they continue the constant with each other while Randall phone training the soldiers. After that, we see waking up in the morning, and he was stretching because of the hangover. After that, we see him holding the bag on his shoulder, and he said, "All right, I have got everything I need." He further said the only thing left is. After that, we see he calls Rice Cake, and he said, "Rice Cake, come over here," and we see that Rice Cake was sitting on some cushion, and he was very happy, and he was just staring at him. After that, Rice Cake came towards him, but he ties him in the collar and chain, and after that Rice Cake made a face, and he said, "Then I will leave him in your care." After listening to him, he replied, "Suresh, sure, don't worry and have fun. After that he left, leaving the Rice Cake behind, and he said, "Sorry, Rice Cake. It is a busy city with a lot of people, so it will be difficult for me to watch out for you too." Saying that he was leaving by the holding hands of his little brother and sister, and he left. After that we see his granny stopped him, and she said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Chef." And she was smiling at him, and after listening to her, he replied, "It's nothing. I have to keep my promise." After all, after that everyone came there to say goodbye to him. After that, when he was leaving, he said, "I'll take full responsibility for them today. Don't worry about them." After that, we see his friend was sitting in a big black car, and he said, "Hey, get in." After that we see we are going to the big city named Seoul. After that we see their mother, and she said, "I feel so thankful that he's taking me young along." And she was so happy, and even the granny says, "Yeah, what a kind young man." After listening to him, the man who was wearing the green cap, he said he's not the young man who came out here from Seoul a while ago anymore. He further said that he is a different person now, ha ha ha. And they were praising him and having the conversation among them and saying goodbye to him. After that we see him, he works in the car along with his friend, ready to go now, and we see him talking to himself, and he said, "Seoul, it's been a while." And after that he started talking to the little children who were sitting on the back side, and he said, "I'm finally fulfilling the promise I made with you about taking you to Seoul." Took a bit too long, didn't it? The children seems very happy. This smiled at him, and their face looked very happy, and they said, "Not at all. You are the one who made it possible for us to go to the city in the first place." The another children said, "I agree. It's my first time going to Seoul." After that, we see him talking to his friend, and his friend said, "And here, I was wondering why you certainly wanted to go back Seoul." After that, listening to him, he further said that going sightseeing with kids now. More, our first destination is a theme park. He further replied, "You sure about that?" After that, we see them going to the city and then traveling on a highway along with many cars. And they were going to the theme park. After listening to his friend, he made a face and he said, "Well, I haven't been on TV for a while, so people shouldn't be able to recognize me, right?" After listening to that, his friend and they both made a face, and his friend said there is a height in the glove compartment where it... After that, he opens the globe and he sees the hat, and he took the head, and he started talking to himself. And he said, still willingly going to a theme park with lots of people, that's something the old him would not even consider. After that, we see his friend was complained out, and he was talking to himself, and after that Lee asked him what's wrong. He said, "What? Was I mistaken?" He said, "I thought I saw a wide ball of fur." After that, we see the scene in the town, and we see that the rice cake has gone from and he managed to escape from them, and he said, "Grandma, have you seen rice cake?" She said, "Why are you asking me?" And we get to know that rice cake was missing from there. After that, we see the theme park, and it was very mesmerizing and beautiful. And they have arrived there, and by seeing that, they said, "Wow." After that, he said, "Lee, I want to ride on the roller coaster." He further said, "I want to ride merry-go-round." He was kind of scared, and he said, "Yeah, all right, let's go." And after that, we see little kids. They were completely happy, and they couldn't believe them themselves that they were actually here, and they said, "You are going to pass out soon." After that, we see walking in the public, and Lee was wearing a cap, trying to hide his face, and he started talking to himself, and he said, "I thought it was better now, because I was fine when interacting with people and another world. Was it because I was certain that they didn't know me?" And after that, Leave was a little hesitating, and he was scared to interact with people because he was a superstar and everyone knows him. But we see him gathering courage. His hands were shaking, but he gathered courage, and he said, however, and when he was talking to himself, we see that the children came to, and he held his hand, and he said, you are scared of the different rights, right? He further said, we will be there with you. After that, we see by looking at them, Lee said they will feel less scary. If we write them together after listening to that started smiling at the moment, he said, you are right. I'm already feeling better, and he also says that it's scary than it used to be. After that, his friend was surprised to see that he was confidently roaming around without being scared. And he said what a surprise, he really is all right. He continued the conversation, and he said I was prepared to call an ambulance. After that, he said I have nothing to do right now, so should I tease Lee for babysitting those kids? And when he was thinking about that, he should tease Lee about that. He was taking care of kids. And when he was talking to himself, he see the bunch of people behind him gather around someone, and they are saying so cute, so cute. And he thought to himself that did a celebrity come here or what? Because a bunch of people taking the selfies with someone which is identical for now. And they were saying, oh my God, he's so cute. Look at him running away every time you try to touch him. But how did he come in here? Animals are prohibited here. After that, we see it's none other than the rice cake. And rice cake has managed to escape from them, and he came with them sneaky. But the guards trying to catch him, and they also surrounded him. After that, we see his friend and the children in the roller coaster ride, and we see Lee was completely flustered and he was scared. After that, we see the guards are trying to catch the rice cake. They were chasing him here and there. And after that, we also see Lee, the children, and his friend. They were also enjoying in the theme park, and they all bought the cute-looking masks, and they all worried. After that, we see they all came to a restaurant and they started eating, and they all were eating burgers, and he said, your burgers taste better. The children said to him that the burgers Lee made was better than this. But after that, we see the guards were exhausted by chasing the rice cake. And we see rice cake was on the roof hiding from the guards, and the guards show up there and they said, did you happen to see a dog somewhere? After that, we see the mother of the child in the hospital, looking at the window and the sunset. And she was quite upset by looking at the sunset, and because of that, she was alone. When she was looking at the window, suddenly someone came to the room, opened the door recklessly, and he screamed Mom, and it was none other than Sungu. After seeing him, his mom went emotional. He said, is it really you? And we see that Lee and that girl was standing outside the room, and Lee said, where do you want to go next? A kid cafe? But she made a face and smiled at him, and she said, no, it's fine. Let's go home now. After that, we see the little boy going to his mom, and he was crying, and he said, I missed you, and she said, I miss you too. After that, we see they were traveling in the bus, and they arrived somewhere, and we see her mom was waiting for her. And when she arrived, she went to her mom, and she seemed very happy, and she asked Lee, did you have fun? She bloody, we had so much fun. And we see that she was very happy, and she was telling about her day to her mom that she had a lot of fun with them, and was also happy to see them happy. After that, we see the rice cake was walking behind him, and when he realized that he was walking behind him, he said, rice cake? Wait, did you come out to greet me? But rice cake seems very tired. He said, judging by your state, it seems like you had fun too. He also said that I felt a bit sorry for leaving you behind. Let's go together next time you're curious about Seoul too, right? But we see that rice cake was very tired, and by looking at him, he said what's with the tired expression, but we know that rice cake had changed him, and that's why he was very tired. After in the morning, we see that a beautiful river mountain, and in those mountains, we see Lee along with Cake and Mona, and we see the cooking some meat. After that, when he was cooking something, he said the jumping bird meat's bad smell disappeared completely. The spice is rather useful. He further said that it also smells similar to cypress leaves. He further said it's making me want to use this at my restaurant. He further said that it's been around 2 weeks and just started experimenting with this world spices, and I have found quite a few recipes, and we see that making some new food and experiments using, in other words, spices, and he was quite happy to see the results. After that, when he tested the food he made, he was very happy, and he said it's better than I thought. It tastes like a mixture of lemon juice and mustard. After that, we see Mona aggressively eating the food, and he said Mona seems to like it too. Then I can share this recipe with the Beast Man, and after that he said I should also tell Jennifer about it. When he was eating with the Mona and rice, we see someone on the tree trunk watching and spying him, and he said, easy, only going to cook again today. And he said a human enjoying the company of a white wolf and a beast man. I've been keeping an eye on him since he seemed like a suspicious person, but he does nothing more than cooking and eating just like today. After that, he continued spying on him, and he said, but what is he adding to his food to make it smell so good? He also said, I'm not interested in eating the meat itself, and he said, but this time incredible smell makes me hungry every time. After that we see, and he was trying to figure out, where did the rice cake disappear? He said that rice cake. Where did he run of this time? After that we see the spy, and he said at least he ate all of his food, and he noticed that the white was disappeared. He also said the white Walfords disappeared. And after that we see the rice cake was standing next to the spy, and he was completely shocked by that. And he said a perceptive spirit like him can detect my presence any time, so I should leave quickly. When he was about to leave, rice cake scared him, and he said, and after that we see she fell off from the tree, and he said rice cake. After that he went to see that, and he said, don't tell me, you caught another jumping bird. And when he came there, and he said, I'm done cooking for today, so stop bringing more. But he noticed that it's none other than some random elf hot girl spying on him. They both stared at each other, and she blushed, and she said, I feel from a tree. After that, we see an elf, and not just any elf, but a female elf who had fallen from a tree while spying on Lee. Lee stumbled upon her and was completely shocked to find her lying on the ground. She was so embarrassed she started mumbling, how did I even fall from the tree? Then she began talking to herself, as one does in awkward situations. An elf falling from a tree? How embarrassing. And that elf is me, the best stranger in the tribe. To make it worse, a human saw the whole thing. She was clearly not having the best day. Meanwhile, Lee was on a mission, searching for rice cakes, or maybe vertigo, who knows, with Lee. When he saw the elf on the ground, he made a face, somewhere between surprise and confusion, and asked, are you all right? Do you want me to help you stand up? But the moment he offered help, she screamed and quickly summoned her flying pet for assistance. Suddenly, a magical bird appeared in the sky. It was bluish in color, glowing with an aura, and in the blink of an eye, it swooped down, launching a sneaky attack toward them. Rice, Cake, and Hat tried to dodge that. After that, the elf stand up with her flying bird, and she said, I showed you a very shameful side of me, and she was embarrassed too. After that, she continued the conversation with him. She said it would be better for you to not utter a word about the things you have witnessed today, human. So as we see, she was trying to threaten him that he should not be a single word about the incident that has happened and what he saw. After that we see Han was pushed back by that little attack, and he was completely in a shocked and surprised. He didn't understand anything, and he said what the... And when he was about to complete his sentence, she interrupted him, and she said if you don't wish to face an elf's wrath, that is. And after that she threatened him to not utter a single word about the incident, or he will have to face the anger and the wrath of an elf. And after that, we see she just disappeared and completely vanished from the place, and he was completely in shocked state. He didn't understand anything what has happened to him, and he was thinking about that. After that, he started talking to himself, and he said, an elf. That reminds me. He stood there, continuing his conversation with himself, muttering. He did mention there was another race of humanoids besides humans and be men. As he pondered this, he noticed Rice Cake hanging on a tree, staring right at him. Lee squinted at Rice Cake, suspicion creeping in. Did she fall from the tree because of you, Rice Cake? Rice Cake made a weird face, as if to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. But the look in his eyes gave him away. Lee quickly realized, yep, it was you, Rice Cake, wasn't it? Shaking his head, Lee continued talking to himself. I feel really sorry for her. She was so embarrassed. It must be tough for her to deal with what just happened. He paused, then added, maybe I should apologize to her. As he was lost in his thoughts, something on the ground caught his eye, a dagger. He blinked in surprise. A dagger? After that, he stumbled upon the dagger, lying there like it was waiting just for him. He picked it up, examining it in his hand. Did she drop this dagger? He mused out loud. His curiosity piqued. He started turning the dagger over, inspecting every inch as if it held some secret. Then, with a smirk, he added, I'll keep it, just in case. Just as he was about to finish talking to himself like a mad scientist in a movie, he noticed Mona staring at him, wide-eyed and shouting. But it wasn't just Mona, Noah was there too. Noah grinned and said, Hey, long time, no see? They locked eyes, and he was so stunned to see Noah that he blurted out, You, here, seriously? And then, right in front of him, Noah was holding Mona like she was a little bird that had flown too far from its nest. "What did Mona do wrong this time?" he asked with a knowing grin. Noah sighed and replied, "She snuck out of the village again without permission. The chief himself ordered me to bring her back." As they talked, Noah started recounting what the chief had said, and it was clear he wasn't messing around. The chief had been firm, almost stern, when he gave Noah the orders. "I can't give her special treatment just because she's my daughter," the chief had said. "Bring her to me. I'll make sure she gets the proper education she needs." And just like that, after she said her piece, he started mumbling to himself, "Poor moon of fighting." But before he could get too deep into his own thoughts, Noah cut him off, sniffing the air suspiciously. "But wait a minute, why do you smell like one of those elves?" Noah asked, narrowing his eyes. Caught off guard, he blinked in surprise. "This smell? Oh, it's probably coming from this dagger," he quickly said, pointing towards the dagger like it was a magic wand. Then, with a sly smile, he looked at Noah and added, "I just met her, and she made me some rice cake." But just as he was about to spill the beans about what really happened, he remembered her threat. She had sworn she'd curse him if he breathed a word about the incident. That memory hit him like a cold wind, and he stopped mid-sentence. Noah, sensing something was off, raised an eyebrow and said, "No way. Unless she's completely bonkers, there's no chance an elf would just fall from a tree. Did something special happen?" He quickly shook his head, trying to play it cool. "No, nothing happened," he replied a little too fast. Then, trying to change the subject, he asked, "Anyway, aren't you hungry?" This version adds more character and humor to the dialogue, making it more engaging and lively. He was so happy, he practically beamed, saying, "I prepared something earlier so we can dig in." But when he walked over to the pot where he had made the food, his smile quickly vanished. Opening the pot, he found it completely empty. Every last bit was gone. Seeing the look on his face, Noah tried to reassure him. "It's fine. I'm not that hungry," Noah said, trying to sound casual. But he wasn't having it. "No way. I can't let you leave here with an empty stomach. Hold on, I've got something else up my sleeve." Talking to himself with newfound determination, he rummaged through his things, finally pulling out some ingredients. "Good thing I brought this along, meat skewers, just in case you didn't like the spices earlier." Without missing a beat, he started threading the meat onto sticks, got the barbecue going, and soon the sweet, spicy aroma filled the air, making their mouths water. As the meat sizzled and browned, he served up the skewers to Noah with a grin. "Here you go, Noah. Have a bite." Noah took the stick of meat, looked at it like it was a treasure, and then took a bite. Meanwhile, Lee was juggling a rice cake in one hand and keeping an eye on Mona with the other, grinning as he said, "Hurry up and eat, or they'll devour everything." After taking a bite of the meat, Noah simply said, "Not bad." But the look on his face said it all. He was impressed. Hearing that, he beamed with pride. "I'll wrap up the rest for you so you can enjoy them after you drop Mona off," he offered. Noah nodded appreciatively. "Thanks, I'll make sure to enjoy them," he replied, already looking forward to his next bite. After that, the scene shifts to a beautiful valley filled with flowers, where the scenery was nothing short of magical. Standing amidst the blossoms was none other than the female elf, the one who had the unfortunate tumble from the tree earlier. She was there, looking a bit flustered, with her loyal bluebird perched nearby. As she stood there, trying to shake off her embarrassment, she muttered to herself, "Yeah, only that human and the holy wolf saw me fall. As long as they keep quiet, it'll be fine. They didn't seem like the chatty type anyway." But just as she was reassuring herself, she sensed someone approaching fast. Her senses were sharp, but before she could even react, she realized it was none other than Noah, strolling confidently towards her. "You didn't even bother trying to hide your presence," Noah said with a smirk, catching her off guard. "I knew you were keeping an eye on that human, Ranger." The elf's eyes narrowed slightly, but she held her composure as Noah approached. They exchanged glances, both aware of the tension in the air. Breaking the silence, Noah asked, "What do you want?" The elf let a small smile slip through as she looked at Noah, then calmly replied, "I was just curious. There was such a commotion in the forest, and I wanted to see what was going on." The elf continued her conversation with Noah, trying to stay calm. "Isn't a little commotion in the forest natural?" she said with a forced smile. "This forest is a meeting point for 3 different races, after all. We can't afford to let conflicts arise in this neutral territory." She was clearly trying to dodge his question, hoping to steer the conversation away from anything too revealing. Noah, however, wasn't fooled. He made a strange face, clearly unimpressed. That human, he said, his tone carrying a hint of warning, is a friend of the Beastman, so quit your pointless schemes. His words were like a cold blade, cutting through her excuses. The indirect threat was clear, and it left her completely shocked. As she looked at him, she suddenly felt the weight of his presence, an aura so powerful it made her uneasy. She thought to herself, someone with this kind of aura must be one of the top warriors of his tribe. But what puzzled her even more was why someone like him would bother protecting a mere human. She was, of course, thinking about Lee. Then her attention shifted to the skewer in Noah's hand. She noticed how he held it almost reverently, and her curiosity got the best of her. And what's that thing he's holding so preciously? She wondered out loud. When the savory aroma wafted her way, she couldn't help but comment, "It smells amazing, though." After a moment of internal contemplation, the elf replied to Noah, "As long as that human doesn't act suspiciously, I'll keep an eye on him." Then, she muttered to herself, "I knew it. I'll have to watch him a bit longer." The scene then shifts to a bustling cityscape. It's none other than Seoul. Amid the crowded streets, we see the MC's friend standing beside a car, engrossed in his phone. Just then, a female employee hurriedly approaches him, calling out, "Manager." When she reaches him, she looks a bit flustered. "Aren't you supposed to be in the middle of a shoot right now?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. She quickly explains, "We're on a short break. I just need to grab something from the car." He makes a face but responds, "All right, I'll unlock it for you." He presses the key fob, and the car's locks click open with a satisfying ding. As he watches her go, he mutters to himself, "Seriously, I told him it was fine. What's the issue now? Is it the insurance company?" She hears him and replies, "No, it's Chef KangHyun. Do you remember him?" He nods and continues, "Your father asked me to give him a ride, so he sent me money for the fuel." She listened to him intently, her expression shifting to one of mild confusion. "Well, that's just part of his personality, I guess," she said thoughtfully. "He seems more and more different from the rumors the more I get to know him. As a celebrity myself, I don't really put much stock in rumors, but it's strange how mean-spirited they are about him. He's really a nice person." Determined to clear up any misconceptions, she began addressing the false accusations and rumors spreading about the mech on social media. She empathized with him, understanding the challenges of being a public figure herself. He listened carefully and then remarked, "He used to have a lot of enemies because he's not great at flattering people." She nodded and continued, "But out of all the people he could have upset, he ended up crossing paths with someone who has an inferiority complex." Just as they were deep in conversation, someone interrupted them, grumbling, "So typical of a broadcasting session. You always call me over when I'm busy. Maybe I should think about hiring a manager soon." The MC's friend continued the conversation, saying, "Remember that cooking show you got invited to as a guest?" She replied, "You mean that cooking show?" "Yes, exactly," he said. "I don't know about the other guests, but you should be very cautious of that guy. He doesn't seem like a nice person." He warned her that most of the negative rumors about the mech originated from this person. Apparently, the guy was envious of the MC's success and had started spreading rumors out of jealousy. She was taken aback and asked, "But wasn't he introduced as the MC's close senior?" Just then, the person who had been spreading the rumors about Lee entered the room. He glanced at his phone and made a grimace as he read the news. It was an article about Lee's visit to an amusement park with his nephew and niece. The news was filled with gossip about a supposed wrist injury Lee had sustained. The rumor spreader muttered to himself, "Despite all the criticism he gets, he's out there having the time of his life at a theme park. What an annoying bastard." He started to resent Lee for no apparent reason. Just then, someone approached him and asked, "Oh, you're here. What are you frowning at?" He showed the person some pictures of Lee and said, "Did you see this post? It's a picture of Lee at a theme park. Look at how happy he looks. That doesn't seem like the face of someone who's reflecting on their actions." He continued, "No wonder people speak ill of him. But deep down, I know Lee didn't do anything to warrant such criticism. He even helped me get a job in broadcasting. They say you have to pick the right side in this industry." His companion responded, "I know, right? He hasn't been appearing on shows lately. All he does now is mess around." Changing the subject, the companion asked, "By the way, are the rumors true?" "What rumors?" the first person replied. "Did Chef Lee lose his sense of taste?" the companion inquired. I thought he left because his wrist injury got worse. The first person continued, but I heard it was actually because he lost his sense of taste. Is that true? He cross-examined him, asking, where did you hear that rumor? The other person replied, one of my friends used to work with Chef Lee. He's the one who told me. He made a strangely cheerful expression and added, really? You didn't know either? Before the conversation could continue, someone interrupted, saying, please get ready for the shoot. We should be on standby now. Shall we get going? As they prepared to leave, he suddenly asked, did you see the proposal for the 100th special episode? The companion responded, you mean the cooking competition? Yeah, I heard about it. I also heard they're inviting a lot of chefs. What about it? He replied, nothing much, just looking forward to it. Then he flashed a creepy smile and added, Lee, I'll defend you once and for all. The scene shifted to a picturesque setting. Farms, valleys, the gentle breeze, trees, and a beautiful home. Inside a cozy shop, someone was eating pizza and wearing a hat. They complimented the pizza, saying, you truly have amazing skills. This margarita is excellent too. We see that he is praising none other than Lee. Continuing their conversation, he said, I'm lucky that my villa is so close to your place. I'm grateful to enjoy your food so easily. Lee responded with a smile. No, I should be the one thankful that you're my neighbor. They chatted further, with the old man saying, that painting you gave me is too much for a gift. It feels like it belongs in an exhibition rather than a restaurant. The scene then shows a beautiful, expensive painting that the old man had gifted to Lee for his restaurant. Lee smiled and said, it's nothing. Do you want another Vongol? Of course, hold on, the old man replied. Just then, Lee's phone rang. It was none other than HyunG. Lee answered, hello? Why are you calling at this hour? HyunG's voice came through, hey, Lee, are you taking part in that show? Lee was puzzled and asked, what show? What are you talking about? HyunG replied, you don't know. Maybe it's better if you stay offline for a while. After seeing the call was from HyunG, Lee hung up, still confused and surprised. What is he talking about? Why can't I go online? He wondered. Curious, he opened the internet to check the news and see what was happening. When he saw the headlines, he was stunned. There was an article about him stating, Chef Lee confirmed for the 100th special episode. Lee stared at the article in shock, exclaiming, what is this? The article was already attracting comments from people, many of whom were harsh. One person wrote, he's such an unlikable person. Did he run out of money or something? Another added, look at him, crawling his way back onto the show. I wish he'd stop appearing on TV. A third comment read, what's with his desperation to be on TV? Haha. He's a chef, why does he want to be on TV so badly? And someone else questioned, it's supposed to be a special episode, so why invite someone so controversial? Seeing those comments in the article, Lee felt a wave of sadness. I never gave such an interview, he muttered. I never even received a participation proposal. As he continued to read the article and comments, he was interrupted by the old man who had been eating pizza. The old man noticed that Lee didn't seem to hear him and called out, Lee, are you all right? You don't look well. Lee, looking increasingly distressed, muttered to himself, what is this article? Don't tell me again. The old man, growing more concerned, shouted, are you feeling unwell? Let me call an ambulance. He rushed towards Lee, who was visibly shaking, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The old man reached out, trying to get Lee's attention. Lee, are you listening to me? Lee? Lee was completely frozen, lost in his own thoughts. He put his hands on his face and said, I'm fine. It's nothing, really. He continued talking to himself. I don't know who did this, but they really got to me. It's fine, though. I've been doing some good healing lately. He reassured himself. I'll become much more mentally stable. I'll just ignore it. He then partially brushed it off and said, anyway, you wanted a Vongol, right? I'll fix you a plate quickly. Please wait a moment. He went to prepare the food for the old man. As Lee left, the old man said, more importantly, you still don't look. But before he could finish, Lee had already disappeared to get the dish. The old man added, at least wipe your face, still worried about Lee's well-being. Later that night, Lee was resting inside a tent with a fire burning outside. He sat on the ground, pulled out his phone, and started a call. Damn it, he said angrily. I told you not to look it up. and you just had to. Lee continued talking on the call, saying, "Don't worry about it. The management team said they'll release an article on the matter soon. They're currently searching for the culprit. Just ignore my strange calls. They're trying to spread more rumors." After hanging up, he muttered to himself, "At least I have a good friend by my side." He sighed and looked up at the sky, adding, "How exhausting." As he gazed at the sky, he noticed Rice Cake, who was holding a bird in his mouth. Lee observed, "Rice Cake? Did you go hunting?" The bird was none other than the bluebird from the elf. Lee recognized the bluebird and said, "Oh, that's a rather normal-sized bird by your standards, but it looks a bit familiar." Just then, the elf appeared, searching for her bluebird. She spotted it and shouted, "Shona!" Lee then apologized for Rice Cake's behavior, saying, "I'm sorry for what happened. Please accept my apologies, both this time and last." Lee continued the conversation, saying, "I sincerely apologize for his behavior." Even Rice Cake seemed to be apologizing in his own way. The elf made a slightly puzzled face but said, "It's fine. It's obvious that a holy wolf can see spirits. I should have been more attentive." She added, "However, it's fascinating that you, a human, could see her." Surprised by Lee's ability to see spirits, she accepted the apology. Then she asked, "Can you really see Sona?" Lee, somewhat confused, replied, "If you're talking about the bird next to you, then yes." She made a strange face and said, "I can clearly see the pitiful state she's in." She muttered to herself, "He can see her too well. He's getting more suspicious the more I observe him. Who exactly is he?" After that, he brought his bag over and started rummaging through it, searching for something. He finally looked up and said, "There's something I need to give you." Out came a digger from his bag, and he handed it to her, saying, "Here it is." As she glanced at the digger, she asked, "My digger?" He explained how you left it behind last time, so I kept it with me, just in case. She started talking to herself, thinking, "Well, he doesn't seem like a bad person." Then she said aloud, "I've been looking for this, thank you." Upon hearing this, he was momentarily speechless and replied, "No need to thank me. You lost it because of us in the first place." After that, they both started chatting, engaging in conversation. He asked, "Do you want to eat something before you go? I brought a lot of meat." She replied, "No, thank you. I don't eat meat," turning down his offer. He nodded and added, "Besides, I'm low on petrol, so I need to head back soon." Hearing that, she noticed he made a strange face but said nothing. He continued, "Still, since you came all this way, you should eat something." She muttered to herself, "Why did you even ask me if you were just going to offer meat?" Finally, she partially agreed, saying, "It has to be a small snack with no meat, right?" He brightened up and said, "I have the perfect idea." We then see him in the kitchen, preparing something for her. Using the ingredients he had, he whipped up a quick rice bowl. He presented it to her, and as she looked at the dish with uncertainty, she asked, "So you want me to eat this?" She started talking to herself, saying, "I don't want to eat this. It looks weird." Then, as if sensing her hesitation, he began removing the cover from the dish. To her surprise, underneath was a delicious-looking potato. He put some butter inside the potato, mixed it all together, and handed it to her. She took it in her hand, and he added, "You can take some home with you." She examined the dish again and said, "It looks better now." When she took a bite, she was taken aback by how incredibly tasty it was. She remarked, "It's delicious," talking to herself. She noted, "This subtly sweet and mild taste is appealing to my palate." She savored the baked potato, enjoying the creamy butter that garnished it. She was thrilled with the meal, realizing that she had always thought human food was supposed to have strong flavors. Her misconception was shattered, and as she continued eating, she noted to herself, "So, this kind of food is part of their cuisine too." After that, she was thrilled and said, "This fruit is a palm, right? It looks a bit different, but the taste is exactly the same." She added, "Did you cultivate a new breed or something? How on earth did you do that?" He looked puzzled and said, "Sorry, what did you just say?" I spaced out for a second. Feeling a bit irritated, she made a strange face and said, "Is there something on your mind?" He replied, "What?" They continued talking, and she mentioned, "You probably already know this, but part of my job is to observe you. I notice you always have that expression when you're worried about something." He responded, "I wouldn't call it worrying, just exhaustion." He gazed at the sky and continued, Lately, there have been a lot of rumors spreading. I always end up being misunderstood and hated. Sometimes, I think I'd rather hide deep in the forest to stay safe from it all. She listened carefully, though she didn't quite understand everything he said. Still, she replied, "When we helpers become adults, we have to go through an coming-of-age ceremony." He looked at her attentively as she continued. The ceremony always consists of trials that are harsh and difficult for young elves. Do you know why we have to go through such tough trials? She began explaining the concept behind it. Elves have long lives, during which they encounter various kinds of pain. The trials are meant to prepare us for these challenges. They help us build the strength to face hardships when the pain becomes overwhelming. That's what the ceremony grants us. She went on to describe the elven culture in detail. Our culture requires us to go through these trials to prove ourselves. It's a rite of passage that ensures we are prepared for the challenges we will face throughout our long lives. She explained everything about their traditions and the importance of these ceremonies in their lives. After that, they continued their conversation, and she said, "The problem will keep coming back if you keep running away." He was surprised by her words. She added, "Of course, I'm not familiar with your situation, but I hope you won't give up everything you have just because of what others think." She further explained that he shouldn't feel discouraged by others' opinions and should continue with his work if he believes in it and knows he's right. Her words seemed to lift his spirits a bit. She then stood up and said, "Thank you for the fruit. Until next time," and with that, she vanished, teleporting to a new location. He looked at the rice cake and said, "I'm sorry, but I think we'll need to head back home for a while." He continued, "As for the show, I've decided I will go through with it." He resolved to participate in the cooking show, convinced that he would do it regardless of the outcome or others' opinions. We then see a large building, which turns out to be the headquarters of Pounds. Inside, one of the employees is visibly stressed as he stares at his laptop. He mutters, "What a mess. We haven't even received final confirmation from above, but an article about it has already been published." He grumbles about the leaked article that went out without his consent. "I was so caught up trying to sort everything out that I couldn't even get in touch with Mr. Lee, the one who fell victim to the rumors," he says, clearly frustrated. As he continues talking to himself, another employee approaches and hands him a cup of coffee. The stressed employee sips the coffee and remarks, "It'll be interesting to see the former and current head chefs compete against each other. This has a good chance of going viral." He adds, "Most importantly, even the director won't be able to look down on us anymore after this." He continued, "If we manage to set up a battle between the former and current head chefs, it will definitely go viral. But we're also concerned about Lee, since we announced his participation without his consent." He sighed. It'll be a miracle if he agrees to it. As he pondered the situation, he thought about how much Lee had been criticized, making it unlikely he would want to participate again. While lost in thought, his phone began ringing. He glanced at the screen to see who was calling him. He was completely shocked to see that it's none other than Mr. Lee was calling him personally. He was completely shocked and in completely disbelief, and he and his colleague both panicked, and he said, "You have to beg him. No matter what." After that, we see him and he picked up his call, and he said, "Hello, Mr. Lee," in a very low tone. We can see that he was completely scared that he will sue them, and further said that, "Listen, I really wanted to contact you first, but there was so much going on." But when he was about to continue, Lee interrupted him and told him that he will be participating. After listening to that, he was in complete disbelief and he couldn't believe what was happening, and he said, "Well, I guess so." Yeah, he also said that, "Yeah, we would love that." When he once talking to Mr. Lee on call, his colleague asked him what. Did he say he's not going to us? He hung up the call, and he looked at him in a completely shocked state, and he said, "A miracle just happened." And they both get to know that Mr. Lee is participating in the show. After that, we see the Seoul station, and we see walking by the streets, and he says he told me to wait here, and he was looking at his phone and waiting for someone. He further said that there really was no need for him to come pick me up personally. After that, we see that employee with whom Lee had talked. After that, he came to leave and he started crying, and he held his hand, and he said, "My lifesaver. Thank you for coming here," and he started praising, and he couldn't stop himself, saying thanks. Lee made a weird face, and he said, "You have been saying that for the past few weeks." He looked at Lee and he said, "Still, I have been thinking hard about how I can return you for this generous favor. That's why I have prepared a gift for you." After that, we see he told you to sit in the car with the driver, and he told the driver to take him to the salon where he prepared the gift for him, and he said yes, sir, and driver took him to the salon. After that, he started talking to himself, and he said plan to secure female viewers, and it was his motto, and he said, I am really thankful to you for many reasons, Mr. Lee. After that, we see the studio where the cooking show was about to happen, and we see that evil person talking to someone, and he said, don't you think we are going too far this time? And as expected, he replied, not really, why? He replied the person he was talking to, he said, Chef Lee doesn't like to appear on TV shows, so was publishing such an article really necessary? After that, we get to know it was none other than that evil person who did that he circulate the article about Delhi, and also he spread a lot of rumors about him because he was jealous of Lee, and he was so shameless. He said that those plans were all supposed to be confidential. What if we get fired because of that? The person who was talking to seemed worried and felt embarrassed by that. He even said that if I had known that you were planning on revealing that information, I would have never introduced you to that reporter. After that, he made creepy face and he said, are you scared? He further said that too late for you to act. Nice now, isn't it? He further tried to manipulate and calm him, and he said it's fine. I paid him well, so we won't get caught, and he continued, manipulating him with his manipulation and dark evil skills, and he said, and look, in the end, Lee couldn't endure it and decided to show up. He further said that this is the scenario we wanted. Finally, people are going to see Lee's true personality. After that, we see they're both talking to each other, and he tried to manipulate him. We see everyone gathered because we see someone was arrived, some special personality, some special superstar. After that, we get to know it's near another, then Lee. And everyone gathered to see him, and he said long time. No see. After that, we see a lot of female and male colleagues of him going towards him, and they said, how did you become even more handsome? They were asking him a lot of questions, and they said, I barely recognized you. And we see him wearing his chef clothes and returning back to his field, where he is mastered. After that, he said, thank you to everyone, but they couldn't stop praising him. They continued the conversation and praising, and they said, due to work out while you were on break. You are in better shape than you were before. He smiled at them, and he said, I guess I did. I wasn't planning on it, though the female started looking at and shaping on him because he became even more handsome than before. And the person who was jealous of him was looking at this from the distance, and he became even more jealous by looking at this. After that, he went angry, and he said that bastard. He should have greeted his senior as soon as he arrived. Look at him flirting around. After that, he said them to let's chat more later, and he started laughing. After that, he came to his senior, and he said, hey. He said you should greet your seniors. Badly ignored him and walked past by him, and when he get to know that he ignored him completely, she went mad, and he shouted at him, and he said, did you just ignore me? D replied, how long have you been there? Oh, it was you. KangHyun. After that, he said, sorry, I thought you were one of the stage staff. After listening to that, he went completely mad and in anger state, and he said he threw shade with that apologetic face. After that, he continued on, and he said, I see, so you are not even trying to hide it anymore. After looking at Lee, what's so confident about you? And he was surprised at why he is talking so nicely to him, and he said that you are still as petty as ever. He also said that you still think things are going to go well for you, don't you? Genius chef, you were just lucky. He further said that you didn't become famous because of your skills, you just get popular because you look handsome. When he started criticizing him for no reason, he further said that I feel sorry for you now that your true skills have been exposed. He looked at me, and he said that how are you going to make a living now? A wrist injury and gustatory sensory impairment. Lee was in a complete strong state after listening to his criticism, but when he was about to complete his sentence, someone came and put their hand on each shoulder from behind, and they said, long time no see. And it was some female employee staff, and they said I used to see you a lot when he was my manager. He looked at me and he smiled and he said, Sina, wow, it really has been a long time. And they both started talking to each other, and she replied, I know, right? It reminds me of the good old times when you used to cook for me. After the debut, started talking to each other and chatting to each other, and they recall the time when they used to spend time together. She also said that because of you, my palate has become way too expensive when it comes to food. And when they both were talking to each other, the person who was jealous, he looked at them, and he was in a complete disbelief that how could someone likely his friends with actress Sina. The conversation continued, and the Lee remarked with conviction, I'm telling you, the skills of the Paris cooking competition winner are on another level. She paused, then added, Luck favors the talented, don't you think? Before a response could fully form, his friend arrived just in time to interrupt. I'm on edge here, he said, visibly frustrated. Things are already tense, so let's not make a scene. He urged his friend to leave with him, and they departed together. As they left, someone observed their exchange and wondered, what is it that he always discloses with him? Even the actress commented on the situation, noting, how pretty. The actress then turned her attention to the situation and remarked, were you planning on letting him have his way if I hadn't intervened? Her companion responded. No, it wasn't about letting him ramble on. How should I put it? I used to be quite close with him, and seeing him act this way now has made me realize how poor my judgment was. The actress didn't hold back her criticism, saying, you were only interested in things related to cooking, after all, but he's grown more mature now. She concluded with a positive note, I'm looking forward to the competition. After their intense cooking preparations, Chef Han receives a warm farewell. Go and win, all right? The Lee says encouragingly. Chef Han responds with a grateful smile, maintaining his cheerful demeanor despite the pressure. As the lights of the studio begin to brighten, the excitement of the event is palpable. The announcement echoes through the space. Welcome to today's special episode of Shift 100. The camera then focuses on the show's hosts. The main host, a well-known figure in Korea, starts off by introducing the episode. Today, we're bringing you Korea's best chefs, he announces with enthusiasm. Beside him, the actress co-host adds, our goal for today is to create dishes that the whole family will enjoy. The hosts continue, detailing the structure of the competition. We will proceed with two teams, the blue team and the white team. Which team will emerge as the final winner? As the hosts speak, VC, a keen observer of the event, watches from a vantage point above. Talking to himself, he remarks, I have a great view from up here. The first round is between the youngest members of each team. The stage is set for a thrilling competition, and the anticipation builds as the chefs prepare to showcase their skills in this special episode. We see two young chefs preparing for a dramatic showdown. On one side is Chef Han, a newcomer who's quickly making waves as today's dark horse. On the other side is Chef Kim, a rising star known for his exceptional skills in Western-style cuisine. As the competition heats up, the announcer's voice rings out, declaring that the first round is about to begin. With the sound of the bell, both chefs dive into their cooking, each determined to make an impression. Chef Kim is focused on creating a dish with calf tomahawk steak. This cut of meat is known for its minimal fat content, resulting in a tender and light texture. The camera zooms in on Chef Kim as he expertly handles the steak, highlighting his precise technique. Meanwhile, Chef Han is working on an impressive combination of lobster tail and T-bone steak. As we watch him cook, the camera captures the meticulous care he puts into each component of his dish. From the sidelines, Ali comments on the thickness of Chef Han's steak, noting its substantial size compared to Chef Kim's cut. As both chefs continue to cook, it's clear that they are fully committed to showcasing their skills and delivering exceptional dishes. The competition is intense, with each chef striving to outdo the other and impress the judges. We see another chef in action, working with a combination of lobster and T-bone steaks. His dedication and passion are evident as he expertly prepares the dishes, pouring his heart and soul into every step of the cooking process. Meanwhile, the Lee observes from above and remarks on the chef's choice to use surf and turf, noting that it's quite an impressive combination. She acknowledges that cooking such a diverse range of ingredients is no easy feat, especially given the many challenges inherent in a cooking competition. The Lee explains that competitions are tough due to a variety of factors, including strict time limits and the often unpredictable cooking environment. These variables can make it difficult to fully showcase one's skills and creativity. However, it's precisely these challenges that make the competition exciting and engaging. As we watch the chef's focused efforts and commitment to his craft, it's clear that he's giving his all. The Lee is thoroughly impressed by the dedication and skill demonstrated by both chefs. The atmosphere is charged with excitement as both chefs strive to outdo each other, each one pouring their heart into their dishes. The Lee's satisfaction is palpable as she witnesses this intense and passionate culinary battle. As he continued to watch, he noticed that Chef Han seemed increasingly nervous and a bit disappointed. He observed the chef's demeanor and decided to point out the situation, asking, "What's going on here?" It became clear that Chef Han had accidentally dropped his ingredients all over the ground. He remarked on the error, describing it as a fatal mistake and questioned how Chef Han would manage to overcome this unexpected and significant setback. Observing closely, he could see that Chef Han was visibly distressed and struggling to cope with the situation. His nervousness was palpable, and it was evident that this mishap had put him in a challenging and stressful position. After that, we witnessed a fierce battle brewing between two young, determined guys. But this wasn't just any battle, it was a cooking showdown, right on a live TV show, with cameras capturing every sizzling moment. The tension was palpable as the two competitors squared off, knives in hand, and pots simmering with possibilities. Lee, a seasoned chef himself, watched the intense culinary duel from afar, his eyes narrowing as he observed their techniques. He could see the focus etched on their faces, the way they moved with a mix of precision and urgency. He stood there, arms crossed, feeling the pressure radiating from the contestants as if he were right there in the kitchen with them. As the battle raged on, the camera panned to one of the contestants who had a momentary slip-up. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he looked over his neatly organized ingredients, muttering to himself. "I've prepared all the ingredients," he said, almost as if trying to convince himself that everything was under control. "So, it's time to start cooking the steak." His voice was barely above a whisper, a mix of determination and unease. We could see the worry in his eyes as he stared at his food preparation, his mind racing. He continued talking to himself, his words a strange mix of reassurance and doubt. "I'm strangely nervous for some reason," he admitted, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for the steak. It was as if the weight of the competition was finally sinking in, and the realization that millions were watching his every move only added to the pressure. We soon realized that his nerves were getting the better of him, making him question every step of his cooking process. The audience could feel his anxiety, the tension in the air almost tangible. Despite his nerves, he pressed on, determined to do his best. He placed the steak in the pan, the sizzle filling the air as the meat hit the hot oil. As he began shallow frying the steak, his movements became mechanical, his mind elsewhere. He was zoned out, lost in his thoughts, replaying every mistake he had made so far and worrying about the next steps. The steak sizzled and browned, but his focus was slipping. It was as if time had slowed down, and he was trapped in a moment of self-doubt, unsure if he could pull off the dish that could either make or break him in this high-stakes competition. And then he managed to get back his attention towards its comp, and he said to himself, "Calm down. You are just getting distracted. We are both cooking at a similar speed," and he looked at his opponent, and he was talking to himself. He further said that as long as I don't make any mistakes, I have good chance of win. And when he was talking to himself and also preparing his food, his eyes went towards Lee, and he looked at him, and he noticed that he was constantly watching him and just looking at him. After noticing that he was shaking, and he was also nervous, he said, "Why is he looking at me like that?" Just by he's looking, he guessed that something is off. And he further said, "Don't tell me. Does he know that I am one of the people behind the article's publication?" He further calmed down himself, and he said no. Jong Seok said he compensated the reporter well. And when he was thinking about that, he realized that he zoned out again. So he managed to get back his attention again, and he said, "I don't have time to worry about that right now." He further said to himself, "Stay calm." And he tried to calm down himself, and he said, "At your own pace. Just do what you have to do." And when he was preparing his food and calmed down himself and started cooking again, he dropped his few ingredients. And the hosts who were hosting the show, they commented, "Wait, what is happening?" Chef Han. He dropped his ingredients, and it was a big blunder by him. It could cause him defeat against his opponent. And we see that Lee was watching all that from above, and he also said that's a fat mistake. You couldn't afford to do that mistake at such a level. He also commented that how will he deal with this sudden crisis? He was wondering to know that how will he going to tackle that situation. After that, we see Chef Han, and he knew he made a big blunder, and he panicked a little bit. But he tried to calm down himself, and he started talking to himself, and he said, "It's fine. I can easily fix this mistake. I have to keep calm in situations like this." He tried to calm down himself, but his hands and his whole body were shaking. But he decided something to tackle that situation. He further walked towards his dropped ingredients, and he started picking up them. And when he was picking up them, his hands, and even his whole body was shaking, and he panicked, and he talked to himself, and he said, "Hold on." Lee saw everything from up there, right? And he realized that Lee watched him making that big blunder. And when you get to know that Lee was watching him, he still tried to calm down himself, and he kept picking the ingredients. But he again zoned out and started talking to himself. He said to himself that he must be filled with glee, and when he was zoned out and was talking to himself, he realized that Chef Kim is slowly moving towards finishing up, so he had to catch up as fast as he could. He further said to himself that you have got to hurry up. He started motivating himself, and then he realized he again zoned out, and he said, no, where are my thoughts? Come on, I have to catch up, I can't afford to lose. And then we see Lee. He was watching all the things from the above, and he noticed that the frying pan was burning. He said to himself, the frying pan, and then we see Chef Han also realize that, while covering the blunders, he forgot about the frying pan. He noticed that, and he said the butter is burning, and he looked at it, and it started burning, and even the smoke was coming from the steak. He again panicked, and he started talking to himself, and he said, why it's everything going wrong. All I ever wanted to do was appear on this show. And he again panicked and rushed towards the frying pan to handle the situation carefully. And he started talking to himself again, and he said, I don't have any ill will towards KangHyun. I don't want to lose after doing all those dirty things. And we see that he completely panicked, and he again zoned out. Lee was watching him from the above, how he messed up everything, and he said, I guess the first win is going to go to Chef Kim. It was obvious that Chef Han made a lot of blunders, so he easily predicted that Chef Kim is going to win this round. After that, they both prepared their dishes and served to the judges of the show. And we see Han sitting and talking to himself. He was completely panicked and recalling his mistakes, and he knew he made a blunder and he couldn't win now. He started talking to himself, and he said, the steak, it's disappointing. The outside is burned, but it's still raw inside. And the lobster is tough too. So he knew that he made a lot of blunder in this competition. Even his steak was not perfectly cooked, and he made up with lobster too. He further said that these are skills befitting and an amateur chef at best, and they both were standing Chef Kim and Chef Han against the judges. Judges tested both of their dishes, and the announcer announced, the winner is Chef Kim. Chef Kim has easily won this battle against Han because he made a lot of blunder. And after that we see Han. He was disappointed and sad, and we see that evil guy came towards him, and he started talking to him. He said, what are you doing, you talented son of a bitch? And he started mocking and bullying him for no reason. He further came towards him, and he said, you are tarnishing our team's reputation. Try a bit harder, will you? And he kept blaming him and abusing and taunting him. He further said that this isn't the reason I put you on the team. He further said that you are embarrassing our whole show. After listening to all his taunts, Han was depressed sitting on a chair, talking to himself, and when he was said, we see Lee came towards him and offered him a cold drink. And he said, where are you nervous when you were cooking? He asked him very politely. Han looked at him. He was a little bit nervous after he get to hear all the taunts. And Lee started talking to him. And Han said, I never wanted this. I didn't want those dishes to be judged or tested. And he was so depressed he even said that. But I didn't have a choice. This is a show. After listening to him, Lee started talking, and he said, I know the feeling of dishes you have made which you don't think deserve to be eaten or served. It makes you think that you would rather give up, but you didn't run away. He looked at him straight towards his eyes, and he said, you stayed and completed the dish. He further continued his conversation with Han, and he said, I think that is an amazing feat in and of itself. Good job. He praised him, and he was trying to make him feel better. After that he left, and we see that Han was feeling a bit better than before now. After that we see the show, it's still going on, and the host of the show started hosting, and they said, I am personally looking forward to the next round. They also said the former champion against the current champion. They further said that they are also famous for having a close senior-junior relationship, and they were hosting the show, and everyone was watching the show. After that, the actress who knew Lee and she was friends with him, and when she get to know that it was Lee's turn to compete, she was excited, and she said, and talking about him with the people and the person next to him, he said, do you like Chef Lee? They both were celebrities. She replied, yes, we often follow his recipes in our group. She further said that, to be honest, I'm really curious about what he will make today. After that we see the full creedy was sitting next to them, and he made a weird face and was looking at the show, and it was time to the ultimate showdown. Everything was arranged for the final showdown against champion versus champion. They both appeared on the stage, and host says that I think Sparks will be flying this round. Blue team champion is the head chef of a 5-star restaurant, and it's none other than champion Chef Kim. And on the other hand, white team champion is the former Today's Chef, who has won the top 10 cooking contest, Chef Lee. Everything was so excited to watch them fight against each other because it was the battle of champions. And we see two people talking to themselves, and he said sending him to the salon was indeed a good decision. He replied since he was ready to appear on the show, it would have been a shame to leave that handsome face alone. And after that we see that Chef Lee and Chef Kim started preparing for the ultimate showdown, and safely started putting hat on his head. And by looking at him, the person who did his makeover was not happy. He said, why is he putting on that head after all the styling he went through? And who announced the fourth round, which we were all looking forward to. Let's begin the match, and it had started, and both of them started preparing their dishes. Instantly grabbed a bowl and started stirring something. And Chef Kim was known less. He also started cooking, and everyone was looking at them, and his actress friend was also watching him. She said Chef Kim is planning on cooking the meat with the oil which was previously used to grill. The foie gras, isn't he? And we get to know that it was a special French beef steak dish the Chef Kim was preparing. And she started talking to a food critic sitting next to him, and he said, moreover, truffles and mirror sauce. She replied, wow, those are all high-quality ingredients. And by looking at Chef Kim, he said that his skills are not half bad, but it's too much. He's being too greedy. He criticized him. She replied, probably because this is a special episode. Just as the rumors say, he is a strict person. I hope Chief Lee will be alright. And she made a weird face, and she said, I'll be generous with your points, and she started cheering for Chef Lee. After that, we turn our attention to Chef Kim, who was busy preparing his meat with a focused intensity. But then, out of nowhere, a chuckle escaped his lips. The chuckle quickly grew into a full-blown laugh as he started talking to himself, his voice dripping with sarcasm. How dare he sneak himself into my show when he doesn't even have his sense of taste, he sneered, shaking his head in disbelief. Chef Kim was clearly amused by the audacity of his competitor. Since you've come all this way, go ahead and give it your best shot, he added with a dismissive wave of his hand. His voice dropped to a mocking whisper as he continued his one-sided conversation. You'll be nothing more than a garnish to my dish, he muttered, his eyes narrowing as he imagined his rival's impending failure. Chef Kim's thoughts were consumed by his disdain for Lee, who he believed had no business being on the same stage as him. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Lee was nothing more than a joke, a minor obstacle in his path to victory. But just as Chef Kim was sinking deeper into his self-assured critique, he heard an unusual sound coming from the workstation next to him. His rant came to an abrupt halt as he turned his head sharply to see where the noise was coming from. His eyes fell on Lee, and what he saw made his jaw drop in shock. There, right before his eyes, Lee was engaged in a culinary technique that left Chef Kim utterly speechless. What the, he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. He blinked a few times, trying to process what he was witnessing. Lee, with a determined look on his face, was vigorously chopping his meat with a hammer, each blow precise and powerful. For a moment, Chef Kim stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. His mind raced as he tried to figure out what Lee could possibly be up to. And then, the realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Is he making donkatsu right now? Chef Kim whispered in disbelief, his eyes widening as he watched Lee's unorthodox approach. The thought of someone daring to make donkatsu in this high-stakes competition, and doing so with such confidence, left him both baffled and, oddly enough, impressed. And we see that Chef Kim was completely stunned by what he had just seen. And we see that Chef Lee was beating his meat. You know what I mean, the meat with hammer for preparing a dish named donkatsu. And by looking at this, Chef Team was surprised. And even he talked to himself, and he said making donkatsu right now. And we see Chi Lee preparing his dish with a pretty smile on his face. And when everyone in the audience get to note that he is preparing don, they were all completely shocked. Even his friend was watching him cooking. She was also completely shocked. And she said, why would he choose to make don out of all the dishes in the world? She also said that everyone else made super fancy things. And we also see that the food critic was sitting next to her, was watching him very carefully and noticing every minor detail, and she further said that now it will be more difficult for me to give you high score, Lee. And safely was continued meeting his meat for preparing don, and it was broadcasting on the television too. Chef Kim continued looking at Chef Lee, and he thought to himself, what exactly is he thinking? And he made a weird face by looking at him, and he said, did his brain rot on his hiatus? And we see him criticizing Chef Lee because he was making a basic but pretty much tasty dish. He further continued talking to himself, and he said, if that's not the case, then is he looking down on me? And he further said that he must have forgotten how competitive this field is during his breakout in the countryside, and he was recalling all the movements of the cooking competition. He further started smiling, and he also continued preparing his own dish. And he said, "Thank you for showing me the level you are at." He continued criticizing Chef Lee. And he further said that who knew victory would be this easy. We see that Chef Kim was pretty much overconfident and was looking down on Chef Lee's cooking abilities. And on the other hand, Chef Lee was preparing his dish without any distractions and without getting distracted by anything. And he put some ingredients in the curry, and he said time to start for real, and he smiled. After that, he put his patty in the oil for the deep fry, and after the deep frying, it was golden brown, and he started cutting his patty. After that, he took one piece that he just cut, and he tested that by eating. And everyone on the television was watching that battle of champion versus champion. And the editor was also watching them fighting, and he also made some remarks, and he said I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried when he said he wanted to make Don. But further, he was pretty much confident on Chef Lee. And he also said that, but after seeing his reaction, I can tell that there was no need to worry at all. He put all his faith in Safely because he trusted him. He also said that now that I think about it, he also said that it's been a while since I have seen him smiling like that while cooking, and he was also glad that Chef Lee is enjoying his cooking. And we see that Chef Lee was desperately cooking his dish without getting any distracted. After all the struggles here and there, they both completed their dishes back to back and served them to the judges. And the dishes will be presented to the jury right away. After that, host of the show came on the main platform and they started hosting, and they said please come up on stage while we wait for the results. They called Chef Kim and Chef Lee on the stage. They both were standing next to each other, and then Chef Kim started talking to Chef Lee. He said, "Seems like you have enjoyed the countryside, although I would like to let you know that such a cheap dish doesn't belong here." And he continued, criticizing him for no reason. And he also made fun of him and his dish, and he continued criticizing, and he said that Don suits you perfectly. But after listening to that, Chef Lee just gladly accepted his criticism, and he smiled at him, and he said, "I think so too." He further said that only the person that I am right now could have possibly made that dish. And when they both were talking to each other, the host interrupts them, and he said that Chef Kim's dish will be evaluated first, as he finished preparing his dish before his competitor. He further said that I wonder how you would dish food. The theme of this round, a dish meant to be shared with the whole family. And he started asking him few questions, and he said, "Did you try to express your desire to only serve your family the best of the best dishes?" After listening to that question, Chef Kim laughed, and he replied, "Well, it leaned more toward the fact that I can serve my family such fancy dishes because I have the skill." By listening to that, made a weird face and told him to shut up. The host interrupted him, and she said, "What is the message behind your dish, Chef Lee?" He smiled a bit, and he started talking to her, and he said, "I got to meet a lot of new people. Recently, during my break, they always greet me warmly. Sometimes they feel like friends, nephews, nieces." He continued talking to her, and he told her about everyone he met during his break. He told about the experience he has gained throughout this break. He further said that another time like aunts and uncles. That's why I found myself asking, is this what having a large family feels like? And he said that, and the dish that I want to enjoy along with that family is comfort. Is this Don? After that, we see editor was holding a piece of paper in his hand, and it has written something on that. And when host looked at that, he said, "Thank you for sharing your thoughts." He further said that we will move over to the judges to see what they have to say. After that, we see the panel of the judges and the food is served to them. And they said the first dish is Chef Kim's, and it was looking very delicious and very expensive dish, Tunito Rossen. And when that actress looked at the dish, she was stunned, and she said, "It's my first time eating a dish like this," and she was a little scared. She further said that it looks like something only the crazy rich would eat, and the visuals are insane. She made remarks on that. The person who was sitting next to her, he said that I feel like I should change into a suit to eat this. After listening to that, she said it tastes like wealth. How could a mere Don win against this? And we see that everyone in that panel liked the Chef Kim's dish. They said that it's a well-cooked dish. And we see food columnist and vice president of the Shares Association. They also liked his dish, and they said that you made it perfectly by the books. There is not a single thing to criticize, be it your choice of ingredients or your skills. They also said that it's there to find a shift with this level of skill. After listening to that compliments, it boosted Chef Kim's male ego, and he started laughing inside. And he started thinking, and he said, just as I predicted, It's not like I am lacking in skill anyway. I spent enough money on the ingredients too. He further said that it's a completely different class as compared to his ingredients, and he again started criticizing him. He said that the judges do indeed have good eyes. Any shift with the same level of skill could make this dish. And when he was busy criticizing Chef, there is one person from the panel, and he said that of all the Rossini had this one has the least personality. After listening to that Chef, Kim couldn't believe what he has heard. And after that we see, it's none other than the food critic, and he said that you want to eat this with your family. He asked that question to Kim. He further said that to me this dish feels like nothing more than a way for you to show off. It's way too much, and by listening to that we can see that his face has dropped and he was about to cry. And he started talking to himself and he said, who is he to criticize my dish like that? Do you even know anything about food? How dare you insult my dish? And we said that he was mad that he criticized his dish like that. But after listening to that person's honest review and way of criticizing, it seemed someone familiar to Chef Lee. After that, judges announced his final score, and it was 88 points. He gained 88 points. After that, the person who was sitting next to that food critique, she started talking to him, and she said, you do know that you are the reason no one has managed to score higher than 90 today, right? He replied, so what? I can't give some ordinary dish a high score. I can feel all of them holding back because this is a broadcast. And he was just making honest and straightforward critics. After that, they announced next, we have Chef Lee's Dawn. And now the time has come his dish we serve to all the judges in the panel. And when she looked at the dish, she said, well, this is definitely not the ordinary, and another judge also made remark on the dish of Charlie. And he said that seems like Chef Lee came here to kill sometime. Seems like he was disappointed with him. He further said that I can't feel a drop of nervousness from the way he cooked or this dish itself. How is this common dish supposed to be special? And when everyone had the first bite of the dish, their face and their expression changed, and it was night and day difference in their expressions. Everyone liked his dish so much, and they started making remarks and couldn't stop praising his dish. Everyone said they liked this dish so much one of them said, I really like crispy food. God must have blessed this coating himself. Another judge said the meat is tender and juicy. Is this legendary? And every judge liked his dish regardless, and one of them said only a machine could make this flat, and even I'm not confident that I can do this in such a short time, so that's why every bite tastes different. The taste completely changes when the sweet sauce mixes with the juicy meat and finally green chili pepper. Even the food critic didn't like anyone's dish today. Seems like he also liked Chef Lee's dish very much. He made a remark and he said the taste of green chili pepper intensifies the longer chew the meat, and he started eating and he couldn't stop eating the dish. He further said that if the meat was fried for even a second longer, the taste of the chili would have been blended into the meat. What incredible talent. And they continued praising Chef Lee's skills. He continued praising him, and he said that it's fascinating that I can't believe Lee made this dish. This kind of new challenge, I like it. And even that actress, she said that I felt more at ease even before taking my first bite. The other dish was delicious too, but I really felt like I was underdressed while eating it. That's why I would prefer Chef Lee's dish to comfortably enjoy with my family. By listening to that voice, and even that voice was familiar to Chef Lee. And it is time for the result. Host came to the stage and they said, let me announce the results. They started announcing the results and she said, Chef Kim scored total 88 points and Chef Lee's total score is 96 points. The winner of the fourth round is Chef Lee. And finally, the battle of the champions has ended and Lee has won this competition with the dominant victory, and he was the only person who scored more than 90 points. And Chef Kim believed what has happened to him. He was so angry and so frustrated. He looked at Chef Lee in such an anger and he said, you did something, didn't you? And he's about to make some move. He further said that how could my dish have lost your street food don? After that, he started criticizing and blaming Chef Lee. And he said that you planned this, didn't you? And he started talking and he said, what a petty little trick you pulled off there. After that, we see the editing team in the back end and they told him to mute whatever he is saying. Further, Chef Kim said that, did you come here to tell me to go fuck myself? But Lee listened to him carefully and he smiled at him. And he replied, you were the one who did that to me. Did you think I wouldn't find out that you were the one who released that article? And we see that Lee knew that it was Chef Kim who released that article about him and poked him to participate in this competition. But tables has turned now and safely has gained the victory. One-sided against Chi Kim. After that, the guy says that our hero, that did you come here to tell me to go to fuck myself? Then our hero replies with a glaze, hey listen, I was telling you that, but Hyung, you were the one who did that to me. Did you think I wouldn't find out that you were the one released that article? Then everyone gets surprised and shocks after hearing that, and everyone looks towards them with a strange look and a high stare. Further, that the guy counters everyone while saying that WH, what article? What are you talking about? I didn't do anything, I'm not the guilty one you are blaming, stupid bastard. How am I supposed to that? And how do you know that I did that? Then our Chad hero replies, you have always been like this. And you always try to pull me down, and you always gets jealous of me, and always try to get me down, and I used to be bothered by your words. But now things are different. I don't give a fuck about this shit anymore, and I don't care now. Because that just proves your worth as a person. Then that guy gets traumatized and shocked by hearing all of this sudden, and he says that worth. And gets pissed off after hearing that, and he began to get raged and angry, and he says that stop fucking with me. How dare you to insult me, you little creepy bastard, and who gives you the right to insult me? Then he gets angry and he comes and grabs the collar of our hero and says to him that name one thing you are better at than me, in which you think you can compete and win against me. And gets angry and says him a bad line, you son of a bitch. And while that he says that we will see how much longer you can act like this. You don't believe I can't ruin your whole career, do you? Then a scholar and calm specs guy come there with a flash speed and grabs his hand and tries stop him to quarrel, and he began to say that stop, and enough, how far are you planning to take this? Look at you framing an innocent person. The article you had them publish has resulted in a lot of shit talking about my show. And that specs was just exposing him very badly in front of everyone, so badly. And he gets shocked and says that what? Don't make me laugh, you creepy dumbass, and do you have any proof or evidences? Evidence which containing that I was the one who had the article written. And stop accusing the wrong person? And now stop blaming this to me? Just stop, you crazy ass punk. Then that innocent guy came there and he confessed that he told that he was guilty and he did all this shit with his help. And he says that he told them everything. Then that guy gets scared and says, you, what bullshit are you? What exactly did you tell them? He replies, if word gets out about what you did to KangHyun, your career will be dead like our viewership, so please support to our videos. And further, he explains that you will never appear on TV again, and you will also lose your position as head chef. People will talk bad about you whenever you go. Can you handle that? The life one gets by dragging someone else down never lasts long, so Hyung come down now. And we see Hyung finally gets exposed in front of everyone, and after that we see Specs guy starts to confronting to our hero, and he says that I told both of them not come here from next week, and I'm really sorry about this, KangHyun. So our hero replies, no, none of this was your fault. Thanks to you, I got the chance to grow. Then he looks at his phone screen, then that guy says that, oh, you are going to go back to Pyeongchang now, right? Have you ever considered joining a show again? You are always welcome here, you know? Then our hero replies with a smile on his face that I don't think it's time for that yet. Then he replies, I see. After all those unfortunate events, I wouldn't want to return so soon either. Hero replies, no, it's not really about that. I just really like my day-to-day life right now. After that, he makes his farewell and see-offs him and travels back at. Then that specs guy begins to say that I was hoping that he would return when his health improved, but he looks so content that it's hard to try and convince him. After that scene gets cut to the forest in which our Giga Chad rabbit training like a broken heart guy, and after that some birds came there and sits on him, and while that there's a black cat appears there and sits in front of our Giga Chad, and he looks so frustrated by all of this. Still our dudes continues his training and keeps his training on. After that scene gets cut to our hero, and he says that today is the day I'm going to teach the Beastmen the results of my spice research. And he began to express that he wanted to teach the most talented first and slowly teach the others, however. And still he says that he is expressing his condolences to this animal who was sacrificed for this thing which I can't even call food. They have been relying on good and tasty ingredients rather than cooking up till now, so all of them lack basic culinary skills. Then we see that they says that only a big fire like this can cook this fast enough, and that girl says to her, but teacher told us not to do it that way. They are not at a level where I can teach them about spices. After that, our hero and his cutie pie pet was spying and seeking around them, and says that I will teach all the basics of cooking today, and you cannot return home before you master the art of cooking today. Then his pet does woof woof and agrees upon his decision. Then he says that I will distribute the ingredients again, So let's start with making boiled pork belly. Then agrees and says woof, and he says goo. Then we see that girl was giving heat to the meat. Then our hero comes there, and he says that I am pretty sure I told you to only fry the outside lightly with some oil in a pan, and he shouts at them. Then they gets weird of him and says that I thought this would be quicker. Then he replies, if you are in such a hurry, why don't you finish your life fast too? Why are you so relaxed about that? Then his pet smells the food and he gets shocked after smelling that. Then our hero says that why did something like this end up in the pot next to the spices I told you to put in? Then he grabs Frock from the inside and gets shocked. While seeing that, then she replies because it looked tasty to. Then he replies, I am sure that the meat it is turned green because of this one here is delicious as well. The minute I look away, they cost trouble, I have to stay focused. Then he monitors them and looked at them how they are cooking. Then he looks towards that girl and he says that she is not bad at all. She is doing everything exactly the way I told her to. And then that girl was assuming in her mind that did I do something wrong? Then he replies, but she seems familiar. Then he will remembers a past scene in which there were so many slaves and demi-humans. And while remembering that, he says that the kid that won the hunting competition was a human. Then she again thinks in her mind that why is he staring so silently? Then he replies she become the Chetu because she brought back the most delicious bird, and besides she is so useful, and he gives a creepy smile while looking at her. And then he looks at her dish and it was really delicious, and he says that now let's take the human's boiled pork belly as an example. Then we see that the girl was saying that it looks delicious, but it took so long to cook. Is there really a need to spend so much time? Then our hero gives her a bite of a proper boiled food, and after eating that she gets stunned and she begins to say wowly, I mean absolutely. Then our hero says that it's not bad, but I suggest you let it boil a bit longer because cooking is about sincerity and effort. Keep that in mind, and let's increase the difficulty from now on. Then he begins the most difficult task now, and he brought a fruit of kusashiri in his hand and says that the next dish will be made with this fruit found all over the forest. Then everyone starts to saying that it's kusashiri, isn't it? It's kusashiri? And kusashiri is delicious. Then our hero begins to say that that's right, this beggar bastard. I mean, kusashiri and beggar bastard sounds very similar in Korean. Beggar what now? Is he talking about us? They gets confused by hearing word beggar. Then our hero says that why that fruit we are going to make the goulash. So let me show you how to make a simple yet delicious soup. The goulash is a traditional Hungarian tomato stew, and it's easy to make, and one can add a variety of ingredients to it. Moreover, this kusashiri tastes like tomatoes and basil, so it's perfect for goulash. Then that girl replies, I am confident about cooking soups, and we make some with herbs every now and then. And other one also say that it's got to be easier than making boiled pork belly. Then our hero says that by the way you have to receive a pass from our jury this time. After that, Kang says that today's judges are Warrior Noah and the Holy Wolf. The Holy Wolf then says, let's do this. After hearing the news, everyone is surprised and shocked, and they say that both of them have already tasted their sample stew. Kang responds, you see, it makes it easier for them to judge. Then the Holy Wolf says, it was a taste worth the effort, and Noah adores him, giving a woof. Kang then adds, your stew should taste better than the sample, right? I hope you do your best. They say, let's start right away. Shall we? Once again, everyone is traumatized and scared of the judges. Kang begins to explain the recipe and ingredient, saying, watch closely and follow along. He continues, first, oil a pot and add chopped onion like fruit. Once they are done frying, add the meat as well as any other fruit you'd like to include. Next, for the most important ingredient, the kusashiri, core it and cook it with the rest. Add the broth from the bones along with the finely ground spices. Let it boil for a while, and this world's regional rendition of goulash will be done. He says, it might be homemade goulash, but it's easy to make and tastes delicious. Since Noah liked it, I'm sure it will also suit the other beastmen's tastes. Then he tells everyone to submit their soups. All the contestants are shocked, and one says, I don't know about the Holy Wolf, while another says, but Warrior Noah has a habit of saying it's edible, so it should be fine, right? Warrior Noah looks at the dish and appears depressed, as does the Holy Wolf. Noah then says, a true warrior can measure his opponent's capabilities at first glance, and this soup isn't even worth facing. He begins to taste the soup of the first contestant, commenting, it looks alright though, so you should at least taste it. After tasting it, he is knocked off and responds, is cooking a joke to you? Upon hearing this, the contestant becomes deeply depressed, thinking, what did I do wrong? the second contestant arrives, saying fearfully, "Ah, I copied you to the best of my abilities." Kang tastes another contestant's soup and says, at least we can work with this flavor." After tasting it, he collapses and faints. The wolf girl emotionally exclaims, "Ack, did the paralysis poison residue left on my fingernails from the hunt seep into the soup?" She cries a lot while looking at Kang. Kang, while fainting, replies, "Wash your hands before you cook." Looking at them, the beastman replies, "Too weak, next opponent." Kang, tiredly speaking, says, "Indeed, there's a reason they say the first try is always a failure, but our strongest warrior is still left, and that's Hammond. Our beastman is the judge." The final contestant, Hammond, arrives, and the beastman grabs the soup, directly tasting it. Both the girl and Kang stare at him as he finishes the soup and tells everyone, "It was worth facing. It's not as good as KangHyun's soup, but I can taste the kusasheri in this soup too." He imagines himself in the forest of kusasheri, chilling and vibing there, and says, "There is still something lacking in this soup as an individual dish, but it has the potential to become a formidable warrior." Later, he says, "Hammond, you pass." After hearing this, Hammond becomes super happy and tremendously excited, replying, "Thank you," with gratitude. Later, everyone tries her soup, and Kang congratulates her, saying, "Congratulations, Hammond, you definitely have a feel for it." Hammond, with a happy face, replies, "It was all thanks to my wonderful teacher." Later, a beast girl enters with a dramatic entrance, greeting everyone. "Yo, chef, I just came by to check on everyone, but it seems like you're doing good enough by yourselves." She then looks at Hammond and her soup, asking, "Did you make that, Hammond? Can I have a taste?" Hammond happily replies, "Sure." She gives the beast girl a plate of soup, and after tasting it, the beast girl says, "Hammond made this? Amazing. The whole tribe will be able to eat this dish. This is a great blessing, and I'll definitely repay this favor. KangHyun." KangHyun replies, "No need. This is something I wanted to do anyway." The beast girl responds, "But you did this for us to a certain degree, and in the end, it doesn't change the fact that you helped us, so at least let us thank you." KangHyun replies, "You're welcome. It all started with my freedom, but I'm glad I was of help." Later, Kang enters his kitchen and places the bag that was gifted to him by the beast girl, wondering, "Cassandra definitely seemed thankful, but why did she give me this smelly thing?" He stops to smell it, thinking, what if she isn't actually thankful at all? It might taste good like a durian, though. Meanwhile, the holy wolf stays away from the bag because of the smell, and KangHyun is also disgusted. Later, his house bell rings, and someone speaks from outside. "KangHyun, are you there?" KangHyun replies, "This voice, Painter Young Jae-hoon." Then Kang asks, "The person behind you is?" Young Jae-hoon replies, "Haha, I didn't come alone today. Let me introduce you to him. This is my friend, Lee Young-won." Kang is shocked, saying, "Wait, what?" Young Jae-hoon introduces Lee Young-won, describing him as rather sturdy. Young-won says, "I heard you're a chef. Do you work out outside of work? A motorcycle gang grandpa?" He laughs, adding, "A young man living his life. I see. I used to work out quite a bit too. Here, look." He shows off his muscles and says, "You can touch them if you want." Jae-hoon holds him back, saying, "Did you go senile or something? Put your clothes back on." Sturdy replies, "Did you just hit me? A painter hitting a civilian?" Jae-hoon says, "I'm sorry. I should have ended our friendship a long time ago. Were you surprised by this grandpa suddenly taking off his clothes?" Sturdy replies, "That's just the way we greet each other." Jae-hoon tells him to shut up, man. KangHyun says, "Your friend is quite unlike you." Once inside, Kang prepares food for them, taking their orders. He serves delicious soup and says, "Here are the pomodoro and arrabbiata you ordered." Jae-hoon says, "Ah, the pomodoro is for me, and the arrabbiata is for my friend." Kang replies, "I made the arrabbiata spicier as per your request. It's very spicy, so watch out." After tasting it, they exclaim, "Kyuhaha, it smells really good." Jae-hoon says, "Now go ahead and eat it." When Sturdy tastes it, he explains, "It is very delicious and tastes even better. This is the best spicy food ever. I might not be a gourmet like you, Jae-hoon, but I certainly know that this sweet and spicy combination is out of this world, and it really lives up to its fiery name." He adds, "Arrabbiata is an Italian word for angry, and it tastes just like what you'd find in Italy." Kang replies, "Haha, thank you. Enjoy your meal." Then Sturdy asks, Could you spare me a moment? Kang replies. Yes, Sturdy asks. Could you pick a weekend in the month after next? Kang asks. Any day I like, Sturdy replies. The second Saturday of the month, Kang says. Okay. Sturdy responds. Good, it's set then. Kang asks. What are you planning to do on that day? Kang wonders. Retirement or retire? How could you fix such an important day so casually? Sturdy replies. It's fine, this is enough. Kang then asks. What exactly are you retiring from? Sturdy, with a shocking attitude, says, I announce my retirement from the biker gang. Kang imagines many scenarios in his mind, while Jaehoon comments, I knew you wouldn't recognize him. He is rather famous, you see. His name is Lee Young-hwan. Later, Jaehoon begins to explain to Kang that the old biker's name is Lee Young-hwan, and he's actually a famous pianist who has won many international competitions. The scene shifts to Kang, who looks shocked and says, a pianist? The other people around also react with surprise when they find out that this biker is the famous pianist Lee Young-hwan. One person even asks, is he the one who plays Beethoven pieces with exhaust notes? Kang, still in shock, repeats, a pianist. I see. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Jaehoon says, just accept it. Then Lee Young-hwan speaks up, saying, I don't blame him for not recognizing me. It's been a long time since I've performed or been on TV. It's been decades since my last appearance. Then Jaehoon replies, it's not just that. He's having a hard time even believing that you're a pianist because, to him, you look more like someone from a biker gang. Kang, still standing there, gets goosebumps again and says with a stuttering voice, Pianist Lee Young-hwan, I know who you are. Later, Kang begins to explain, my former boss said you were his favorite pianist. That's why he always played your albums at work. It was the kind of music that pleased my ears. I always thought someone who could perform so emotionally would be soft and detail-oriented. Lee Young-hwan listens and is surprised by what Kang says. He thanks Kang with a slight nod and a look in his eyes. But Kang, overwhelmed by it all, suddenly faints, muttering, Goodbye, my imaginary pianist. As Jaehoon rushes over to help, he says, How could you disappoint him like this? Lee Young-hwan, confused, replies, How is this my fault? Kang then replies, Never mind. You're much cooler in real life. And anyway, if it's about your retirement, we should think this through a bit more. Lee Young-hwan responds, Well, I did choose a special day. I even decided on a time and place because I wanted my last recital to be as grand as its name. But unfortunately, my left hand ended up like this. Kang is shocked as Lee continues. Even the doctor said it's best not to use it anymore, so I cancelled everything. Now, I just want my last recital to end quietly. It's a shame, but I should leave the past in the past and prepare for what's next. Kang replies, Words like that sound even cooler coming from a famous pianist, don't they? After that, they both leave Kang's house. Jaehoon, looking satisfied, says to Kang, Thank you for the food today. He then turns to Lee Young-hwan and adds, For real, I can't believe you've been eating such delicious food all by yourself. I think I made friends with the wrong guy. Jaehoon says, I shouldn't have brought him here. I have something to talk to him about, so go and wait outside. Kang replies, Sure, take your time. Jaehoon goes back inside the house and sighs. Phew, I guess you were a bit overwhelmed by that guy. I'm sorry about that. Kang responds, Not at all. He seems like an honest and good person, but he does lack a bit of elegance when it comes to things other than music. After hearing this, Jaehoon replies, I'm sorry if the situation made you worry. It wasn't a serious topic for us, so he brought it up without much thought. Kang smiles and says, No, funnily enough, I think he's amazing. Usually, when we're struggling or suffering. Kang pauses and remembers, The day I lost my sense of taste, I found myself in a similar situation. Jaehoon nods and replies, We can't always decide when we want to end things. At our age, a lot of plans get ruined, and we learn to give up. As they continue talking, Lee Young-hwan bursts through the door and says, Geez, are you having another meal or what? What's taking so long? Jaehoon shakes his head and replies, My God, just let me say my goodbyes. Why are you so impatient? Jaehoon says to Kang, Anyway, I'll see you next time. Kang replies, Yeah, please come again. Later that night, Kang is cleaning his room, mumbling, Learn to give up. As he continues, he thinks, This is driving me nuts. He might be in the same situation as me, but there's nothing I can do for him. I need to stop minding other people's business. He feels deeply depressed, muttering, the one who's regaining his sense of taste. Suddenly, his pet, Rice Cake, barks. Woof, woof. Kang looks at him and asks, Rice Cake, why are you so dirty? Rice Cake stares back with cute puppy eyes and barks softly. Kang sighs, I just cleaned everything, and you're making the whole place muddy. Did you roll around in the dirt? He grabs Rice Cake and starts cleaning him, but Rice Cake continues looking at him with that same cute expression. Kang grumbles, quit acting cute, as if that'll lighten my mood. But it does feel nice. Then he jokingly says, is your saliva some kind of pain relief cream or something? My muscle soreness from my last training session feels better after you licked me. Kang suddenly gets an idea and exclaims, wait, Lee Young-hoon's wrist. Maybe Rice Cake's saliva could heal it. He imagines the scenario where people think he brought a magic wolf and everyone pushes him to buy Rice Cake. But then he shakes his head and says, never mind, forget it. He approaches Rice Cake and says, yeah, I was just lucky to regain my sense of taste because I didn't give up. Maybe that's why I hope he won't give up either. If you give up, luck won't even get the chance to find you. Rice Cake gives an emotional smile and Kang asks, what are the chances of his wrist suddenly healing? Rice Cake seems to think for a moment and then starts biting Kang's pant leg. Kang asks, what's wrong, Rice Cake? Do you want me to follow you? Rice Cake runs off rapidly and Kang follows, calling out, hey, Rice Cake, where are you taking me? They reach a spot where Kang asks, what's the matter with you? Huh? Rice Cake starts digging in the ground and Kang notices the color of the soil is different. Did someone dig a hole here before? Did someone bury some money? But then Rice Cake pulls out a small bag of berries. Kang is surprised. Did you bury this because of the smell? Rice Cake gives a confirming bark. Kang, frustrated, replies, you can't bury a present just because it smells. He pulls out the bag and says, seriously, why bother burying it if you're going to turn yourself in anyway? Then he thinks he's smart enough to know I'd be mad, yet he still led me here. Suddenly, Kang remembers Cassandra's voice saying, this is valuable, though it has a strong smell. It shows how good it is for your body. It's a kind of medicine that humans don't have. Kang pulls out a berry and eats it. He's shocked, exclaiming, what the? I can feel a wave of freshness flowing through my whole body. It's not just fresh. My body feels light, like I just woke up. Does this fruit have healing properties like Rice Cake's saliva? Feeling a burst of energy, Kang realizes the berries have the same power as Rice Cake. He looks at Rice Cake, who barks in agreement. Kang remembers Cassandra giving him something so valuable, and she pops up in his mind like a meme, striking a victory pose, saying, I told you it's valuable. Kang thinks, if I give this to Lee Young-hoon, he'll probably ask where I got it from. And if I just hand it over, he won't eat it because he's stubborn. Plus, even though it's a fruit, it's chewy like meat. Feeling frustrated, Kang suddenly gets an idea. Meat. I can cover the smell with sauce and package it like a dumpling. Nobody will be able to tell. He smiles mischievously, thinking, yeah, it's a perfect fit. It'll be perfect for ravioli. He's ready to execute his plan with an evil grin. We see that Kang was holding something in his hand, looking creepily at it. Rice Cake was sitting behind him, staring at him. Kang said, damn, the other world is fascinating, and he was holding a piece of meat in his hand. He said, I can cover the smell with the sauce. Then he looked at the piece of meat again and said, if I pack it like a dumpling, nobody will be able to tell. It's a perfect fit, perfect for ravioli. He started wondering about the dish he was about to prepare. Then we see Lee walking on the grass, and suddenly his hand started shaking. He stopped the shaking by saying, this is becoming a habit further. He noticed someone calling his name. He looked back to see who called him, and it was none other than Kang and Rice Cake. Lee wondered and asked Kang, how did you find me roaming here? Kang answered, I heard that you were staying at one of Mr. Young's houses. Lee made a weird face and replied, it means you found me for a reason. He further asked, what's the reason? Kang calmly replied he had a tiffin box in his hand and gave it to Lee. Mr. Lee was surprised to see all that. He started opening the tiffin box in front of Kang and asked, are you hungry? Then he opened the tiffin box, and it was none other than ravioli. Kang had prepared that dish especially for Mr. Lee. After a while, they both sat together, and Mr. Lee was eating the dish prepared for him. Then they started having a conversation with each other regarding Kang's new menu. Mr. Lee asked, you wanted me to taste your new menu? Don't you think KangHyun would be better at this? After listening to that, Kang felt a little guilty and replied, "I'll ask him later." They continued the conversation, and suddenly Mr. Lee asked, "Are you here because of what I said yesterday?" Kang was completely shocked and replied, "What do you mean?" while staring at Lee. Lee started smiling at him and said, "I got scolded yesterday. I thought I made you worry." He further thanked Kang for everything he did for him, but Kang looked at him and said, "Don't worry about it." Kang then asked him, "Do you still like to play the piano?" Lee smiled a little and replied, "It's what I love the most, but I didn't give up entirely on it." He continued, "I had hoped to have a nice farewell, but I can't even do that anymore. I will end up a clown if I retire like this." He further said, "I believe that ending it quietly will be for the best." They looked at the sky for a while and stopped talking. Kang replied, "I can't completely understand what you're going through, but I want you to do fine in life. I just want you to have a finale." After listening to all that, Mr. Lee was completely shocked and couldn't believe that someone actually cared for him. He laughed and said, "I can feel your youth in your words, but it's not something an old man like me can even imagine." After that, Kang felt a little uncomfortable and said, "Sorry if I crossed the line." But Lee warmly took it and told him not to worry. Lee thanked him and said, "This was what I needed to hear the most." Kang was the only person who said something like that to Lee, and after hearing it, Lee was completely happy. He said, "Thank you, Kang." While they were talking, Rice Cake suddenly appeared, all tired. Seeing this, Kang realized he forgot to feed him. After that, he offered more food to Mr. Lee, and Mr. Lee started eating the food Kang had prepared for him. When he had the first bite, he was completely amazed. He asked, "Did you use arrabbiata sauce?" because he knew Lee liked spicy food. He further said, "I usually don't eat this because it's too greasy, but the one you prepared is perfect in texture." He enjoyed every bite, praising Kang's skills, and said it made him feel healthier. Kang replied, "That's because you're feeling better emotionally now." Lee realized Kang was right. Suddenly, Lee had 5 lunchboxes in his hand and said, "I accidentally made too many for you. Keep them and eat whenever you feel like it." He thanked Kang for all the lunchboxes, and both enjoyed their time together. After spending time with Mr. Lee, Kang returned to his kitchen. When he was about to prepare something, there was a knock on his door. He received a letter and wondered who sent it. When he opened it, he found 2 piano concert tickets and a letter. He started reading the letter, which was sent by Mr. Lee. He thanked Kang for his work and the food he had prepared. He also mentioned that he was undergoing rehab in Seoul. After reading all that, Kang felt happy, but he noticed something written on the back of the letter too. It read, "Do you know what da capo means? It means to go back to the start until the end." Mr. Lee also thanked him for the finale he wanted the most. After reading that, Kang started talking to himself. He wondered, did he figure it out after all? The scene cuts to heavy traffic, where we see Kang's friend driving. He suddenly received a text message from Kang, inviting him to join a piano concert on Saturday because he had an extra ticket. His friend remarked that Kang had no friends other than him. He realized it was Mr. Lee's concert and wondered how Kang got the ticket for that. He remembered and made a weird face, saying, "I already have some plans for Saturday," but he further added that she was a fan. He called someone through his phone and asked, "Are you busy right now?" She replied, "No, I'm free," and asked why he called her. She added, "You never called me after you were assigned to a celebrity." Fast forward to the day of the final recital, and KangHyun is in the audience, visibly nervous. Something unexpected has happened. He's sure he texted Jim to come to the recital with him, but instead, Sina is sitting right next to him. She says she was really sad when she couldn't get a ticket, but luckily, Kang had an extra. Apparently, Jim sent Sina in his place without bothering to give Kang a heads up. Classic Jim. Sina chuckles and says she never knew Kang was a fan of the pianist Yan. Kang, now a little flustered, nervously replies that he's only recently discovered Yan's music. He asks her how long she's been a fan, and Sina, a bit bashful, admits she's been listening to him since her debut. She recalls how she used to play his songs in her car on repeat, until one day her manager, Yoongun, begged her to stop before he fell asleep at the wheel. Kang laughs, thinking that meeting Sina feels like reconnecting with an old friend. He remembers back when Jim was Sina's manager, they were pretty close, or at least he thought they were close, until he recalls that one wild night when Jim barged into his apartment after hacking the passcode and demanded food, with Sina trailing behind him. They asked for dinner, but Kang freaked out and kicked them out. Now that he's thinking about it, maybe they weren't that close after all. Lost in thought, Kang is brought back to reality when Cena snaps her fingers in front of him. What's got you so stunned? Is it me? Am I too stunning today? She teases, shameless as ever. Just then, a fan approaches Cena, telling her how much she loved her recent drama. Cena gladly gives an autograph, and Kang is surprised to learn that she's acting now. 2. Cena shoots him a smug look. What? Did you think I was still just a singer? Apparently, Kang hasn't been keeping up. Cena teases him more, saying, "You'd know if you actually watch TV. How are you so out of the loop? Feeling like an ignorant bum." Kang decides he should start watching at least 1 hour of TV a day just to keep up with her career. "Well, it's kinda your charm," Cena says, enjoying her teasing. "You don't care about anything around you." Ouch. That one stings. At that moment, Yan walks onto the stage, and the audience immediately quiets. He doesn't look like his usual biker self, now more formal and composed as he greets the crowd. Cena is visibly excited, but also worried. I hope he's okay. Everyone knows about Yan's wrist injury. Kang, seizing the moment to impress her, smugly says, "Actually, I know something you don't." Cena raises an eyebrow. "Oh, really? What? I heard Yan's wrist has fully healed." Just then, Yan begins playing, and the entire audience, including Kang and Cena, is mesmerized by the performance. Afterward, Kang goes backstage to meet Yan, who eagerly greets him. "So, did you bring your girlfriend with the ticket I gave you?" Yan asks, grinning. Kang quickly clarifies. No, Cena's just a friend." Cena, hiding behind Kang, punches him playfully, annoyed he didn't tell her he knew Yan personally. "I would have brought some albums to get them signed," she complains. Ignoring her, Kang focuses on Yan, who asks for his honest opinion about the performance. Kang praises it, saying it was amazing, but a critic named Jun interjects, saying it was good at the start. But Yan got a little too excited toward the end. "You lose control every time," Jun says with a smirk, only to have a bow tie thrown in his face by a furious Yan. "I didn't ask for your opinion," Yan snaps, unfazed. Jun turns to Kang. "You agree with me, right?" Kang, trying to avoid the chaos, simply replies, "Honestly, I liked it a lot." Cena, surprised to see Jun, asks Kang, "Wait, you know him too?" Kang shrugs. "Yeah, both of these guys are regulars at my restaurant." Cena's eyes narrow as she demands, "Give me the address, I'm becoming a regular too." Later, Cena gets an autograph from Yan, gushing over his performance. Yan thanks her and adds, "It was all possible thanks to a certain special ravioli lunchbox," turning to Kang with a knowing smile. Kang tries to play it cool, but he's definitely nervous. A few days later, Kang finds himself in a fantasy world, fishing alongside his friend Randolph. The peaceful setting leaves Kang feeling nice and relaxed, but also strangely drowsy. He wonders if it's because it's his first time fishing, but Randolph assures him it's because they just finished an intense training session. Kang then asks why he can't use the fishing rods he brought with him. Randolph, ever the warrior, replies, "Fishing is war." Just then, something tugs hard on Kang's makeshift wooden rod, and Randolph pulls out a massive, monstrous fish. He smirks. "Your puny rods couldn't handle this beast. Sometimes you gotta go with the tried and tested." Kang, still groggy, can barely react as the fish falls right toward him, but Randolph saves him from being crushed. "Nice catch," Randolph says, noting that the fish doesn't have a strong smell. Suddenly, Kang perks up, wide awake, as the fish continues to flop around. Kang thinks to himself, this would be perfect for some spicy fish stew. He began imagining the dish he could prepare with that fish, including a good bowl of fish broth with noodles, mushrooms, and other ingredients. A lock was brought to the jungle, and Mr. Lee and his friend Kang were seen. Kang's friend complimented him, saying he was good with a knife. It was obvious from his face that Kang was tired as he worked with a large blue fish, cutting it with the knife. Kang then explained that a chef needs to know how to use a knife, so he had to do everything himself. His friend continued praising him and asked why he was preparing so little. Kang replied that it was already a lot, and even a small piece was too much for him. The fish's skin was being peeled off, and Kang's friend asked if the lake normally had such big fish. Kang answered that it didn't, but the strange energy around the lake caused fish to grow that large. The friend then explained how these giant fish were found in the lake, wondering about it. Kang agreed it was strange and mentioned that the forest acted as a border between three races, which must be the reason. He also mentioned that the huge jumping rabbits seen earlier were a result of this strange war energy. In conclusion, the forest was filled with enormous and unusual species of animals and birds because of its unique energy and aura. He was looked at by his friend, who started explaining. His friend said he thought all the animals here were naturally like that, but his friend replied that a muscular rabbit like the one seen could only be found here, making it a specialty of the place. He was looked at again as he sat next to his friend and wondered. From his perspective, he said, the animals seemed normal. His friend then asked if that was what rabbits looked like where he lived. He replied that rabbits where he lived were small and cute. not giant and enormous like the ones here. A small smile was given by him, and his friend said the rabbits weren't too different after all. His friend then said he was getting hungry and decided to help by gathering firewood. His help was appreciated and thanked. Both of them began preparing the food, but then he realized that there wasn't a large enough pot for the fish. He wondered what to do, but then he remembered that an enormous pot had been brought with him. His friend asked if the bones should be thrown away, but he was told not to. It was explained that the bones would be used for the spicy fish stew. His friend wondered how the bones would be used and asked about it. Kang explained that radish, bones, and dried shrimp should be boiled together, with the foam removed as it appears. Ingredients would then be added to make the soup refreshing, and boiling without a lid would remove the fishy smell. This process would result in spicy fish stew. As Kang explained, they both felt their mouths water, and his friend praised the aroma, saying it was amazing and that he couldn't wait to eat it. It was said that the stew was ready, but Kang stopped him, saying something was forgotten. Only the bones had been added, and the meat had been forgotten for the stew. The pieces of meat had already been cut by Kang, and they were shown to his friend, who was told, "Let's start with some sashimi first." His friend mentioned that it had been a while since he had eaten raw fish. Since his friend hadn't had fish in a long time, he was encouraged to try it with the sauces in Kang's hand. When his friend took the first bite, he was amazed, wondering how the raw fish could taste so good. The way the fish was caught was remembered by his friend, who then praised the taste, saying he didn't know raw fish could be so chilly and delicious. His friend further praised the sauces, saying they were like the cherry on top. He described the red sauce as sweet and spicy, the brown one as enhancing the dish's flavor, and the green one as very spicy but enjoyable. Each sauce given by Kang was appreciated by his friend. Rice, cake, fish, and sauces were enjoyed, while Kang continued preparing the soup. His friend took a bowl and began serving the soup, mentioning that where he lived, fish was eaten raw, and the bones were used to make soup. The soup was prepared by Kang, who said, "I believe you'll like this one too." The soup looked so delicious that his friend's mouth started watering again. After the first bite, his friend started crying and punched the ground. Kang thought his friend didn't like it and approached him, worried, asking if something was wrong. But then his friend said he needed alcohol. Both of them started drinking alcohol with the fish, and it seemed like his friend enjoyed every moment spent with Kang. His friend looked happy and said that the spicy fish stew was great with alcohol. His friend lost himself while eating the fish. It was said by his friend that whoever thought of this dish must be a genius. Kang responded by asking, "Oh, you like it that much?" His friend replied that he liked it more than anything else and that it was the tastiest dish he had ever eaten. His friend continued praising the dish, saying, "Of course, can't you feel this tingling heat?" Kang replied, "I do." But his friend added that Kang was feeling it too much. Kang was then told he must be a chef because of how well he described food. He agreed, saying, "I guess so." Surprisingly, his taste returned, and he shared the news with his friend. A flashback was told by Kang, explaining how he got his taste back while trying to reduce the smell of the dish. He mentioned that without a stronger sauce, like a cream sauce, the fruity smell was overpowering. He described the cheesy flavor from chewing as nice, but noted that the fruity smell remained a problem. He then wondered if the taste had always been this vivid. While preparing a dish for Mr. Lee, it was almost forgotten by Kang that he once had no sense of taste. He realized there was such a variety of flavors in food now, which didn't feel as dramatic as when his taste first returned. Everything was explained to his friend, who was sitting with rice cake. Despite the challenges, Kang said he was happy about getting his taste back, and now he could showcase even more dishes. Both were happy, and his friend said, "You're making me excited already." They both laughed and agreed to look forward to more dishes. They took another shot and continued drinking. Later that night, they both went inside the tent to sleep. At midnight, his friend suddenly woke up, thirsty from drinking too much alcohol. His head was spinning and his skin felt itchy. He realized he needed water, so he got up, and what he saw surprised him. Kang was caught drinking alcohol again. He was caught red-handed and said, "My wife told me to come home early, but had forgotten." Then Miss Amelia appeared, standing in front of them. Kang looked at her and asked, "Who is she?" he called out to her, realizing it was none other than his wife. She asked about the boat they were on, and Kang wondered about the situation. He said it looked like a scene from a movie and mentioned that he had wanted to visit her and see her again. She was seen looking very beautiful, and it was mentioned that everything was going well. Her advice was thanked, and she appreciated the night. They both looked cute talking together, constantly gazing at each other. Suddenly, he said that he could treat her to some food since she was there and told her to wait for a moment as he went inside. She replied, "I don't want to try food made by someone who can't even stand properly." She then said he had a request. He asked, "A request?" She summoned her persona by calling its name, saying, "You said you could see her, right?" He responded, "Yes, what about it?" She explained that normal humans couldn't see elemental spirits, as they don't have the same affinity as those who can. Since he could see the spirit, it was concluded that she must be a strange woman who randomly appeared in the forest. She thought there might be a meaning behind all this, and then asked him if he would like to make a contract with a spirit. "A spirit," KangHyun said. Mrs. Emilia then explained our hero by saying people think that we the elves monopolize spirits, but they are just close to them. And anyone, even the normal humans, can make a contract with a spirit if they have the affinity for it. She then says to our hero that he must have a high affinity since he can see Sona. "What do you think, KangHyun? Do you want to try?" she said. Our hero replies by saying that he understood everything she said to him, but suddenly our hero was about to puke. He puts a hand to cover his mouth and asked Mrs. Emilia that his stomach is not well and they should continue the talk tomorrow, to which Mrs. Emilia agreed. The next morning we see both Mrs. Emilia and our hero are standing in between an open area inside the forest. KangHyun apologized by saying that he was sorry about the last time as he showed the worst side of him to her yesterday, to which Mrs. Emilia replied that it's okay. Day drinking is pretty common. Our hero then told her that he gave a thought about the spirit thing, as the spirits stay together with Thea contractors 24/7 just like you and Sona. He then also said that it's basically like adopting another pet, so I have to really take my time to think about it. Hearing this statement, our hero's pet started thinking that KangHyun might love his new pet more than him, so he grabbed his pants with his cute little paws, trying to tell him not to make a contract. KangHyun then stares Rice Cake, his cute dog, and asked, "What's the problem, Rice Cake?" His dog then makes a cute little face wanting some attention from him and trying to express his feeling about the new contract. "He wants a younger brother," our hero shouted. We can clearly see the communication error by seeing the Rice Cake's expression. "He must be feeling lonely," he said, to which Mrs. Emilia replied, "Nice, you will find an amazing spirit." Hearing this, our hero's pet kicked him in his face, as he was not happy with the deal between them, but he was ignored by both of them. Mrs. Emilia then asked our hero to change into his summoning outfit by giving him a frock made up of leaves, a necklace made of flowers, and stick to hold in his hands. "A perfect fit," she said. "All these items will help our hero to boost his affinity." Our hero then asked if it is important to wear these, as he was feeling a bit empty after wearing it. She told him that her grandpa wore that dress while making a contract with a great spirit. She then asked our hero to think of the kind of spirit he wants to make a contract with, to which our hero replied, "Whatever." It's not whatever, she said, as a spirit's speciality, hobbies, age and values can change as match. Making a contract with a spirit is like browsing a dating app. "Don't worry, it will be quick," she said. She then closed her eyes, made a sign with her fingers and chanted some kind of spell. The atmosphere around them started changing. KangHyun was amazed by seeing the vibe around him. "Wow," he said after seeing some glowing fireflies coming down from the sky. "Are these spirits?" "The spirits I want," he asked to himself in his mind. Suddenly an orange firefly came near to him and started revolving around him, leaving some colors around him. Mrs. Emilia was amazed and happy by seeing it. "Success," she said. "It must be a high spirit." Hearing this, our hero was more excited as he was very eager to meet his spirit. The colors then disappeared and a small hamster spawned in front of our hero. Seeing the hamster, our hero was disappointed. He said that it's way too small. The hamster then felt shy by seeing our hero. He covered both the eyes with his hands and said, "This handsome guy is my master." The very next moment, the hamster went underground by drilling himself in and moved from one place to another beneath the ground. The hamster came up and found himself in front of our hero's pet dog, who was standing there staring at him. Meanwhile, Mrs. Emilia, who was standing there, was amazed by seeing the hamster spirit, as it can use two elements, and says, "It's a very rare case." KangHyun questions her about the two element part, to which she said, "One is earth and the other one is fire." As soon as she said fire, the hamster blowed fire from his mouth as it was air, and then the hamster went unconscious. Seeing this, Mrs. Emilia said, "It's too young to use both the elements." KangHyun's pet Rice Cake was still in the dilemma whether he will be prioritized or not after the hamster is accepted by our hero. Mrs. Emilia then asked KangHyun to name the hamster, as it will seal the contract as soon as he name him. He grabbed the hamster in his palms as it was too small to fit in. He then thinked of many names, like Ratatouille, etc. But in the end, he came up with a name, Tori. He said his name will be Tori and Ham will be his last name. Mrs. Emilia then said that she wasn't expecting a spirit like this to come out, and she hopes that KangHyun would make a good connection with Tori. She She then tells our hero that it's time for her to go and scout, but our hero grabs her hand and asks her to stop. He told her that he can't let her leave without eating anything. Our hero then pulls out a burger from his bag and gave it to Mrs. Emilia. He said he made a lot just in case if she came without eating breakfast. She thinks about eating it while holding the burger in her hands. I guess I can try one as I haven't done any breakfast, she said. Is this a sandwich? She asked to our hero, seeing the burger. It seems like she was in doubt before eating it. KangHyun replied her by saying that it's simple and filling. So many people eat it for breakfast. He also told her that he used to eat salad bread too much when he was young. This is my first time seeing something like this, she said. It must be good if KangHyun made it. And then Mrs. Emilia took her first bite from the sandwich. As soon as she took her first bite, she was filled with joy and her whole face became red. I never knew bread could be this soft, she said while enjoying her delicious bite. She then starts appreciating about the burger. It melted in my mouth as soon as I chewed it, she said. She also asked our hero about the sauces inside the burger. It's sweet and sour, she said. She also appreciated about the crunchy veggies that go so well with these. When did human gastronomy advance so far, she asked. Seeing her reaction, KangHyun said, I'm glad you liked it. Mrs. Emilia in her mind thinks about the mastery skills of our hero, that maybe he is from somewhere else, and he is kind of a mysterious chef. She was so happy after eating the sandwich that she asked KangHyun if he have one more sandwich, to which our hero replied that he have brought so many sandwiches, and even he can pack some for later. They both happily enjoy the sandwiches, and the scene starts with a lady sitting in her dingy room. It seems like she is doing her household chores. While she was busy doing her work, the door behind her slides and her daughter peeked through the door. She tells her mother that she have done her homework, and she asks her mom that if she can watch television, to which her mom replied, yeah, but only for an hour. She happily rushed and switched on the television. She said that she is going to watch a show named Jujit Nafrirubi Bug Strange Star, and sat just in front of the television. Seeing this, her mother scolded to not sit too close to the television. While she was watching the show, she suddenly called her mom. Her mom replied, thinking that why is she calling her? The girl then pointed towards the television screen. The screen showed our hero KangHyun. She asked her mother, isn't it Uncle Chef? Her mother was also surprised seeing KangHyun in the television. In the next scene, we are inside KangHyun's house, where he is with his pet dog Rice Cake and his newly contracted spirit Tori, the hamster. Rice Cake pats on the head of Tori, as she was unconscious from the day when she used both of his elements. Tori only said, JJU, and went unconscious again. Is Tori still not doing well? Asked KangHyun to Rice Cake. He is holding 2 bowls in his each hands. He said she's been like this ever since she arrived in this world. He then puts down both the bowls in front of Tori and Rice Cake. I cooked some meat. Maybe she'll eat some, he said. Seeing the bowl full of meat, Rice Cake jumped with joy, but Tori was still unconscious. Tori said Juju. She then crawled towards the plate of meat and put her whole mouth on the plate. Hey, you are going to hurt your mouth, said KangHyun. But he was happy after seeing that she was still eating. Tori and Rice Cake started eating the meat. Seeing both of them eating, KangHyun was happy. He said, you are just like Rice Cake when it comes to food. KangHyun then reminds the words of Mrs. Emilia that when a spirit comes to life, it takes on the appearance of an animal. Hamsters like Tori have an affinity with the earth element, but she is special as she can also use fire element. Miss Emilia also told KangHyun that he don't need to feed spirits, as they feed of nature's energy. KangHyun was tensed and said, they don't eat? To which Mrs. Emilia replied, they can eat so you can still feed her. KangHyun then thinks about the nature's energy. He thinks that maybe she will like some raw food. After eating the meat, it seems like Tori has gained some of her energy, as she looks a bit energetic now. Wow, she looks much better now, said KangHyun. I will give her more raw food from now on. Hearing this, Rice Cake was feeling a little bit jealous, as he thought that KangHyun is worrying more about Tori. KangHyun then heard a noise coming from his door. He moved his eyes towards the door and said, welcome. We see a bunch of kids peeking inside the house through the door. They were talking among themselves. He is here, talk to him. Very interesting, they said. Seeing this, KangHyun was a little bit confused. Uncle, said a boy, and he came inside the house. Oh, Sanghu, what's up with you and your friends? Asked KangHyun, to which the boy replied, I didn't know you're that kind of a person. I can't believe it. Yeah, I feel betrayed. You lied to us, shouted the children, who were still peeking from the door. Our hero was still confused and asked the children, what did I do? He then asked the boy, can you please explain what's going on? The boy then felt very shy. He covered his face with his hands and turned opposite to KangHyun. He shouted in joy, he talked to me. He then rushed outside the house with his friends. They again talked among themselves. Oh my God, I have never seen a celebrity before. Should I ask for an autograph? They said. Seeing this, our hero was filled with tears. He was getting flashbacks of his childhood, as everyone around him used to get bullied for talking with him. The kids then went away. Then suddenly a bike came outside KangHyun's house and it stopped. It seems like it is a delivery boy who came here to deliver an order. He asked, "Hey, where should I put this?" to KangHyun. "It looks like he's holding a banner." "I didn't order a banner," said KangHyun. "Are you sure you are at the right place?" he asked the delivery boy. "The address says it's here," he replied. The delivery boy then opened the banner and again asked KangHyun, "You didn't order this?" After seeing the banner, KangHyun seems a little bit confused. He then holds his head and shouted, "Wait! When was today's chef supposed to air?" he asked. A moment later, the city speakers started making an announcement. "Hello there, this is the head of the village," the speaker said. "I hope everyone is doing well. There will be a short announcement." The speaker then said, "Today at 4 p.m. there will be a screening of Yeonpyung's Pride Lee KangHyun. Please stop by at the village hall if you have time." The speaker then concluded by saying that, "KangHyun, you have to come." Hearing this, KangHyun went out of his mind and shouted, "It has already aired." The delivery boy then said, "That's why you look so fine. Can I get an autograph right here?" He pulls out the handkerchief. To which KangHyun replied, "I don't have an autograph yet." The next scene is of outside the village hall. KangHyun is standing outside it along with rice cake and Tori on its back. She is also holding two watermelons on his each hand. He then said that it is his first time coming here, and it's to see myself on TV. He then started moving inside the village hall. By looking at Tori and rice cake, they both seems to be very excited. "Hello," KangHyun said while opening the door of the village hall. As he entered the hall, he saw an old man holding a banner of KangHyun. He was showing the banner to the people who were sitting there. Seeing this, KangHyun said, "Chief, what is that?" I wanted to surprise you with this," the chief replied. He also said, "This is a poster for everyone to take after the screening. I made many so everyone can have one." Hearing this, KangHyun grabbed all the posters and went outside the hall. He burned all of them. The chief was a little bit upset by seeing this. He was seeing all this through the glass window. KangHyun then came inside by saying that, "I can't walk outside with the poster all around the village." He then sat near the table. The lady sitting beside him says, "This isn't his first time doing this type of stuff." "Granny Park, hello," KangHyun said. She then said, "There is nothing to be embarrassed about, he is just proud of you." To which KangHyun replied, "I am thankful for that, but people tend to hate chefs who are shown on TV." He then also said, "I decided to not care about that." "I am very thankful," he said. The lady then appreciated KangHyun by saying that if you are good at your job and have time to do other stuff, you are amazing. "And who said they hate you?" she asked KangHyun. Then she also exchanged few wise words to KangHyun that their eyes must have bugs in them. "I don't know who they are, but don't stay close to them. They won't help with anything in your life." KangHyun was impressed with her words and replied her, "Yeah, I will remember." A lady then entered the hall with a big basket in her hands. She shouted, "I made some samjirang." Everyone in the hall seems to be very happy. All the villagers were enjoying in the hall. "Wow, today is the day," said one man. "A man from our village appeared on the TV, of course," said the another. The lady then places a big bowl in front of KangHyun, and she said, "Here you can eat the biggest one." KangHyun stared at the bowl and said to himself, "It's been a while since I've had someone else's food." The bowl was full of chicken and soup, and its aroma was very refreshing. He then fills his spoon with soup and rice and puts in his mouth. As soon as he ate his first bite, KangHyun was very joyed. He then starts appreciating the cook of the meal by saying that the broth is pure and refreshing. She put in a lot of herbs and boiled for a long time, so the rice has the same taste. He then also said, "No one can make something like this without sincerity. This is so good." Seeing him enjoying his meal, rice cake and Tori couldn't stop themselves. Their mouth began to water. Seeing them standing there with their mouth wide open, KangHyun said, I will get you guys some chicken. Wait." He then stood up and went to grab some chicken for rice cake and Tori. They both then happily enjoyed the meal. Meanwhile, the chief of the village announced, "Everyone gather around, we are about to start." Everyone sat in front of the television. "Welcome to today's chef," the speaker announced from the television. Everyone was staring at the television screen, waiting for KangHyun to show up. The screen then showed KangHyun. The speaker in the show said, "He is only 14 years old, but he has such skill." The screen showed KangHyun making the meal with full concentration. The speaker then also said, appreciating KangHyun, "This isn't cooking, this is art, it is so beautiful." The speaker then announced loudly, "Everyone be proud, the Republic of Korea has Lee KangHyun." Both the judges and audience are shocked. A historical moment that will shake the world. Hearing this, all the villagers were full of tears. They all then started clapping and shouted with joy, "Wow, the Republic of Korea has Lee KangHyun." The chief then hugged Lee KangHyun. They both were full of tears. He says that, "You have worked so hard. You are amazing." Lee KangHyun was also full of tears. He said he didn't know that they would give him more screen time because Jong-suk and Youngwoo dropped out. Now everyone inside the village hall shouted with joy. They said, "Today is the perfect day to drink. Everyone raise your glasses. Son of Yongpyong, pride of the Republic of Korea." All the villagers then cheered to Lee KangHyun. To Lee KangHyun, they all cheered. Seeing this immense love towards himself, he shouted with full of tears, "Someone knock me out, please." Well, unfortunately for him, the villagers are completely smitten. They declare that they now drink in the name of the pride of their village, Chef KangHyun. KangHyun wishes this were just a dream, that he'd wake up the next day and it would all be gone. However, even after a week, everyone continues to treat him like a celebrity. The village chief only refers to him as the pride of Waipong. The kids have started calling him the god of chefs, and even his friend Jim keeps texting to ask if KangHyun is enjoying his new star status. KangHyun, at his wit's end, turns to Tori and asks, "Are you any good at digging?" Naturally, Tori is confused and asks why. Kang sighs dramatically and explains that if she could dig a hole big enough for him to hide in, it'd be better than slowly dying of embarrassment. To escape the stardom, KangHyun heads to the fantasy world for training with Noah. After a tough session, Noah tells him, "You did really well today." KangHyun shrugs, thinking it's because his head feels empty, and after surviving the peak of embarrassment back home, nothing including running on all fours can faze him anymore. Noah just gives him a concerned look and asks if he's okay. KangHyun grins and replies, "Yeah, I feel much better here." He glances at his two pets, Rice Cake and Tori, who are busy digging nearby. "Tori's looking much better here," he remarks. Noah frowns. "What's Tori?" KangHyun realizes he hasn't introduced her yet. With a sheepish laugh, he says, "Tori is a spirit I made a contract with recently. She's right next to Rice Cake. Can't you see her? She's just small." He casually adds that an elf helped him form the contract. Suddenly, Noah grabs a stone and hurls it at a nearby tree with such force that it almost drills a hole through it. Sitting on the tree, Alia glares down at him, calling him a savage. Noah, fuming, yells, "I told you not to bother KangHyun. He's a friend of the Beastman. He's ready to fight." Demanding to know what Alia's planning, she coolly replies that this is the problem with Beastmen, they're always so violent. Noah's fury intensifies at her blatant racism, while KangHyun scrambles to calm things down, wondering if these two have history. Before he can intervene, KangHyun suddenly blurts out, "Wait, how can you two even understand each other?" Noah couldn't understand Randolph last time. Alia lands gracefully and smugly replies, "As a ranger, I have to know at least 3 languages to navigate the forests. Oh, and I'm also fluent in ancient languages." Noah smirks and retorts, "That's because you asterisk were alive back then asterisk." That jab strikes a nerve, and now Alia's ready to throw down. 2. KangHyun feels like a WWE referee caught between two powerhouses. He tries reminding them that fighting between races is forbidden and pleads with them to communicate peacefully. Just then, Randolph arrives for training. He stops in his tracks, baffled by the scene of KangHyun playing mediator between an elf and a beastman. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Tori seem to be betting their dinner on who'll win this showdown. KangHyun manages to calm everyone down and proposes introductions. Randolph introduces himself as the Knight Captain of Rentus. Alia follows, stating that she's an elf ranger. Noah, ever the minimalist, just says his name, and an awkward silence settles over the group. Determined to bridge the gap, KangHyun gets an idea. "Are you guys okay with spicy food?" he asks. He declares he'll cook a spicy dish from his hometown, convinced that good food and drinks can mend any rift. He grills some meat, pulls out spices, and prepares his special kimchi stew. As the meal begins, Randolph dives in enthusiastically, while Noah eyes Alia's bowl suspiciously. "I thought elves didn't eat meat," Noah says. KangHyun freezes, realizing he forgot about that. Alia calmly pulls her bowl back, saying she chooses not to eat meat to avoid harming living beings, but she can eat it. She thanks KangHyun and offers a prayer to nature before eating. Randolph, meanwhile, is in culinary heaven, declaring that the stew is an explosion of flavor. Noah, on the other hand, is literally breathing fire from the spice. Alia, as graceful as ever, praises the balance of the rice and egg. Just when everyone is enjoying the meal, Randolph suddenly asks, "By the way, weren't you talking about spices for the Beastman? Someone wants to talk to you about that. Would you like to meet my lord?" KangHyun freezes, clearly nervous about the prospect, though Randolph asked him about it. He says to KangHyun that he wanted him to meet someone regarding this matter. He says that it's his lord, as the spices are valuable goods, and the permission of the city's lord is to be taken. That's why he wanted him to meet with him. Hearing this, KangHyun was shocked. KangHyun told him that he was just wondering about it, and also the Beastmen may have some different opinions about it. Hearing this, KangHyun told them that he wanted to teach them how to make dishes with the help of spices, but there is lack of spices in this region. That's why he asked Randolph about it. The Beastman told KangHyun that if he wants to trade the spices with them, then it is necessary to meet the lord. KangHyun told him that he just wanted to improve their taste and lifestyle. Randolph pointed towards Beastman and said that there is nothing to lose here for both of them. The Beastman told them that the interspices trade was there a long time ago, around 100 years ago. So there is no reason that now the trade will happen. He then agreed with that KangHyun KangHyun and told all of them that the final decision lies with the chef KangHyun. Remembering the past, KangHyun agreed. He wondered that he believes that she will agree with the trade. She was very happy when he taught them about the spices earlier, as their tribe's morale has risen up from that. Some people even stepped forward and claimed that they wanted to learn more about cooking. The beastmen thanked KangHyun that everyone from the tribe had a change of heart regarding the humans, and all this happened only because of KangHyun. He assured the KangHyun that his chief will ponder over his opinion in a positive way. Hearing this, Randolph celebrates that the beastman has spoken very good words. He then asked Mrs. Ranger that what are her opinions on this topic. She told them that the majority of the elf tribe was involved in the war, that's why her case is very different. She then changed her expression and told KangHyun that the right time for this will come very soon. Meanwhile, KangHyun dog jumped on him for the delicious food. Hearing this conversation, Randolph jumped with joy and said that it is very exciting that all of them are agreeing in this topic. He said that it was a fate for them all meeting like this. They all then poured each other glasses and then enjoyed. The talks were going on between them. In between, the beastman told Randolph that he has been teaching KangHyun beastman combat. Hearing this, Randolph said to KangHyun that his body has changed recently as he is training separately. KangHyun laughed and said that he forgot to tell him, and he can also run very fast on all four hands now. He then sat on his knees and hands and told them that he will show them how to run. Randolph and Beastman were standing near him and told KangHyun that they don't think he needs two teachers. He then challenged Beastman for a duel, and the one who will lose will give up. Beastman said that he is always up for the challenge and is ready to accept it. They all then started taunting each other. Elf and KangHyun were laughing from the distance by seeing both of them. Mrs. Ranger then said to KangHyun, laughing at them, that how weak they are. KangHyun looked towards her shockingly. She said that learning archery will be a bit too much, also she don't have any use for dagger combat techniques. They are not an easy drunk bunch to deal with. Meanwhile, the dog and the spirits slept upon each other after eating the delicious meal made by KangHyun. The day passed and the next day begins. KangHyun as usual was in the kitchen trying to open the gas. The fire didn't start as there was some problem with the gas. He wondered that even if he calls someone to fix, they will come here till tomorrow at the earliest. He become upset thinking about the present day sales. He then thinks that there were no guests from 3 days, but maybe someone can come today, who knows. The week profit of KangHyun is still zero. As soon as he said this, the house bell rang. KangHyun jumped with joy as he thought that he jinxed it. The next moment he sees a man and girl standing at the door front. The girl greeted KangHyun and told him that it's been a long time. She then asked KangHyun about his health. They were also carrying a baby with them. Seeing the baby, KangHyun asked that if it's okay to keep the baby outside, to which she replied that it is okay for short duration. She told KangHyun that she wants her to meet him, but she fell asleep while they were on the way. She told that her name is Hyun. Seeing the baby closely, KangHyun was filled with joy. He started wondering that how can someone be this small and cute. The man told KangHyun that he can touch her. They all three started appreciating the baby for her looks and innocence. KangHyun then says that if she breaks when he hold her, the man said to be gentle with her and there will be no problem. KangHyun then looked towards her and wondered that he only wants to pull her cheeks. He then advanced towards her lovingly. He whispered her name, Hyun. She excused her and tries to poke her cheeks. After touching her cheeks, he filled with joy. He wondered again that she is so cute and her cheeks are so soft. Hearing this, the pet and the spirits of KangHyun gets jealous. They jumped upon KangHyun, seeing him loving someone else. KangHyun then said that they too are very soft. Meanwhile, the lady told KangHyun that they are here for Hyun to meet him. She also told that she also want to have a nice meal. She then asks KangHyun that if it's okay if he can make something for them. KangHyun told them to sit down and in no time he will make some meal for them. He then goes to the kitchen and remembers with disappointment that the stove was not working. He then said that he will use the camping stove out. Seeing him struggling, Tori, the spirit, called him in her voice. She then told with her gesture that she can help him. KangHyun remembers that Tori can also use her firepower to light up the gas. KangHyun then told Tori that he is leaving everything on her. He then carry on his other work. He started cleaning the abalons, removed the guts and teeth, and blends the intestine with rice wine. He then ordered Tori to melt the butter in pan and fry some onions and minced garlic. He then adds abalons, soaked rice and blended intestine with the broth. He then stirs the ingredients well and served them in front of them. Smelling the fragrance, they both got filled with joy. They were surprised by seeing risotto can make out of abalone. KangHyun told them that he wanted to make something better than simple porridge since they came all the way here. They both then tasted the meal and got filled with delight. The lady said that the meal is awesome and also it doesn't taste fishy at all, rather it have a nutty flavor. The man appreciated by saying that they are really soft and chewy. It keeps on disappearing in his mouth and the combination is unbeatable. She then asked KangHyun that she wanted to summer ballons with her as she can eat many of them at home. KangHyun sadly replied her that he can teach them the recipe as he can't think that he can cook more today. The lady felt a little sad. KangHyun then thanked Tori for her efforts as it was not possible without her. The beastman came back to his place and offered his lord the proposal of trading with humans. He was sitting in front of her as she was thinking about trading with humans. He told her that the atmosphere and vibe in our tribe has changed a lot. He then asked her to view upon this opportunity. It was the opportunity to get ahead of the other beastman tribes. The Lord then smiled and agreed with his thoughts. She then told the beastman that he already knows what is going on behind their backs. She told about the Temu bastard. He always challenges her directly whenever he disagrees with her, as the title of warrior chief has become unbefitting. She then think for a while and smiled by saying that the beastman should spread that the Lord is in favor of trading with humans. She told that they are already at it, and it is best to get rid of any annoyances as soon as possible. The decision of trading also lies on the human city lord. The beast man agreed and assured the Lord that he will spread the rumors, especially within the Temu circle. She asked the beastman that whether he have seen her daughter, as she haven't seen her since the morning. The beastman told that he thought she was with her. She got shook and thought if she had run off again. She then closed her eyes and wondered that she still have so much to teach her. Her daughter is already behind the other children when it comes to talking because she wanders around too much. The beastman asked that didn't she said something yesterday, to which she replied that she was shocked after hearing her first word. Her first word from her mouth was food. In the next scene, we see our main protagonist KangHyun sitting on the chair in an open area between the forest near to his house. While he was sitting, the bush behind him rustled. As he looked behind to check who is there, someone jumped from the bushes towards him. It was the daughter of the Lord, Mona, who again ran away. She jumped towards him shouting, "Food," as food was also her first word from her mouth, which the Lord was talking about. Seeing Mona, KangHyun jumped with joy as it's been a very long time he has seen her. He asked Mona that isn't she said food from her mouth. Mona then stared at KangHyun for a while. Seeing her like this, KangHyun called her name again out of curiosity. Mona then struggles to stand, and after a while she stood up on her feet, fumbling a little bit. Seeing her standing, KangHyun was first shocked. He then became emotional as she grew much in the time when he didn't get to see her. He wonders in his mind that, is this how uncles feel when they look at their nieces grow? He then proudly grabbed her on his arms. He said to her that she can even walk on 2 feet, and that is amazing. While he was grabbing her, Mona tried to communicate him with her gestures. She wants to say that it was all because of him. His mother used to teach her how to stand, as the reward of this was to meet with him, and she was already missing the food made by KangHyun. KangHyun understands a little bit and told Mona that he is sorry for her. Meanwhile, Randolph was sitting on the chair as well. He apologized to Mona and said that KangHyun has already got a prior appointment. KangHyun then again apologized to her and asked her to go. As soon as she heard this, Mona started crying very loudly. Hearing her voice, the birds on the tress flew away too. She grabbed KangHyun's legs as she didn't want him to let go. KangHyun asked Mona to calm down as she was pulling her pants too. Seeing all this, Randolph told KangHyun that it is very bothersome. Mona was way too determined to follow both of them, and also they couldn't take Mona with her as she is the beastman and couldn't be taken into a human village. KangHyun then puts his hand inside his shirt to pull out the whistle, which was given by the beastman. He wonders that who would have thought that he have to use it for a situation like this. As soon as he blowed the whistle, the beast man appeared in front of him. He asked KangHyun that who is troubling him, but he was shocked after seeing Mona crying, grabbing KangHyun's legs. He then grabs Mona with both of his hands. KangHyun told Mona that it was for her own safety. Mona then again started crying very loudly as she was wondering about the past. It was KangHyun who promised her that he will make her something very delicious next time he meet her. Randolph and KangHyun then started heading towards the village. He were heading towards the estate where the human lord resides. Randolph also told KangHyun that it is his workspace, so the knight also lives here. KangHyun then started wondering after seeing the beautiful huge estate. He wonders about the lord, that what kind of person is he? He thinks that it may be someone insightful and egoistic. In the next scene, the Lord Giovante Dorman Robentus was sitting right in front of both of them. Seeing him, KangHyun wondered that he is very friendlier than he thought. He then introduces himself before the Lord. The Lord then said to KangHyun that he really wanted to meet him as there are many rumors about him. As KangHyun is a human who is protected by a holy wolf, and also he is the knight Captain Randolph's beloved student. He then glanced at KangHyun and asked him that is it true that he defeated the whole Robentus Knight Order on his own, to which KangHyun disagreed and said that it's the fake news. KangHyun then wonders about the rumors that have been spreading. Randolph then said that the rumors about him being an excellent chef haven't made their round yet. The Lord then told Randolph that he have heard about that in detail from Randolph and Sir Roman. They both have been bragging about KangHyun so much that their head chef consider KangHyun as his rival. Hearing this, Randolph questioned that isn't it is a very high goal for the head chef as KangHyun as his rival. He then asked KangHyun that he would be happy to have a dish made by him if he ever got a chance. He asked both of them to have a lunch together as their chef are not too bad. KangHyun then wondered about the Lord Lord. He thinks that he is a very good person, and how should he put it? She has the power to make others feel comfortable around him. In the next scene, they all three were sitting around the dining table waiting for their lunch to be served. KangHyun told him about his idea of trading with the beast. The Lord appreciated KangHyun for his knowledge about cooking and asked him from where did he learn all of that. KangHyun replied by saying that he learned a lot from school. Hearing the term school, the Lord asked him about it. KangHyun wondered that do they even have cooking school here? The Lord told him that he also studied in the capital city for a while too. He then asked about his hometown. KangHyun replied by saying that his hometown is a bit far away. The Lord questioned him by saying, "Has he come here every week, so there must be a well-developed transport system there." However, it was the Lord's first time seeing those kind of clothes KangHyun was wearing. It was the style he had never encountered before. He then became curious as there was no country in his mind when he sees his clothes. After a while, he realizes that he was questioning very much from KangHyun. He told him that it was his curiosity and apologized for being a little rude. He then told KangHyun that as he is the student of Randolph, it makes him very trustworthy enough. Now it's only his future actions what matters the most. The door then get knocked from the outside as it was the food which was about to be served. The waiters were the ladies that were there to serve the food. The food looked very delicious as it was the lunch in Lord's estate. After a while, KangHyun felt little strange. He thought as it was someone who was staring at him from his back. As soon as he turned back, he found that it was the head chef of the estate. They both started staring each other in their eyes as KangHyun wondered about the lasers shooting from his eyes.